escape it, baby. Not at all. I'm dreaming in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. Only you. I'm dreaming in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you.
Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go.
a reason. Is she ever gonna call? I haven't slept in days. I keep rewinding, I'm still believing that it was more than just a high and that she feels the same. I can take it, I'm so cold, my fingers are numb. Since she's got left, it's only empty inside. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. Pretty, pretty, pretty. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. I'm counting, I'm barely breathing.
Oh, with this twisted, it's all in my head. Cause darling, I know you're the one for me. These voices that taunt me as I lay in bed. Won't let you in out, they're no good for me. I roll by my heart and it's bound for you. Won't let these doubts drown out the pain I'm falling hard. I'm falling Are you ready? Are you ready for love? I'm here to I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No. Shining ashes for me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. Out with the old, in with the new. There is something so intriguing about you. You, up in the clouds, no coming down. I am absent-minded, only minding how. You take me and immerse me in your stare. Till I'm almost there. Shine ashes, call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret. You're my little secret, and I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La, 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 la. You're my little secret, my little secret. La, 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 la. One finger on your lips. Shine ashes, call me to explore. Tell me
And I swear to God, I will hold you in my
turn my music up. Turn my music up, turn my music up louder. Turn my music up, turn my music up louder. Turn my music up, turn my music up louder. Turn my music up, turn my music up louder. Nah, I'm not new in this biz. I shine bright in the dark like a luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip-hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed, fam. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Killin' with a sound, yeah, killin' with a sound. Made the beats go bang when you see me in the town. Made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed. People moving around like they're rushing. Yeah. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip-hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. You better turn my music up louder. Yeah, you know the dealio. Get the cuts in there, you know the dealio. Woo! Big M in the bit. Yeah.
He walks alone, he wanders into the night, searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you shine by me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger with the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no stranger with the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the ride. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. They tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you need is shelter, you just don't seem to get there. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you shine by me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger with the night.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL Summer Split. It's day 3 of week 3, and we are ready for some action to happen later on today. We're getting back into Group A, and hopefully we'll have some pretty exciting games, not to mention our match of the week coming up later. My name is Dom Romer. Joining me on the broadcast, though, once again, after last night's games, Indiana Frostgear Black and Zach Rusty Pie. Welcome back.
Never really left, I don't think.
Yeah.
We slept here just behind the
Just
desk
under the
last
desk,
night.
yeah.
Yeah, haven't left, ready to cast some more League of Legends.
Just tossed on some fresh clothes, took on a quick shower, and now we're good.
Not flesh clothes, that's for certain.
Fresh clothes.
Thanks, Buffalo Bill.
It puts the lotion on the skin, or else we LPL again. So, let's get back into the LPL. Again, it's Group A. We saw some Group B games yesterday, but recapping what happened on Thursday with the LPL, you just got the giggles. We've been on air for less than 2 minutes. Hold it together. We had WE going 2-0 over IME, and Invictus Gaming going 2-0 over Snake. So no surprise, WE still looking like the best team in this group.
Yeah, where Group B has kind of been this chaotic mess of who is actually slotting where, especially with RNG falling to Suning yesterday. Big question mark. Group A, much more clear-cut. Kind of just ignore the scoreboard. I know we've got 3 teams tied for first right now, but you've got your 2 Titans in the top, WE and EDG. You can align them however you want. You've got your 2 guys in the middle, IG and Dan, and then the 2 fighting from the bottom, IME and Snake, which consequently is exactly what we're going to see today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to be seeing them today, and whilst they are currently clear-cut, Frosker, and one thing we learned from watching yesterday's games of the LPL is that clear-cut nature of the groups can go out the window in a single day, so we don't actually know how it will end up, but I think you're right. What is defined is the groupings of 2 within those groups. Where they sit between each other will be determined today. In the coming weeks, who knows what will happen within the group itself, but right now we are pretty set for once.
So then to expand on that a little bit more, the fact that yesterday's games were a little bit messy, let's actually take a look at today's games, and I want to get your opinions. Do you guys think that today's games are going to be messy as well? Because we've got IG versus Dan first up, middle of the pack. Just after that, we've got our bottom table teams with IMA taking on Snake, and at the end of the day, our match of the week between EDG and WE. Will these be clear-cut?
I mean, it's clear cut in terms of it being segmented.
Like
it's
tiers, yeah.
It's a 50-50 coin flip about who's going to win on a lot of these, though. I think there's a question marks about Invictus Gaming, one of the most inconsistent teams that we've ever had historically. You've got the 2 Titans clashing in W and EDG. No one can feel bad about that series. I know I'm personally going for EDG there, but I think we're pretty split. Rusty, you didn't reveal your pick to me.
No, I'm going for WE. I do think that
Surprised.
as far as, oh no, me going for WE, never. As far as set 3 is concerned, definitely is our match of the week for a reason, and that is because it can go either way, and even the fact that we're split does indicate that, because the rest of the games, most of the week, will be the exact same in our tips.
Yeah, and with that, let's actually start getting into our first matchup. I mean, we've got Invictus Gaming versus Dan for our first game. Dan Gaming currently 3-1 in the standings. Looks like Invictus Gaming currently at 2-2, and we keep asking the question. It's finally time to find out. At the end of this best of 3, we'll have an idea. Does Dan Gaming deserve to sit at the table with the big kids, with EDG, with WE? Because they're currently tied with them in points.
I'm not ready to believe in Dan Gaming being an elite team yet. There's something, that superstar factor that's missing from that team when you compare them to the rest of the LPL in terms of roster strength. But I am ready to say that they are no longer a bottom of the table team. I know our projections and our predictions coming into the split was that Dan Gaming, Suning Gaming, bottom of the table. They're probably going to be last, second to last. Dan Gaming have firmly climbed up at least a couple of the rungs of the ladder, have moved into mid-tier, and today, if they take down Invictus Gaming, they get to move into the solid 3rd place.
And you know what? That's pretty much what we said about WE as well, right? Like, we've always been a fan of watching them play because they're a good team where they were lacking the superstars, especially in the previous splits, not so much last split. But when you look at Dan Gaming, they're winning games, but they don't have that superstar. They don't have the likes of a rookie running around. They don't have a Deft or a Pawn in their respective roles being superstars either. They are starting to crop some of those out, though. You've got Cat, who does look fantastic. Choo Choo's had star performances. They have got these people starting to make these efforts, but never have we looked at them and said, this is the person that carries the game, because it's Dan that just wins the game.
So I just want to be clear. Rusty, are you comparing Dan Gaming to a young WE?
That's exactly what I said. So, yes, I am.
Perhaps in a little bit of time, then, they could be at the top of the table on their own.
I mean, everybody could in time.
Sure.
The question is, how do they grow? I feel like WE, they swapped out their support because they wanted the intentions of growing and having someone hungry down in the bottom lane. It was successful for them. But I also think that those individual players always had a slightly higher ceiling, perhaps. And we don't know what the ceiling looks like for Dan Gaming. So there is potential that they grow, that they get better. I would never come into split 1 of their LPL debut and say they can make #1 spot.
There's also the fact that the growth in the ceiling that Dan Gaming have showcased, you still have a veteran player like Goon in the mid lane there, and we know kind of where he sits from his past performances in the LCK, whereas WE and even OMG to a lesser extent, we didn't know anything about the players. Like, they brought them up from the very beginning, they were pretty much all no-names, and then developed them into these stars.
Not to mention the fact that WE had a massive organization behind it to develop these players, and we look at Dan, they don't quite have that organization. Again, it's their first split in the LPL. And they're not quite seeing the success of IMA from last split, but hey, time will tell. They're joining in summer.
I mean, they're looking pretty good right now. It's like definitive 2-0s. Other than having their clock cleaned by Team WE in week 2, they've had a great run. They've 2-0'd every single team that they've faced. And like you said, if this game, if Dan Gaming win game 1 against IG, history tells us that they're just going to 2-0 IG.
I love how you had to clarify, if they dropped their set. No, they didn't drop a set versus WE.
They got destroyed. They got blown out of the water. Back to reality.
Yeah, personally, I'm a huge fan of Dan Gaming. They're young, they have tons of energy. Of course, they've got that veteran player of Goong. It really looks like they have a huge potential, not to mention how decisive they are in these games. They can take advantage of other teams' indecision, which is something that's been plaguing the LPL, not just in the teams they're playing in this group, but as a whole over the past few weeks.
Yeah, and something that can be said to extend on that is that they just know who they are. They have a clear-cut identity, which allows them to be decisive. And it's really about their bottom lane. And it's how the likes of Karen and Goong and even Lies plug into Choo Choo and Cat and empower those two to go off. We see a lot of Shin being played into the top lane. Karen will kind of bounce around down there. So that's what you have to watch for, is how they migrate towards bottom to set up this bot lane.
And like, yes, it empowers them, and yes, they do go off with the empowerment, but at the same time, what defines Dan Gaming for me right now isn't so much that their bottom lane carries the games, it's that they just do Baron at 20 minutes on spawn, or they'll take this team fight that no one expects you to take for a Cloud Drake because they want to team fight, and the Cloud Drake's just the excuse. And that's exactly what you're saying. It's their identity, is they know what they want to do, and whatever the shot call is, they commit to that 110% fully in there, and they will make it work. So far, has been working for them, but there will be times where they just get completely booty blasted by their opponents if their opponents are better than them.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're playing against IG, so this will give some insight into where they stand. But next week, as we enter cross-conference, they have to play against RNG and OMG, who are currently two of the top teams in Group B.
They just can't catch a break.
It is so front-loaded.
I mean, but that was front-loaded when they came into their conference here. They had to face EDG and then immediately Team WE. So Dan Gaming are probably just used to it at this point.
I mean, it's easier now, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you think
Impossible
about it.
odds, bring them on.
We already took down, you know, the two Titans. RNG,
think,
OMG, what you got?
They took down EDG when EDG weren't really prepared to play League of Legends, and they came back pretty angry. And there's a chance that if things align for them once again, they're able to get more victories. They could just be the team that riles everybody up and makes them perform better for their next opponents.
I mean, theoretically, in week 8, 9, and 10, when they end up playing against EDG again, if they even win a single game, they will have a head-to-head advantage moving into playoffs against Team EDG. But again, that's way down the line. That's predicting and forecasting and looking to the future. Of course, their opponents on the other side, Invictus Gaming, they're no slouches here. They are who Dan Gaming are focused on right now. And while Invictus Gaming haven't seen a lot of success lately, they seem to be struggling to find their identity, whereas Dan are sitting pretty with their own.
I mean, IG are still Rookie and friends. You do see Duke starting on the lineup there, so the Shy is not going to be appearing, at least for game number 1. So it's kind of the Korean duo and Chinese friends, and let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, the Shy, of course, a little bit too busy losing to Yasuo mains in show matches before the show goes live, so he's not able to attend game number 1. It is going to be Duke, but you're right, there's a slight style change going to be seen from this side.
Yeah, and roster on your screen, Duke taking on with Ning, Rookie, West, and Megan.
I don't think it's any mistake, other than the Shy being involved in the show match, that Duke would start here. He's the better teleporter between the two. We've already talked about how Dan Gaming like to play around their bot lane, Choo Choo and Cat on your screen. Duke will gladly meet them down there.
Yeah, with the rest of those two, though, it's Lies, Karen, Goong, along with Choo Choo and Cat, rounding out Dan Gaming. Here you can see the stats, and Dan Gaming are looking really good. 5th in KDA, whereas Invictus Gaming are at 10th. And
yeah, look, KDA is not pretty for a team like
I
Invictus
guess
Gaming. It's never been something that is pretty for them. Alongside all of this, I don't know if that's kill participation collectively is the #1 stat, but what I can tell you is there's a lot of good numbers there for Dan, and not a lot of good ones for IG.
I think I also saw a gold difference where Dan Gaming were either 2nd or 3rd with an average of 3,500, and Invictus Gaming were 7th with minus 3,500. That's a collective 7,000 gold deficit in
You'd have to imagine that's at 20 in particular, not the 10 difference that some regions will show you.
Because, of course, games end with massive, massive differences. But, again, Dan Gaming, they've got their work cut out for them.
I mean, all the stats can pad it. Of course, Dan Gaming's stats are going to look nice. They've been on a tear through the LPL so far. But this is kind of not the final boss in the sense that they're taking on the tough team, because they've already seen EDG, they've already seen WE, but the final boss in terms that they're taking on this guy, Rookie on your screen. He is the best player in the LPL, and Goong now gets to get in the ring with him and try to survive.
And Rookie is everybody's final boss. It just goes without saying, when you look at the LPL, you ask any mid laner, who would you like to beat in lane? They will all answer Rookie, except for Rookie. And even then, he might say his own name. I don't know. He is just that good in the middle lane, right? You've had people like Icon who have come through. He's been called the Hitman. He takes names of everybody he lanes against by solo killing them. He comes in and still loses to Rookie because he's just too damn good. And so it's a really big test for Goong to have to go up against this guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have his work cut out for him in the mid lane, and with that pressure point of Rookie moving all across the map, you've got to wonder how the rest of Invictus Gaming are going to play around that. Do they enable Rookie, by getting him on something mobile, allowing him to roam and use that advantage that we're expecting him to pull out.
I mean, Rookie has the highest kill participation of any player in the LPL, so
Yeah.
nothing happens without Rookie, but it doesn't always have to be him getting out to those side lanes. We've started to see them trend that way just because they're starting the Shy and they're trying to play around him more. I mean, Rookie went to the Galio pick, was constantly going up or going bottom with the Galio ultimate, but if you give him Syndra and he just sits in his lane, he'll still go like 7-0.
And you have to imagine that Galio is just a meta pick that he doesn't necessarily want to pick, but it works out just because he is Galio. Because ultimately, you're right, I think his Taliyah is Syndra champions that can make plays in the middle lane and wave clear. At the same time, they can roam around the map, is where Rookie will shine the brightest. So Galio's nice, but that's not necessarily his perfect champion.
And of course, the biggest influencers to that mid lane is going to be support and jungle. Two lanes that have really taken a driving seat in the meta. And comparably, Dan versus IG, there's a little bit of a stack difference.
Yeah, this is dramatically where Dan get a massive advantage. It's Karin versus Ning, and I'm not going to say that Karin is head and shoulders above Ning, but we have seen Ning pretty much solo lose games for IG, just not being in the right place, right time. Sometimes he'll go off, he'll be that nice ace in Rookie's back pocket to pull out, but it's still just a big question mark as he tries to grow into the role. And then you have Megan, who is definitively probably the worst support in the group, and that's just hard because he has a stacked group alone.
Yeah, I mean, definitively it's hard to say.
Statistically,
yeah.
West and Megan are the worst bot lane in Group A.
Yes, but we do know that their job in Invictus Gaming is to have the least amount of resources possible and try and make sunshine out of absolutely nothing.
Except that West, the only stat that he actually beats Cat or Choo Choo in is that he gets more gold than Choo Choo, but he does less with it in every measurable statistic.
Oof. That's a lot to live up to. And again, that speaks to what we're looking for these teams to be playing. As, again, Dan Gaming, play around Choo Choo, play around Cat. That AD carry is absolutely huge for them. On the other side, Invictus Gaming, the Korean tag team, the two hitmen, Rookie and Duke, returning to the Rift.
Race towards bottom. I, again, say that it's no surprise that Duke is starting here. We expect him to use his teleport bottom. I hope that they help them out. Or if IG just want to play it slow and steady in the solo games, look for the 1v1, they'll naturally win out against Gung and Lies.
Yeah, the easiest way to play this game out for Invictus Gaming is just to have Ning invade, find Karin, and then use your solo lanes that should be winning naturally to come and rotate towards you to be that big pivot point for them. However, Karin could almost do the same thing and try and create pressure points if Ning's losing the game and try and draw people around the map. Like, there's definitely still a higher priority in this on the jungle, I think, above all else. You know that mid lane's going to do well for IG, and that could spill over, could bleed into other areas. You don't really know what the bottom lane's going to be like. IG just try and hold on, but you've got an aggressor on the side of Dan in the bottom lane. So where these junglers choose to gank and where they choose to go is actually quite important, because we have seen games where Ning has decided the bottom lane is his lane of choice, and that he's going to attack down there and try and change the pace of it.
As it is, though, we've entered into pick and ban for game number 1. It's Invictus Gaming on blue with Dan Gaming on red. Rusty, thank you so much for your analysis. He'll be joining us afterwards to break down this game, but we are ripping through picks and bans. Looks like we're seeing both Galio and Zach make it through as Taliyah, LeBlanc, Cassidy, triple ban towards Gung, Fiora, Elise, and Syndra. Banned away from Duke, Ning, and Rookie. And, wow, we are just tearing through these. Frosco.
I can't write this fast! Oh my goodness. Okay, first and foremost, it was the priority pick, and it wasn't on Zach, it was on the Galio. So we talked about how this has been used as a flex pick, particularly between top and mid lane. Works a little bit more as a flex pick there for IG when it's Duke as opposed to the Shy. We know he likes more of those hard carry champions. And it still technically is a flex pick, as that Jarvan is having an increased priority in jungle, so it's not automatically slotted into the top lane to automatically give Rookie Galio.
And now this means that we could see a bit of flex coming out from Invictus Gaming. Of course, we know that Lies gets a chance to take his Rumble up top, even with Shen wide open, and Gung will be returning to Jace, putting Lies on, or excuse me, Karin on that Zac in the jungle. Kled is going to follow through for another ban towards Duke, so perhaps they are expecting that Galio to go towards mid lane.
I'm a bit surprised that Lies didn't grab the Shen. Of course, it makes sense a little bit that he doesn't know exactly what his matchup is, feels confident taking Rumble even on 7-12, and it's also kind of his secondary go-to. And it opens up this larger point with Dan Gaming about their champion pools and the fact that they might be a little bit suspect. Yes, they've gotten lucky that a lot of their big 3 picks are still relatively in meta, but as Rumble starts to fall away a little bit, you know, Lies is the Shin Rumble players. He's forced to move on more of the Fioras, the Olafs, even the Jax as it's starting to crop up. Maybe he gets pushed farther and farther.
We'll have to see if Lies will be able to adapt, because right now he's going up against the world champion of Duke. Previously one of the best top laners in the league in the spring split. He's had a bit of a falling off here now in summer, but now he gets to take Camille into that Rumble. So there will be a lot of action up there. As Invictus Gaming, they're rounding out their composition, and they are looking stacked. Braum is the final pickup for Megan, and that is a tanky team.
Yeah, and it does reveal, like you said, the fact that Jarvan is going into that jungle. We've seen Duke's Camille a couple of times, and yes, he is known for his better ability to teleport than the Shy, but he can stand toe-to-toe with pretty much anyone in terms of the 1v1 mechanical outplays. Felt a little bit on the end of spring, but I hope that the short little break where the Shy took over for a series has rejuvenated Duke and he's ready to remind everyone why he's that world champion.
We're going to have to see in this game as our compositions are locked in right quick. Seems like the players are just as excited as we are to load onto the Rift, because they just tore through that.
I can't even get... I'm like riding as fast
so
as
much.
I can.
Okay, so let's break it down. We've got Varus, Tahm Kench for Choo Choo and Cat. This is the big bottom lane we're looking for. They didn't quite get their hands on Caitlyn, but they got something pretty strong as well.
But Choo Choo has already defined himself as kind of the big Varus player in the LPL. I believe he's played more Varus games than any other AD carry. Currently sits at 4. This is now going to be his 5th.
3 going on 4.
Okay, there we go. 4. And he's going to be able to wave clear just fine across from Caitlyn. Yeah, Caitlyn can win the poke pick battle, but the line wave clear, the AoE wave clear, he's got the safety of Tahm Kench. My big concern is actually Cat on Tahm Kench. Not that Kench isn't a great champion, but I don't know if it's a great Cat champion. I like when Cat's able to move forward and be that primary initiator, and it's a bit more difficult with Tahm Kench, who's more about playing that defensive positional role. Yeah, he can put people in position to start fights, but he's really about gobbling up his carries, moving them to safety, and making macro rotations.
Well, he's certainly going to need to do it this game, because there is Jarvan, Camille, Galio. This is the combo that we saw Aimee struggling with during week 1 of the LPL summer split to little success. And entertaining to watch though it may be, the execution is pretty difficult.
For Galio?
For finishing off the
Jarvan
game. Yeah.
comp?
Yeah. So if I remember right, Aimee, they had the Wombo combo, but they didn't have enough supplementary damage. They would line it up and knock people up, but they couldn't finish off any kills.
Oh, okay, I understand what you're saying now. I mean, with the Caitlyn, you alleviate a lot of that, especially because you also have Camille, so you have your 2 big damage threats there. Galio is going to be doing fine into damage, especially in the mid-game. We'll keep track on kind of what build path Rookie goes for. I know Xiaohu is very much a very big, bulky, defensive Galio.
Yeah.
Rookie might mix it up a little bit more, but we tend to see more on that tanky side. But this comp is all about the 5v5 with the added benefit that if Duke gets rolling on Camille, they can easily run a 1-4.
Well, with that flexibility, Dan Gaming are going to have to try to break this open. Again, looking towards the strengths of Dan Gaming, it's Choo Choo and Cat. Goong in the mid lane, relatively self-sufficient on that Jace, not to mention he's against a Galio, so we were concerned that he would have to absorb the pressure of Rookie, the best mid laner in the league. Well, now he's against a champion that doesn't have a lot of kill threat unless he makes a really big mistake.
And it's Rookie clearly defining that he's going to be playing these side lanes, or he's going to be playing these skirmishes, grouping up. Again, highest kill participation of any player in the league right now. And Goong will be able to match his wave clear with the Jace, as well as be a good comfort champion for him. We talked about Goong's kind of limited effective champion pool. Jace slots definitively in there. But if Rookie gets the push priority and starts making his roams out there, Goong has to do something, either pressure the towers or follow down.
We'll definitely have to keep an eye on that, as Rookie has both teleport and the hero's entrance. Goong, only the acceleration gate. He went so far as to take Ignite in lane. And we did just see the good Raptors leash for Ning with some assistance from Rookie, Winds of War, plus the passive slam.
And that's the game changer for me on the Jarvan jungle. You know, before Jarvan would just get absolutely shredded by doing Raptor Camp as a start, but now as we've seen them mix it up with their AD runes, using the passive as well as the E from Jarvan just to pretty much one-tap the Raptors, Jarvan is just moving so much quicker and so much healthier through this jungle.
And that'll put Ning on a quick path to check out what Karin is doing on that Zac, one of the highest priority, if not the highest priority jungler in the league right now. Stretching strikes plus the elastic slingshot provides so much utility in fights, even if his damage is down.
And so much speed through the jungle. I mean, Rusty says it all the time. Zac should be perma-banned or priority picked. We've seen him fall through a couple of drafts in the LPL, which is a big kind of head-scratcher. But anytime we see him take the field, it's usually a very heavy jungler that's able to counter him out. You know, EDG used the likes of Nidalee. Graves also comes to mind. And Ning on the Jarvan can't really do that. He's going to have to match Zac in terms of the ganks or counter ganks and the 5v5, which that's terrifying.
We'll have to see Ning's progress through the jungle to see if he can follow Karin through, because the big thing that we're looking for right now are these solo lanes. Duke versus Lies and Goong versus Rookie. Already we can see Duke building up a slight minion wave push into Lies. Again, patch 7.12, Rumble has been slightly changed around those windows of power.
Exactly, and that's the thing, the windows of power, but his base stats have all been increased. So while he doesn't get to be as on the ball or driving tempo with having his Flame Spitter up all the time, when he does hit you with his other abilities, they hurt more.
Oh, but here comes Ning and Rookie. A ward is going to spot him out, though, as Karin places it nice and defensive. Ning even going so far as to slide over red buff. Not being taken by Karin, and now he's pinging assist, but Goong's catching minions and Lies is pushed under his turret.
Yeah, went for a pretty greedy pathing, but hold on.
Still tries to go in, though. Leaps onto 2. There's the Shock Blast onto Ning. Flash Hammer from Goong. But now it's 2 versus 1 as Rookie tries to tank these hits. Lies is holding on to Duke in the Tribush as Rookie gets low. He slides back in. Stretching Strikes combo. First blood. Rookie goes down. Invictus Gaming are losing the trade, and Duke narrowly allowed to escape with his life, but Karin follows through to scare him back.
And so many teams make this mistake. They look for the early invade on Zac, and yeah, Karin went for a super greedy clear. He did his Krugs first before the red buff. IG thought that they had the upper hand, but you haven't even procced his passive yet. Why would you take that invade?
I have no idea what Invictus Gaming were thinking. They very clearly had a defined plan, but the execution ended up falling through. That crowd control, that utility from Zac we were just talking about, working so strong in that trade. And now that's Dan Gaming, 5 minutes in, a kill on their top laner, a kill on their jungler, and 2 assists on that Jace. He's already got a serrated Dirk.
Now the big thing for me is that Rumble's put in a great position here. Lies did a phenomenal job zoning out Duke, making sure that the Camille couldn't get with that team, but now he has a kill in his own pocket, and Rumble's already kind of a low econ top laner. He's all about his levels and his ultimate power versus his actual build utility, but it gets that much easier across from someone like Camille, who could have kill pressure on him.
Even went so far as to push that top wave into the turret, so getting a better recall, holding on to that teleport, as Duke just now ticks over level 6 and tries to catch up. And the big concern, the big thing that we were scared of, were those solo lanes for Dan Gaming. Well, now they're set up pretty good. Karen's got that kill and assist. He's going to be moving all over the map.
And while we were afraid for the solo lanes, it looks like Lies and Goong are no fear. Like, he immediately flashed over that wall. He's like, Rookie's here, let's go.
Oh boy, Cat taking a really unhealthy trade with West. They do have some assistance from Ning if they were to fight back.
Okay, but we have a minute to catch our breath here. I felt like this, from Champion Select to the beginning of this game, has just been
frenetic.
Gatling gun, da-da-da-da.
But now with this, we do see Ning completing his recall, even dropping down a control ward. It's going to be so important to keep vision of this Zac. Where's he ganking from? Which walls is he going to be coming over? Wow. Is there one Zac or many?
Lots of Zacs.
Is he a collective?
No, but it's very much like the Fiddlesticks, like the Rek'Sai. You know, he never makes it through draft phase. You kind of forget his ganking paths or his gank reach in particular. But Karin still spending a ton of time over this top side of the map. He's so greedy for the Krugs.
Yeah, he is.
And I mean, Zac does it so quickly. So I understand while he'll reach for the Krug camp. But so many junglers just ignore that camp.
The unstable matter, though nerfed in 7.12, still very strong as level 6 completed from both junglers and top laners and mid laners, but not a single teleport to be seen from Invictus Gaming as they invested so much in that early lane. And now, with teleport ready from Lies along with level 6.
And here's the thing, if they get Lies ahead, that means that you gank top, get the Rumble going, and then you use his teleport back down to the bottom lane. So I feel like this is step 1 in a multi-step plan that still ends with Choo Choo and Cat.
So far, they're just being held on to as Lies overheats, clears his wave, and just pushes the wave back. So Duke is actually up in CS when it's all said and done. Temporarily down in stats in this lane, but he should have no problem catching up as junglers retreat, bottom laners go for a recall, even Equalizer on top of the waves. Dan Gaming, they're thinking about something.
But this also indicates that Lies probably isn't going to go bottom, at least not until that Equalizer Equalizer cooldown is back up. So it should be a bit more of a calm game again.
Meanwhile, we saw a recall from Invictus Gaming on the other side of the map, as that's BF Sword and Dagger. Megan decided to go for the Sightstone control ward, and he's now following Ning around. Cat on a solo warding mission. Just gets tagged by the concussive blows, the Winter's Bite.
Bit safer for Cat to do this, because he is on the Tahm Kench versus something squishy like a Zyra.
And just the fighting over vision, but ooh, Goong perhaps predicting the invade from Megan. Not finding it as Cat is just going to creep back in. Ah, support wars. Oh, but Karen's there as well. Holds on to the duration, but decides to let it go. Alrighty, meanwhile, recall also was completed from Choo Choo in the meanwhile. He gets Bilgewater Cutlass and a dagger, so he's going to be just fine in that lane against Caitlyn from now on. Goong still holding out in the mid lane, hasn't recalled since that first time. Has boots and a refillable to his name to just the Ninja Tabby from Rookie.
And we have cleared out a bit of a pathway here. There's 3 control wards on the bottom side of Goong. So if he wants to shove the lane, he does have an immediate path directly bottom. Just needs to watch out for that last control ward right in the inner brush.
There's one just behind the red buff and one in the river just on top of Choo Choo and Cat right now. But seems like they're going to focus on this dragon as Ning invades along with Rookie to find the red buff. But Ocean Dragon's being taken by Dan. Is a buff for a dragon worth?
Well, when it's Ocean at 9 minutes, 100%. Maybe if it was Cloud, you could still argue. I mean, it's going to be one of those intense things, but because we're still in lane phase, this means a lot more because that region's going to start picking up.
King's up top, though. Lies is on his own. Equalizer on top of the minion wave, so this is just going to be a good old-fashioned dive if they go for him. That's the Cataclysm. Lies is outside of his cooldown window, so he has to trade the old-fashioned way. There they go. That's one. Duke leaps in. Ning takes aggro. He's low, but the knock-up. 1, 2, 3 combo. And Lies is buying a lot of time. Is he actually going to path around this? Flash sweep! He's still alive as Rookie holds the wave. Finally, Shock Blast as Karen shows up, but that was from Dragon to top lane.
That is some fancy footwork. Goong gonna flash
again. Yeah, he's trying to make this worth. The hammer goes down. Shield of Durant for a slow. Tag knocks him back. That's one, and Goong gets the solo kill. 3-1 at the 10-minute mark for Dan Gaming.
And that's just unfortunate that Lies doesn't get an assist there. His fancy footwork kept him alive long enough and delayed Invictus Gaming for them to make that massive track. Like you said, from Dragon to top lane, and Goong finally gets the kill.
Yeah, suddenly you're hoping, wow, I wish that was a Cloud Dragon, so they could have gotten there just a little bit faster, but in the end, it is still 3-1. Invictus Gaming invests heavily into the play, and even going so far as to burn Rookie's teleport back into the mid lane. And once again, Dan Gaming, quick and decisive. We're going to take Dragon. They're diving you top. All right, we'll try to defend, just stall. And it ends up working out for them.
We do have a couple of key itemizations coming out, though. So first and foremost, Duke, with that extra kill, now has the Hex Drinker as well as the Fade. So he's very tanky, very safe across from the Rumble, and it means that Lies is in trouble now. He can be much more susceptible to a dive and needs to prioritize having the push advantage and not letting himself get cornered like that again. On the other hand, though, Goong, picking up his own solo kill, has now completed his Ghost Blade. So Jace is going to start hurting, and he's going to be much more mobile, getting down across his control ward's bottom.
He's still got that picket fence of control wards around the mid lane just to keep him penned in.
It's a nice little cage.
Yeah.
Circle.
But we still haven't seen the control ward just on top of Weston Megan in the river been cleared out. We were expecting Karen to prioritize the bottom lane, get Choo Choo and Cat ahead, but it's been quite the opposite. He's been ignoring that side of the map almost completely.
He's also kind of been ignoring top lane as well. It's been Invictus Gaming that are being more proactive and Dan Gaming being reactive to them that have led them to this advantage.
Yeah, Dan Gaming are still getting the better of these trades. Lies trying to push in the minion wave as Choo and Cat make their way up. Still no response from anyone else on IG.
Yeah, so they still want to be able to team up with this Rumble, use the power of the Equalizer. He doesn't have teleport, so they just rotate top after tower fortification and abuse the power anyway.
They bring Ning and Goong just in case anything were to break out, but Duke rather intelligently backs away from a potential 3 to 5-man dive. Goong heads back mid to catch the wave Rookie is prepped in, and as a result, Invictus Gaming are going to try to trade with the bottom tier 1, but that's first brick Dan Gaming, and they've still got the speed of this game up to their own decision.
Yeah, the tempo advantage. In fact, IG haven't touched this tower yet. It will be quite easy to take it down with the 15% added attack speed from Jarvan's flag. But you can see that this is going to be a 2-for-1 trade as Dan Gaming, using the tempo advantage, are also going to eke out Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're focusing down the bottom, or excuse me, top tier 2 and Rift Herald. And that is 1, 2, 3 objectives for 1 in favor of Dan Gaming. Still no recall out of Lies, so it looks like West and Megan are going to try to answer back and make it a 2 for 3.
And I'm curious if Dan Gaming, okay,
There
so
they go.
Going to force mid lane. I was curious if they were maybe going to make the back here, force West and Megan to respond.
Oh, Karen leaps in. The Equalizer goes wide from Lies. Let's Bounce tries to pull him back, but he's able to soak it as Rift Herald breaks it down. So even in a 2 to 3, it becomes a 2 for 4 in favor of Dan Gaming. They are streets ahead right now.
There is a trade in the end, although
and
West...
they're chasing. Goong gets dropped onto West. Good eyes, Frosco. Good eyes. And now they're tagging onto Megan. He gets crowd controlled. Lies follows up from behind, and this is brutal. Dan Gaming. That almost looked scripted. They just went from step A, step 2, or step A, step B, step C.
They're a very macro-heavy team, and this is something that we congratulate them a lot. We saw it when they promoted into the LPL across from Vici Gaming, who were also known as the big macro team, and suddenly it looked like a team was outthinking Vici. It's still interesting to me that Dan Gaming created their initial leads off of reactive, almost no fear plays. Again, Goong, multiple flashes into Rookie, ready to plant his feet, stand up, and fight him. But when you do give them this macro lead, they can show that they know how to execute on it very quickly.
Just like that, 2,500 gold, 3 turrets missing from Invictus Gaming. And Dragon's up in 50 seconds already. We can see Choo with a freshly completed Blade of the Ruined King. Goong working towards his own Black Cleaver, plus Leandries, and Teleport almost ready for Lies.
And what's perfect is the map has really set up for Dan Gaming. The Infernal Dragon's going to be spawning in 30 seconds. The last standing outer tower is the bottom one. So Lies is probably just going to prep this wave, get it shoving top if he can, and then everyone's going to make their rotations bottom. Not only to clean up the wave that Rookie's pressured forward, but more importantly, to set up for that Infernal.
It is the 1-3-1 out of Invictus Gaming right now, with Rookie pushing in bottom, so eventually someone's going to have to answer that. But Lies, he's got that teleport up just about now, along with his Equalizer, so he is prepped and ready. It'll take Duke diving to stop this play from happening, but already, Dan are sitting on top of the Infernal Dragon. They are prepared. Meanwhile, seems like Invictus Gaming have given up for lost. They've sent West and Megan up top.
I mean, they don't really have the itemization right now to look for the Infernal Drake, and if they lose here, it could be devastating to how the rest of the game plays out.
That's the dive. Hextech Ultimatum. Here comes Megan and West. Once again, Lies, can you do it 2 times in a row? Turns out not quite. Not able to stall too much time. And the pings mid lane. The rest of Dan swap over. Choo catches bottom, and then decide to swap back around. Okay, so Dan Gaming, just looking for those intelligent objectives.
What's interesting is it's actually very rare that they'd even be organized like that, to have Lies up into the top lane. I mean, naturally he's top right now because he's the only teleport user on his team, but most of the compositions that we've seen out of the LPL have had double teleport users or someone who's heavy mobility. So I feel like Lies is kind of almost left out to dry here, and that normally Goong's a Talia, and Talia would be here and be able to rock away with the wall, and he would be bottom at this point in the game.
So this is the trade that we're seeing right now. Invictus Gaming follow through on their presence and take that top tier 1, even going so far as to press forward onto that top tier 2. Ning is up there as well, and suddenly Invictus Gaming have preempted Dan's push bottom and now might be trying to pull them apart.
And it's Goong who's really out of position here. Lies, he can't step up. They would just dive him again. He needs some sort of support. But again, the pushing power of Jarvan, how quickly he augments everything for his team, they just blow through it.
Oh, and they don't even get the bottom tier 1.
This is a byproduct of the fact that Dan Gaming didn't prep their waves before doing the Infernal. Again, if this composition had double teleport, it would have been Goong that was top lane with his teleport, or maybe something like a Talia, and Lies would have had prep over the bottom wave, so they wouldn't be in the situation where they couldn't equally trade tower for tower and give IG a big swing back. So, Goong, looking at you, that was all you.
At the very least, it seems like Dan Gaming, or at least Invictus Gaming, have recognized Dan's decisiveness and movements around the map in order to finally preempt them and get themselves back into this with a favorable trade. It's now 4 turrets to 3, though bottom is very low. Rookie's heading down there with a completed Deadman's and Spirit Visage. It's going to be pretty tough to break that turret as long as Rookie is standing under it.
And it's also the rest of IG. They're now confident enough that they will look for these 5v5s. Camille has the completed Trinity Force. Jarvan will work perfectly with that, especially now that Galio has his first completed major armor item.
And that power spike that Dan Gaming had has now slipped through their fingers. There's Goong up top as Lies tries to hold on bottom. But luckily there's no big objectives for the next few minutes outside of the mid-tier 1 of Dan Gaming and the bottom tier 1 of Invictus Gaming. So we see some preparations and defenses set over there. Goong's actually pushing pretty far up top and pulling Duke's attention.
It's because they have so much vision on the bottom side that they saw that Invictus Gaming were all down there. So even though there's no wards technically shadowed underneath Goong to protect him from being that far forward, he saw that everyone was cross-map from him anyway.
Pulls Duke to that side of the lane. Now fight over red buff. Choo-Choo steps over, but West and Megan are already there. Karen looks for a fight. Let's Bounce carries him away from the carry, and Choo-Choo is left out to dry. Saved at the last second by Cat. He's knocked up. Spat back. Already used both summoner spells and gets out with his life as Karen leaps in. The rest of Dan Gaming collapse and turn this pick into a success. Rookie drops as that's another kill for Goong, and again, Dan Gaming with the miracle fight following through. Cat and Goong lies onto Ning. Not quite the ace, but it damn well might be, because this is 9-2 Dan Gaming.
And the only comfort for IG here is the fact that Baron is still 49 seconds out, because you know Dan Gaming would have raced straight for it. That said, their mid tower will fall. You can't get a better engagement than this on the Varus. Rookie and Ning land right on Choo-Choo. Burns the flash, is then gobbled up and repositioned by Cat, and everything has now been blown from IG. All of their massive cooldowns. A perfect equalizer from Lies right across IG's face as they lock down Rookie, and then Cat's like, it's not done, everyone all aboard.
Choo-Choo doing a great job as the team's tank, soaking so much of that engage and damage. Even on the backside, after he'd been spat out by Tom Kench, he was being chased by Duke, who teleported in and was looking for the ultimatum. But tragically, that led to a very fragmented fight from IG.
The classic support tank Varus.
Yes, as is standard here in the LPL. It's not actually standard. But Dan Gaming, I mean, they were just going to skirmish over red buff, and then as one, they were like, oh, this is a fight? Let's fight! This is awesome!
But that's where their composition needs to work. Again, the versatility of IG's comp is that, yeah, they can look for these 5v5s, but Camille can also rule the side lane. And unfortunately, IG are kind of running straight into the only thing that Dan Gaming do well, which is the 5v5, especially around that equalizer at the level 11. Lies now level 12, but right into level 2 ultimate.
Yeah. That is a lot of penetration. Zanya's even completed on Lies. Knight's Vow finished on Karen. Black Cleaver's done on Goong. There are some big spikes.
And now it's the Baron dance. You see Invictus Gaming cautionary ping along it as Duke is trying to prep a bottom wave.
And oh man, Dan Gaming, no hesitation. It's been alive for a minute and they are burning through its health. Here comes Invictus Gaming. Rookie is ready with the hero's entrance. Karen leaps into the back. Equalizer carries him the distance. West and Megan are the targets of Dan's choosing, and they are torn apart. Rookie returns to the minions as Duke groups up with him, but Dan Gaming are just pulling IG into shreds.
And there's no waffling around. Like you said, it's 21 minutes in. They immediately turn onto the Baron. They see that someone approaches. There's no, are we staying on the Baron? Are we fighting them? Everyone moves as a unit.
Yeah, Ning tries to go for the save, but finds only death instead as Cat gobbles him up and carries him into the pit with the rest of his team. How did they catch up to him? He was in mid lane. Rookie with the Deadmans is a very fast statue. And Dan Gaming will turn now towards the Ocean Dragon instead. No hesitation. This team is so swift.
You know, I had some questions about Cat on Tomkinch in particular. I wanted to see him more on a heavy engage-oriented champion as opposed to something defensive, but he's been using his ultimate so aggressively, and that's how they caught Rookie there. Zero hesitation. I see Rookie all aboard.
The Abyssal Voyage, get him in there. And now 22 minutes in with Baron. Dan Gaming are up 6,000 gold over Invictus Gaming. Such a swift performance from them, and it is absolutely thrilling to see them continue to see success here. It seemed like IG had an answer. Oh, you're going to try to go bottom. They read the play in advance. They saw what was happening. They responded appropriately by taking a positive tower trade. But Dan Gaming just, it wasn't that one plan. They had another playbook. They had another page ready that they just flipped to and dived onto the red buff.
And that's something that we don't expect to see from a newly promoted LSPL squad. It's just their confidence and their decision-making across the map. The fact that Dan Gaming lost the teleport on Wise, but they still wanted to play around the Rumble power spike, so they just unlocked their bot lane and get an advantageous back time against IG, run it top, take 2 towers, grab a Riftchild, grab a Dragon, and suddenly mid tower's down, and IG are just like, what happened?
How does this happen? Trap line is set up. Choo-Choo casually makes his way through before pushing onto the tier 2, and IG can't defend. They hold on to it. Duke is trying to go top. Rookie is looking for a pick with him, but he's spotted out on a blue trinket that he's recalling on top of.
And everyone's really out of position, so Rookie's trying to reset to help save his inhib tower because Dan Gaming, there are no brakes on this train.
Oh no. It is rocketing downhill at a faster and faster speed as Gung and Choo-Choo are going to do some big damage to the turrets. Even Karen prepping a side wave with a cannon minion to start working on the next inhibitor turret. Lies still holding Duke's attention, so it is effectively a 4 versus 4. But Dan Gaming are probably pretty happy with that, with teleport available for both of those side lanes.
They are being very cautious, though, waiting for their creep waves as Lies is trying to prep everything top lane. In fact, I would actually just jump in Abyssal Voyage and grab hold of... Yep, there we go.
Yeah, it's interesting. But now they're collapsing onto Duke. He is very mobile, though. Choo-Choo fires the 2 chains.
Where are you going to go?
Misses. He's almost got the hook shot. Just pops over the wall. That's a fatal chase. Karen's actually still following through. I'm not sure that it's such a great idea at this point, as Duke is actually able to buy a lot of time. Dan look for it. They don't find it. And now they back away.
And this is one of the byproducts of while Dan Gaming are incredibly decisive, it can be punishing if they're decisive in the wrong way.
Yeah.
So naturally chasing the Camille, not great, especially when you're just wasting a lot of your Baron timer to siege up into those towers. That said, still very early in the game. They've got an Infernal.
Yeah, coming up rather soon. Double Ocean and Infernal up next. Baron still going to be up for about 3, 2, 1. There it goes. And now they are ready to reset the map. They've cleared out all the tier 2s. They're back onto the inhibitors. Invictus Gaming, hardly safe in their own jungle, catching the blue buff on respawn is Karen and Cat.
But best case scenario is that IG were able to survive or hold on to majority of their base during that Baron duration, because they're just going to scale even harder and harder into late game. And that's really their only win condition at this point.
Megan actually devoured, going to be pulled in, flashes to avoid it. They're still investing a lot. Karen actually carries Megan over the wall. That's going to be the Glacial Fissure as they invest so much for the support, but still find a kill. Duke, again, ready to flank. Lies cancels his teleport to catch the minion wave. And that was for the support warding. Dan Gaming grouped up as 4, almost 5.
But there's no reason not to use your cooldowns at this point, just because there's no Baron up, there's no Infernal up. You have a bunch of space where the cooldowns will come back. So use them or throw everything that you have and the kitchen sink to pick up those free kills, like Megan warding by himself.
Trouble is, there's still a Galio and a Caitlyn clearing out minion wave after minion wave. And while they're crashing from 2 lanes, it's still not that tough for them to clear it out, though we're starting to see Choo-Choo get some harassing, get some poke in. Suddenly that double ocean is looking pretty effective.
Yeah, and it's about the poke, not so much on the tower themselves, but on Invictus Gaming's members. As Duke was very fortunate that didn't connect.
Yeah, the stretching strikes goes wide. Choo-Choo shows up once again, but the wave already cleared out. So while they've got Invictus Gaming pressed up into their base, West and the rest of IG are able to hold on for now, but Baron's up in 2 minutes, and Infernal Dragon 70 seconds.
I think IG need to commit Duke to a side lane. I think it's wrong to look for a flank here, although they're trying to pull Ning with them. You obviously have enough wave clear between West's Caitlyn and Rookie's Galio that Dan Gaming aren't going to siege into the base, and they're not confident enough to look for the dives. They had burned a lot of their big cooldowns, again, all of those ultimates killing Megan. That Duke should really be pressuring these waves.
Ooh, they're trying to dive Cat right now. That's 1, 2, 3 ultimates. He shields up, and Megan follows through. Flash over the wall, but followed by Duke. Another shield to keep him standing. And Invictus Gaming taking a page out of Dan's book. Pick off Cat. Now, he's going to be dead before the Infernal Dragon is up, but Baron will be up.
But here's my thing. I say that I want Duke into a side lane. I don't want them looking for the picks. They grabbed the pick, and yes, it's successful, but they burned key ultimates, Cataclysm, Camille ult, as well as the Hero's Entrance, 20 seconds before the Infernal Drake. So now, as the Infernal Drake happens, Dan Gaming have this massive window where they just immediately pull the trigger on it and burn it down, knowing that IG can't fight them. And that's my problem with IG's decision-making there.
They were able to get themselves a little bit more on the board, 3-13. As Dan Gaming now making their way to Infernal Dragon. Cat just now respawns with a fresh stack of wards and some additional shields as he finishes off his face of the mountain. Not going to be caught once again. However, this immediate rush for the Infernal Dragon, rather predictable. Invictus Gaming used that window to start dropping some wards around that Baron, which is up in 15 seconds.
Their ultimates will be back up by then, so they can at least fight for that, but now they're fighting double Ocean, double Infernal, so if Dan Gaming can keep them dancing around this objective, IG will just get shredded and pushed out, and it's so easy to do on a Jace Varus comp.
That's Abyssal Voyage. They're looking for West and Megan once again. Elastic Slingshot forces the flash. Stretching Strikes is ready, but that's the Glacial Fissure to separate Karin. He can't find pathing through the minions, but that's Flash and Glacial Fissure missing.
IG just need to let their wards do the work for them. Disengage, absorb Dan Gaming's time, try to create more space and more time for Duke in that side lane. They've got Scuttle Crab, but Dan Gaming, they're not afraid.
No hesitation, straight into the pit. Teleport started by Duke. Karin starts charging up the Stretching Strikes. He leaps in once again, but West is far enough away. Rookie looks like he's the one split from the team, and while fragmented, they're looking for an engage. Goong is the target. He's exhausted, sweeps in. They've managed to tag on the Choo Choo. He's crowd controlled so much, they're diving onto him. Finally, Duke goes down in the back, but Choo Choo's still alive. Knocked up, flashes the back. Rookie does not have enough follow through. West firing shot after shot, but cannot make it through the tanks. The arrow penetrates through Invictus Gaming, shot through the heart, but it's too late. Dan Gaming are looking for the Baron.
And unfortunately, Caitlyn just isn't strong enough at this point in the game, and Duke sacrificed himself trying to trade 1-for-1 for Goong, and Goong outplayed him on the back end. This is now Dan Gaming destroying IG and getting a free Baron.
Yeah. The only person dead is Lies. He's ready to catch that massive minion wave up top. Actually, Dan Gaming are going to use this opportunity to reset and catch the minion wave instead, but still, it is 17 kills to 4 in favor of Dan Gaming. 11,000 gold lead. Welcome to the LPL, Dan Gaming.
And again,
make yourselves comfortable.
It's their decisiveness that is so enjoyable to watch and gives them this team fight. It's no question, are we staying on the Baron? Are you just zoning away? Karin is going in. Everyone is following him. Now, Goong will try to be assassinated in the backline by Duke. He jumps on him. He's got nothing left. Duke just turns and kills him. And look at West. It doesn't matter how many shots he's getting into these team fights because he's just not strong enough. Rookie can get these massive 3-4-man taunts all he wants, but Caitlyn doesn't have the damage output right now.
3 items finished against 3.5 for Choo Choo. Finally, he gets a
just
last
got
whisper.
his penetration.
Wow, 31 minutes in, but now he's got to do it against Baroned up minions in 2 lanes, plus Karin firing this slingshot over the distance. With double Ocean, this siege is going to be quite the pest from Dan Gaming.
And they just need to be patient. They did stall it a little bit, although it was very early.
Oh, the immediate dive from Karin. He flashes in, pulls them together on top of the equalizer, and West did not stand a chance. That's a huge damage source missing as Karin continues to follow through. Duke gets pushed back. Karin carries both Megan and Rookie into 5 members of Dan Gaming with a Let's Bounce. And I feel like that's both literal and figurative in this game because they are trying to get their way off the rift so fast.
Again, no hesitation. Dan Gaming, I'm ready to set out your placement. put your plate down, serve you up. You're sitting at the big kids table with EDG and WE.
Yeah, they're rushing onto the Nexus. Duke now going to be pulled together with Ning as the first Nexus turret about to crumble. They don't even care about finishing the turrets. Finally, they turn it around and drop the building. Dan Gaming, 22 kills to 4, 32 minutes in, take game number 1 over IG.
And it just looked too easy. Again, from pretty much early game, Dan Gaming had a very clear-cut composition. You want your Rumble to teleport, you want to get them involved with the bottom lane. They're forced to use a teleport at a time that they didn't want to, so instead of just waiting for the TP cooldown to come back up to team up with Lies, they just send Choo Choo and Cat up top and team up with him. Grab 3 towers and a Rift Herald.
That's Dan Gaming setting the pace of the game from nearly minute 3 once we saw IG try to take a fight unsuccessfully in the jungle. But now, teleporting in to help our push on this analyst desk is Rusty.
I mean, 3 minutes is definitely a good place to start with this one, Dom, but at the same time, you can actually cast your mind back towards the draft phase, where Invictus Gaming put themselves together with a composition that is super tanky and super reliant on the Caitlyn being all of their damage, but they also gave over a Zac. They also very much acknowledge who they're going to be playing against, and so you can't kill the Zac, you can't kill the Tahm Kench. Who's the Caitlyn going to be hitting is the ultimate problem in a draft like this. When you've got tanks in front of you, you have to have the tanks snowball, and that's where the 3 minutes comes into play here, because the Zac gets going first, which means Caitlyn literally irrelevant from the moment that the Zac gets that first blood.
Yeah, you could see West was trying so hard in those mid and late game fights, but like you said, the tanks were massive from Dan Gaming, and at first, I have to admit, I was concerned. They let both Galio and Zac go through, and in that sort of scenario, you know you're only going to get one of them because, of course, with the priority for those two in the meta, they're going to be picked, but they played with it excellently.
And that's the issue with Invictus Gaming and where their power is weighted throughout their roster. They prioritize the Galio. They know it can go in Rookie's hands. He's their superstar. And they didn't prioritize the Zac because that goes into Ning's hands, and he's second fiddle to Rookie. And Karen punished them.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, when the Zac gets going, Karen is a Zac player. I don't actually think this is the first time that he's played it either.
Yeah.
Other teams have disrespected Dan Gaming, have given them the Zac, and he has beaten them over the head with it now twice. So maybe it's something that they actually start banning away, even on blue side if you have to, because Dan Gaming didn't ban it on red side, when usually that's the side of the map where you will remove the champion. So it is a bit curious that it gets let through at all, and then even more curious that it doesn't get first picked and let through again.
Yeah, so Invictus Gaming, they've certainly got something to learn, but to return to what you just mentioned, Frosco, speaking towards the weight of priority on these teams, Rookie is the superstar, Ning is second fiddle. They prioritized Rookie first pick on Galio. I mean, he's got crowd control, and he's nice and tanky, but you don't want to put Rookie on something that's never going to die. You want to put him on something that kills people.
And see, it made sense when they used that strategy when they had someone like the Shy on their roster. I agree with it, the Fiora, the Riven main, just because he's going to go hard, and then Rookie just tags onto the back of it. But I don't agree with it when you have Duke. I think that you give your power back to Rookie, you allow him to 1v1 or just start roaming around, and you give the priority to Ning on the Zac. Like, move away from Galio.
I mean, to be fair, he still roamed around and got all priority as the Galio, right? And Duke was 3-0, I believe, at one stage in this game. So he was going to be a big carry in the top lane. I think the problem doesn't so much lie with what Duke was doing or what Rookie was trying to do to get Duke going. It's just that there was literally nothing that Camille could do because he was outdrafted in the first place. Like, a lot of this comes back to he has to 1v1 someone. He's Camille, but he's got a fed Jace now that he has to deal with, who will stand and deliver when she ults, and actually beats him in the 1v1. Very simple. Even during a fight where Rookie's hitting 5-man taunts, there's nothing Camille's able to do because the composition he is against just destroys his very being. No one else does damage, so you kill the one person who does.
I do want to say, though, like, I agree with all of that, but there were points where Duke could have gone out to the sidelines when he saw where Goong was. Goong was on the opposite side of the map, and Duke chose instead to look for the picks with Rookie. Like, you still saw them trying to team up, like that pick on the Tahm Kench, where Duke should have been in that sideline. That was like an individual call error that IG made continuously.
To be fair, though, the Tahm Kench was going to him the second he'd split push, and there'd be 3 there. So I just don't know if there was a solution for IG in this game.
Yeah. We'll have to find out again in game number 2, but MVP for game 1 goes to Karen. 2-0 and 17, 86% kill participation. Again, this was a swift and brutal victory for Dan Gaming.
And this is the one big fight that kind of separated the teams in this one, you know, slight advantages early. And a lot of this is Choo-Choo accidentally being the best bait of all time. Flashing, attacking red buffs, getting a bit of health back, like these small things that he definitely didn't intend to do. And the fact that IG were focusing the Varus, you know, there is a big Rumble with an Equalizer teleporting in. There's a Jace that is super fed, who's just going to waltz in and take you all apart. And a lot of this, to me, is actually just that, you know, IG, they find an opportunity. It was a good opportunity. Any team would take that exact moment as their chance to engage, but they needed to really think further ahead about it, not just say, oh, look, this opportunity is presenting itself, let's take it. It's who are we killing and why are we killing them? Not just the Varus is the closest to us, let's take the pick and run, because they overcommitted after that anyway.
Yeah, well, IG, I mean, they've got a few minutes now to reset themselves and come back. We know that they're a very capable team, huge players on them, but now they've got to break down Dan in game number 2. We're going to see if they can after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Put your best shoes on to see what it's all about. Put you never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. We're traveling double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
Seven-seater jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can turn disaster on me, all through the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Dan Gaming and Invictus Gaming. And we talked a little bit about before this in game number 1. We looked at this as sort of a coin flip. It can go either way. Well, that was the most decisive coin flip I have ever seen. That is a heavily weighted coin. Are coins even like weighted towards one side? Is that possible? Because it looked like IG
Dom,
were just.
That's a very vague way to use the analogy in
Sure.
the incorrect manner, where it's a coin flip as to who wins, not how they win in the
Okay.
first place. You come into game number 2, I still think it's a coin flip,
All
but
right.
I would say that based off game number 1, that kind of played out how I expected it. Before we even actually started, I said Ning's going to potentially look to invade the jungle and use his winning lanes. That happened, but they got counter-ganked better, and suddenly the one strategy IG had gave an advantage to Dan, and then it was just a snowball.
Yeah, so that did end up backfiring for them. Do you think they go back to that again and just try to clean up the execution?
I mean, they definitely can try. I actually agree with what you said, though. As much as Galio is nice for rookie, is a good champion, I'd prefer he be the Syndra or the likes. Of course, Syndra was banned, but there are many other champions in rookie's champion pool, and he's most likely about to be on red side to show them off. Let him
Red side
carry.
rookie, yeah. Very well could be a possibility that we see that. Frosco, Dan Gaming or IG?
Well, I tipped IG, but after watching game number 1 and just how atrocious that drafting was, I would say that Dan Gaming have it. They've just been consistently better, and IG are never consistent.
Okay.
So even if they have a higher ceiling because, Duke and Rookie can be those superstars, they'll maybe hit that 20% of the time, whereas Dan will hit their lower ceiling 90%
And
of the time.
you know, easy way to fix this as well. The combo that they were going for, I like the combo. We've actually seen Aimee win with the combo, having Camille and Galio work in unison, but just change out the Galio for an Orianna. And then suddenly your combo does damage and it isn't just a tank. And then Rookie's also playing Orianna, which conveniently is very good and might likely win you more games. Like, I do think that there are still ways to execute on this idea that IG had and just do it a little bit better.
Well, hopefully they stick to it because we've seen a couple of teams actually fall apart in their game number 2s against Dan Gaming. I mean, even throwing back to week number 1, day number 1, when Dan took on EDG. EDG was winning for the first, 20, 30 some odd minutes in game number 1, and then it seems like they were defeated by themselves in game number 2. This decisive style, what's it like coming into game 2 and playing against that? Or game 2 and knowing that you have to play against this sort of swift decision making from Dan Gaming? Is it possible to recover?
I mean, yes. Invictus Gaming are like a really historic organization.
Sure.
They've got a lot of veterans, so game 1's not going to shake them and tilt them off the face of the planet. And also how Dan Gaming won, it's easy for IG to go back to the drawing board and be like, okay, that invade level, 2, probably a bad idea. They just take Baron at 20 minutes, make sure that you always have it warded, we can catch them out, don't give away Zac. Like, it's very easy to be like, step 1, 2, and 3, let's go again.
And because they very rarely change steps, once people actually work them out, they will be a lot easier to play against. You'd have to imagine, but from what we have seen of Dan, whilst they are predictable in some areas, their progression and their spontaneity in other areas is also very good, and they're able to shake things up quite easily.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw IG in that game number 1 reacting to a very predictable play bottom in which they were pushing for the bottom tier 1. IG swapped a couple of people atop. Dove Lies took 2 turrets for the trade of 1. So IG, it seems like they have a basic idea of how to get into this. You already mentioned the invading the jungle, putting Karen in the bin, but now they just need to actually do it.
Just give themselves the proper teeth. I agree with Rusty that I think an Orianna would make night and day difference there. I want to see Rusty. I want to see Rookie.
I want to say me too.
I want to see Rookie get a champion that he can carry on and move away from the Galio.
You can compare me to Rookie any day, Frosco.
I thought you'd like that.
Ah, yes. Here on the caster desk, we like to have fun. And now we'll have to see if Dan Gaming on blue side for this game number 2. They actually have side selection, so we don't know if they're going to go for blue or red. Historically, they have favored red side, taking it in their win against Aimee, and even before that in their win against Snake. But Dan Gaming, they've also never gone to game 3.
Yep.
So are we done here, or just wrap it up?
Absolutely not. It's Invictus Gaming, so if any team's going to suddenly show up in game number 2, take into a third, it'd be these guys.
Alrighty. Oh, man.
You seem to have this obsession with the blue side, red side statistics.
Yeah.
But it's about understanding what the differences are between the sides and not just that one gives you
I think
a higher win rate.
blue side has a competitive win rate that is quite high at the moment compared to red as well, just across all regions.
Also
so,
in solo queue.
yeah, it's definitely a thing. Like, the blue side is a higher win rate, but at the same time, we say red side Rookie for a reason. Draft does actually still provide some pretty severe advantages for certain teams on the red side. It's all about how many champions can you play, what are the amount of good champions that you can play, and how does that all compound? Because sometimes, Dan, they just don't ban OP champions.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see if they do in this game as we've entered into picks and bans. Looks like Dan Gaming have actually selected blue side, which puts Rookie on that red side. Syndra and Elise once again banned away. Invictus Gaming, they go straight for the OP. Not only because it's strong, but also because Karen is strong with it. Zac off of the board. Now they're going to follow through with their next one as well.
You would assume that it would be Galio and then Thresh, unless Dan Gaming decide to ban Thresh from blue side. But with Cat on your roster, I would assume that it could be just as strong a priority pick as anything else.
A lot of flexibility for this next one. It's going to be a Fiora ban targeted towards Duke. So once again, 1, 2, 3, Ning, Rookie, and Duke. Whereas Invictus Gaming, seems like they're just hedging their bets right now, banning out the strong meta picks.
Well, Thresh and Jarvan are the two big picks in my mind that are left open. We've already seen that Ning will look towards it, but now it's curious if Lies and Karen will do the same. Karen has been a big proponent of the Graves jungle in particular.
Ooh, this is interesting. With the LeBlanc ban away, that means we didn't get Talia, LeBlanc, and Kassadin from game number 1 of IG. Only the LeBlanc. With Talia open, Dan Gaming still prioritized Shen for Lies up top.
And we had this conversation about Dan Gaming that it doesn't really matter who they face because their draft is more so about empowering themselves as opposed to denying things or taking things away, particularly in picks, from their opponents. And a lot of that's because they do have those smaller, effective champion pools, and also that they don't really care who they're facing. They don't seem to be afraid of anyone. We kind of set this big narrative, you know, Goong going in the ring with Rookie. Is he going to be nervous? Can he hang on? And Goong's like, I'm actually just going to flash twice into him and kill him.
Yeah, didn't really seem to be affected at all. As Gragas is now the follow-up from Ning, some big disengage plus that Jax, and a huge priority bottom, Caitlyn and Thresh for Choo and Cat. Now, this is the first time in the summer split that Choo will be taking Caitlyn, but he got a pentakill on the champion, the first of the entire spring split in the promotion tournament to seed into the LPL.
And this is already shaping up to be a Protect the Choo composition, something very similar that we saw in that promotion tournament. We already know that he can go off, so IG, what do you have to slow him down? Tahm Kench will certainly be a start.
This does mean, though, that Karen and Goong get left out to dry. They are the next two picks for Dan Gaming, and Invictus Gaming now get 2 bans to throw at it. No surprise. I wouldn't be surprised if we were to see Talia and Kassadin just follow through on the big 3 for that mid laner.
But there's a lot of priority junglers left as well, so... Okay,
Ooh,
so it is going to be Goong.
Party. Okay. But like you said, lots of junglers still open that Karen can try to pull through.
Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, just to name a few. Jarvan's actually fallen through this draft. That's the first time in a very long time in the LPL.
Karen also a huge Graves player. Currently 50-50 on win rate with that Graves.
Do you think you take away Jhin next or you take away the Ashe?
Ashe.
I mean, Ashe historically has a better 1v1 lane across from Caitlyn, can survive it a lot more. It's already going to be tough because you've got 2 range versus 1 melee support in Kench.
I think that you let the Jhin go through because Jhin doesn't have anywhere near as much wave clear. If you're setting up a siege with Caitlyn and the rest of the team. And yep, there's the Talia. No surprise.
Goong still has his Jace he can go back to, however.
Not
JK.
anymore. Yeah, interesting. Throwing us both for a loop.
Don't play with my heart, Rookie.
Oh, wouldn't that be amazing?
He
if
saw
just
the show match and he was like, man.
hold my beer and watch this. All right, Jhin goes through. So Dan Gaming still gets to play against that champion in the bottom lane. And now IG. They get to show Goong and Karen. And Goong will get the opportunity to pick up his Kassadin once again. Last time he played it, it was in a victory 3-2-12 against game 1 of Snake.
It would be a safe pickup. Now, Cassiopeia is still available. Likewise, Rookie can go for something a bit more flashy with a Zed, possibly.
Oh, yeah.
But
is there enough magic damage?
On Dan Gaming's
for
side?
IG, for him to take Zed?
Oh. I mean, not really.
Okay.
But I don't think that would stop him. That would be, because that's one of the things that waits. You know, if I take Zed here, yes, they can just itemize all of this armor against us, slow down our composition.
Ooh, Kha'Zix is the final pickup for Karen. Not going to the Graves, not going to the Lee Sin. Going back towards that assassin.
What's it going to be, rookie?
Red side rookie. Final pick. Last of this pick and ban.
So he goes for the Cassiopeia, trying to match the Cassidy in the lane, force him out. Now, my only concern is that, yes, Cass can be that crazy, you know, we saw Cool go off on her. She can single-handedly carry a game, but a lot of her power comes from her protection of the back line. And he will be standing next to West. West can go off late game on the Jhin, but he's not necessarily the AD carry to do so. You know, it's not like Rookie standing next to the likes of an Uzi or a Mystic or a Jhin Zhao.
And it looks like they've rounded out their composition rather well. Not only is that Cassiopeia next to a Jhin, there's a Gragas in front with barrels for disengage, Tahm Kench to devour and save allies, while Duke will happily be split pushing into Oblivion.
There's also a lot of Baron threat, especially if Duke does get going on that Jax. The ability to burn it down between Jax and Cassie, and then the front line between Gragas and Kench. You can do that Baron 3-man pretty easily.
It'll be up to Dan Gaming to prevent that from happening. They're putting their eggs back into the Caitlyn basket, as Goong also gets a chance to take his Kassadin. So still high mobility team composition from Dan Gaming. They've got Shen for Lies. They've got Kassadin taking teleport for Goong.
Now, normally I would still say that this is a composition that's built around the AD carry, just because it's a pretty LPL thing to do, to put your mid laner on something super self-sufficient, like an Ahri, like a Zed, like a Kassadin, so that way all of the resources can be burned in protecting the AD carry, who's Caitlyn in this instance, because you don't need to help the Kassadin. He's going to be fine on his own. He can reposition with Riftwalk. But because it offers a bit more options, a bit more versatility in that, yes, we can throw everything to Choo Choo, Goong can take care of himself, or if we're super far ahead, Goong can be brave, look for that engagement on the backline with the Shin TP.
Not to mention the flanking of Karen on that Kha'Zix. If he's able to find a way onto that Jhin, or even the Cassiopeia, that could be a great way to pull attention while Caitlyn's firing shots across the bow. But now it's Dan Gaming coming into game number 2. Once again, they have not gone to game 3 yet in the LPL. 2-0 in both their wins and their single loss to WE. And IG, they are prepped and ready to try to run the gambit.
And they have to do so across from so many comfort picks of Dan Gaming. Goong on his Kassadin, Choo Choo gets the Caitlyn that he promoted himself with. Thresh for Cat doesn't get any better than this.
The gauntlet has been thrown. Dan Gaming, newcomers to the LPL, third place seed in the LSPL, and now they are making Suning Gaming look bad, as they are 2-2 and Dan Gaming are 3-1 and poised to end up 4-1. If they win this, then at the end of the day, they will be tied with either WE or EDG for first place at the end of intra-group play.
And that's the thing, you know, ignoring the scoreboard, Dan Gaming already tied for first with WE and EDG, but we put them firmly kind of middle of the pack. A definitive victory here gives me finally the confidence to say, okay, Dan Gaming are an elite team in Group A. And cross-conference will then only show if they're an elite team in the global LPL scheme.
Yes. Of course, Group B is a little bit more chaotic over there, as Cat now firing some shots against Megan. You can see leashless start from both sides, as Rookie now pushing onto Goong, and Choo Choo trying to take control of this lane. That was a big crit on the Choo Choo. But they do get minion wave control for the time being, as it's Dorian Shield versus Longsword start.
Take a look at the Keystone Masteries. Nothing really popping out to me.
So, do you think Goong is going to go back to that arena that we were talking about in game number 1 against Rookie? Will he just try to soak this Cassiopeia? Because he is on Kassadin with teleport.
I mean, at least for the initial levels, again, the thing about the Doran's shield meta is that it allowed Kassadin to just sit in lane and pretty much be an immovable object. We've seen Cassiopeia turn to as kind of the answer to Kassadin, at least trying to force him out of the lane.
However, there is a gank from Karin. Makes his way behind Rookie, but he just landed the Noxious Blast and ghosted to safety.
Oh, hold on.
They
He's
still
running his
leap
cat.
in. Cat is following through. That's
He's
Flash.
got Flash.
Megan's there. Cat goes in, though.
Oh!
Lines up the hook, but Megan with the save.
That is so risky from Rookie. So here's the thing. Yeah, Cassiopeia can bully around Cassidy, chase him around the ring, but to do so, she's usually going to be overextended, guarding the creep wave. It leaves her exposed for those ganks, and that's now Ghost and Flash down for Rookie. He suddenly needs to readjust his aggression because Karin can just make another drive-by.
Not even with red buff did he make that gank. So aggressive, the coordination from Cat to race up from the bottom lane and then flash in. He had no backup. There was no way Karin could make it without flashing.
But he knew that there wasn't going to be anyone that could stop him, and if he connects that hook, he can probably kill Cassiopeia by himself with his damage. So I completely understand why Cat took that flash.
Oof, that is close. But now that means that the map has opened up a whole lot more.
Yeah, it's a big deal because now Rookie can't be as aggressive without the safety of vision. So we're going to keep our eyes on Ning because this could start to spill over into his jungle as he's forced to be Rookie's bodyguard if he wants to continue to step forward and attack Goong.
Karin actually finishing off a full clear. He's turning to Krugs right now at very low health. Ning did not do Krugs, so he gets a recall at full health. It's a temporary window for these lanes to play it safe. Goong uses that time to recall, pick up a Dark Seal and a refillable against that Cassiopeia, while Duke just continues trading with Lies as, ooh, he's taking a big hit here. 250 on both of those champions with Flash as well.
Yeah, he got a bit too close to the cannon creep and absorbed a lot of that. As Ning.
Oh, he's on the way. Lies. Are you feeling lucky?
Is Ning feeling lucky? It is still incredibly dangerous to dive Shin, especially when he has Taunt and Flash up.
Instead, he holds on, completes the recall. Karin actually shows up top and goes for the teleport. So taking the safe out instead. Karin now heads top, immediately sees that Duke is backing away. So instead will invade into the jungle. Actually, is he going to tag him?
He got him.
He got him! Drops it down. That's a good silence. Or, excuse me, the counter-strike dodge. And Flash traded for Flash.
Not even Karin expected him to be there, though. He actually had that stutter step. He's like, oh my god, he's in that bush.
Wait a second. That was maximum range on the animation. Okay, so Lies now feeling okay about using that teleport up top as he's allowed to catch it back. And immediately Duke teleports right back in at full health. So all that threat suddenly gets reset up top.
And you do see the ping going down on Karin in the jungle, so Duke knows that by teleporting far away without his flash, that he does need to be cognizant that Kha'Zix is underneath him.
Still spotted out by the ward placed by Ning on his earlier invade, and we do see an aggressive control ward from Invictus Gaming behind the red buff and even in the pixel brush of Dan Gaming. So just keeping an eye, where's Karin going to come from? We know we don't have flash on Rookie. We know that we don't have a lot of mobility right now, so just keep an eye on the jungler so that we can know when the gank is coming and react appropriately instead of just being caught unawares.
Yep, some of that vision is getting trimmed just a little bit there.
Yep, control ward traded for the standard ward. And now Choo-Choo and Cat are going to push in bottom before pulling away, even in CS down there, as Karin just wants to see, is this warded? Can I get in there?
He wants to invest a lot into trying to punish Rookie. The Ghost is now back up, so there's one window that's closed. Flash still down, however, and Kassadin now level 6.
Ning going for a partial clear of Raptors on his invade before he rushes over to Scuttlecrab. So much from Invictus Gaming is being invested into vision, invested into tracking Karin across the map and keeping those lanes safe. As Rookie still holding on against Goong, and Lies going pretty much even with Duke up top, actually opening up a pretty big CS advantage with these minion waves. And Choo-Choo and Cat gonna look for a recall of their own down bottom.
Yep, all been quiet. Lies does have Stand United, though, as well as the fact that I was going to say Goong had teleport, but he's actually just going to use it directly back into the mid lane.
Doesn't even wait for full mana. He goes right in. Ah, blue buff is up. I see. Just going to push the wave in on top of the ward. Rookie gets a recall of his own. Tear and a Ruby Crystal. Perhaps could be going for the Rod of Ages that we saw yesterday on Cassiopeia. Or maybe something else as Gung's actually not been spotted here. All of this vision has faded.
He's pinged up, but he should be wanting his blue buff. And it's kind of actually mistimed backs from both Cat and Karen.
Yeah.
Cat actually warding on his own.
Luckily, though, he did catch the recall timing from West and Megan, so he's able to make it out before that bottom lane is unleashed.
Yeah, and that's the only reason why he's there is because Caitlyn had vision that the duo was still, but now he's definitely pushing his luck.
That's pretty far. Sneaks in behind it, gets a ward, spots Megan out, and gets a ward over the other side before looping around. I'm just watching the minimap. This is an elaborate dance.
That is the merry-go-round from Cat. He gets 2 wards deep in IG's jungle, though, and he has confidence to do it because Ning actually appeared. I always want to say Ming. Ming actually appeared on the Raptor ward, so that's why Cat wanted to go for a little bit of a stroll.
Yep. Bit risky, but it pays off. Meanwhile, Gung was able to pick up his blue buff while all of that was going on. Duke pushes back against Lies, no surprise. And blue buff being passed over to Rookie, but this is in vision, so Karen has the knowledge.
Yeah, and he's actually slipping up. He's going to try to catch Rookie.
Ah, yes, Gung. Gives it the 1-2.
Throws, that was one hit, and then he just pieced.
It's Rookie. Trying not to look scared, but that's pretty tough when you're playing against the best mid laner in the league right now. However, this does mean that Invictus Gaming, they're actually turning onto the Dragon rather boldly. Rookie's got push onto Gung. Choo-Choo and Cat, along with Karen, are making their way over. Ward over the wall. Karen's going to have to walk through Rookie if he wants to get into the river, but he makes it there as Invictus Gaming just back up.
Yeah, they didn't have enough control over the mid lane. Rookie was trying his best to deny Gung from getting in. But with a Shin available who's going to get to the team fight first, with Duke not having teleport, it's really not worth that risk.
They just play it safe, allow the vision to reset as a hook lines up with West, but doesn't go the distance. And now we can see Karen leaping in, going for the solo. I mean, he's got red buff, and Ning actually just completed his recall. Oh, Invictus Gaming.
Didn't have positioning in the lanes. Ning was just like, screw it.
Look at all those pings. I
You
mean,
can
Megan's
have it.
actually level 6 with Abyssal Voyage. West shows up with 2 bullets, but Gung is already there. Ace in the hole onto West. He's tagged by a bullet as Gung follows through just to keep his junglers safe. And when it's all said and done, that's Ocean Dragon Dan game.
And special attention to Lies. He's now stepped forward back into Duke's waiting arms, but for the duration of that jungle or that dragon take, he had actually backed up to his tower. So again, good cross-map communication from Dan Gaming, just daring Invictus Gaming to try to stop them on that.
So Frosco, I know Jax is huge late game, not so great early game, but is he supposed to be losing a CS matchup against Shen?
I'm not super familiar with the Shen versus Jax matchup, but the thing is Jax is super item reliant. So we talked about how Rumble is level dependent. You know, he's low econ. As I say that, Rookie's getting real frisky.
Ooh, drops the miasma as well, brings him low.
So Rumble is low econ level dependent, whereas Jax is high econ item dependent. It doesn't matter if he is 0 and 7. If he gets that breaking point of the Trinity Force, he's going to be Jax pretty much no matter what, which we're 2 items in. So we'll see if the trade patterns start changing in favor of Duke and if he's able to kind of, you know, push his weight around now that he has the Sheen.
Okay.
But Shin's pretty much an immovable wall in terms of top laners. Between his shield, between the safety of his taunt, especially when he has the Sunfire components or Balmy Cinder.
I guess the thing that I'm concerned of is that, yes, Duke is finally back and playing for Invictus Gaming, but he's not returning back to that spring split form that we wanted to see of him. His Camille game 1 was decent.
There's also the question of, you know, why is Duke playing the exact same champions as the Shy? If you're going to have a rotating top lane between this, you know, Riven main, this guy who's known as being a very aggressive forward assassin player, and then someone like Duke who's a bit more versatile, better at the teleport, better at team communication, why are you playing them in the exact same way?
It's a question that I would love to pose to you as a play actually pulls Megan back as supports trade hits and Choo-Choo eats a grenade.
My personal opinion is that it's a mistake. I thought when I saw Duke on the roster, I was like, this makes perfect sense. You know, Dan, they like to play the Shen. They'll play around the bottom. They'll grab Duke because he's more confident, has more experience with the team, will be able to follow it with teleports versus someone like the Shy who's a bit more solo queue oriented, still kind of getting his growing pains out of the way. But the Shy 2.0.
Ooh, they're actually looking for Megan right now. That's Exhaust. Flay pulls him back in. He's still got Flash, but the ace in the hole is ready for Choo-Choo. Gonna have to line it up past West, though, and just fires these shots instead.
And I can talk intimately about how this...
Whoa, he got the kill!
What?
West!
Why would you do that?
Look at the smile on Choo-Choo's face. He is so smug. If we could get a replay just for the grin on his face from ear to ear. Karin now goes in on Ning. Oh, and this is Goong following up, too. Ning just sits on top of the Miasma before flashing away, and they sidestep the Petrifying Gaze. Hook? Ooh, that was close.
Disaster!
They're turning now onto Rookie, going to try to force him over the wall. He flashes late. They force a fight, but a good stall. Karin goes low, leaps over, dies to Rookie. Goong still being burned down as the Shadow Dash misses from Lies, and Goong is forced to retreat. Flash bop, says Duke. Get out of my lane.
Okay, Invictus Gaming, they dug deep and they saved that. That was looking really sketch for about 30 seconds there.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Okay. I was going to say, we can talk intimately about how the bot lane mechanics work, because Choo-Choo and Cat have done a phenomenal job with it, but IG are actually pushing real hard.
Oh, yeah. Lies shows up. He's got a Shadow Dash ready, but needs to clear out these minions first. Went for a Bomby Cinder, as you said, first, instead of the Tiamat. So going to have a bit of a tough time. And teleport top from Goong as he just swaps over. But now that's a kill on Cassiopeia. That's a kill on Kassadin. That is late game insurance. This fund is going to pay off.
And so much of it was on the mechanics of Rookie sidestepping a taunt that probably would have meant the difference of picking up 1 to 2 kills. I will say that the ultimate, not the greatest thing from Rookie, but he made up for it with his nice footwork.
That's going to pay off with a Rod of Ages and 3 stacks on that Dark Seal now. And a lot of freedom for the mid and top laner of Invictus Gaming. Now we're seeing them put gold where I think it should have been in game number 1.
In Rookie's back pocket.
And Rookie and Duke.
This is interesting from Dan Gaming. So they're playing around a ton of their vision on the bottom side of the map. The issue is that in the last skirmish over Raptors, Lies used Stan United. So there's no reason for Dan Gaming to actually be playing around bottom side. They were kind of peeking their head in, maybe might look for a blue contestation, but it's just way too risky with Duke having teleport. Man, risky and Rookie in the same game.
Yeah. They're still going to sneak in and steal the
This is
Gromp.
not good.
That's the Abyssal Voyage. They're looking for Goong. Karin stealth, but walks right in. And a quick Dark Passage gets him to safety.
Woo.
Dan Gaming still react appropriately, and Duke pressing into Lies has his teleport to no mobility from Lies.
That confidence is absurd, though. There's no safety net there.
And yet they stick the landing. 9 out of 10, like a gymnast touching down.
Yeah, but they lost the inside track on mid lane because they had to disengage bottom. This is so chaotic.
They're still trying for it, and they actually forced Rookie the long way around. Choo-Choo forced to step back from the presence of West and Megan.
Dan Gaming are playing with fire. They play with nameplates off. They don't care that that's Invictus Gaming. They don't care that it's Duke or it's Rookie. Like, I bet I can get out of this.
We could do this. I didn't know Cassiopeia could do that. That was so much damage. However, Mountain Dragon up in 5 seconds. They have got so much vision on this side of the map. Stan United is about 20 seconds for Lies. And Duke is holding on to his teleport with blue buff now passed over to Goong.
But they're about to lose their mid lane tower, so Goong will get here technically to clear the wave, but IG did the smart thing. They pulled Ning, and they're just like, we're going to walk this down, take the tower. We can now use this pressure point to create a bigger opening into the Mountain Dragon.
They make their way immediately into the river, just checking for any wards. Not 1, but 2 sweepers walking down the entire river length. As Cat sits with Choo-Choo in a brush on top of the control ward, should anything break out.
This guy's crazy. Don't go near him. Cat will... He's going
Ooh,
in.
He steps forward. Hook onto Ning. They pull him back, but he is devoured before anything can happen. Rookie turns his way in as Karin now groups up with the rest of his team. Stan United is ready. Dan Gaming, are they going to fight? Karin goes in. Doesn't get the steal, but that's teleport now for Duke. Stan United on top of Cat. With a few shots onto Megan, and Duke comes in. Karen's in the pit. He's got no flash. Goes low onto Rookie as Goong is forced to leap over. The jungler goes down. Lies. Shadow dashes in. A cask pins him to the wall as Curtain Call starts firing across. But IG take the dragon and win the fight.
Yeah, overall success. Now they don't have another objective to immediately rotate to because the mid tower... Oh, God. West?
Oh. They're actually going in again now. Lies, Shadow Dash, Goon goes in, Cat at low health. There's no sign of Rookie, and Duke is still just outside of vision.
But why? Why wouldn't you just walk back to your tower?
I think that's what they're doing right now, along with Dan Gaming making their way to that bottom tier 1. So still 6 people on that side of the map. Meanwhile, Rookie and Duke clearing out mid and heading towards that Rift Herald. Perhaps Choo-Choo could try to use this health advantage, but it is not meant to be. The wave gets cleared out, the turret is still standing, and they just reset.
There was no reason for that. West just lost his way back to his tower. He's like, I can go around, right?
I can walk through them. Perhaps a bit greedy. Choo-Choo and Cat are still staying here. Another hook is going to land onto West, but Megan saves him from the Peacemaker. Rookie is even pulled down to this lane to keep him safe, which buys enough time for the respawn of Karen and Lies, who return to mid and top lane.
Which means that eventually Dan Gaming are just going to overwhelm onto this tower. Now, fortunately, Goong has actually moved towards the mid. Why wouldn't he just stay bottom and try to siege this?
He's moving real quick. Rookie actually drops the Miasma to zone away Choo-Choo. Ace in the hole.
They are sprinting top lane.
They are going real quick, looking for Duke. He used his Grandmaster's Might, and that's Abyssal Voyage from both West and Megan, but Goong and Karen are right there. They see this. Here comes Lies. He leaps in. West is the target, but Megan tries to save him once again. Ning shows up, and suddenly this is a numbers disadvantage. 4 versus 3. Shadow Dash onto Counter-Strike. They're trading abilities left and right as Megan looking for dinner, but finds only a few licks.
But
instead.
here comes the rest of the team there. Cat there first, Choo-Choo just behind him, and Rookie is trying so hard to get in position. He just blast planted himself over the wall.
Yeah. Cassiopeia, not quite known for her mobility.
And when she gets her poison, sinks her fangs into you, she gets moving pretty quick.
The Noxious Blast. However, this ends up becoming a lane swap when it's all said and done. But Dan Gaming, they're not defending top. They're not answering. Looks like they're going mid and, in fact, invading into the jungle. Karen and Goong prep the wave. Cat starts setting up wards. Choo-Choo can't make up his mind. Finally, he starts swapping towards top through the vision of IG.
It's also the priority of Dan Gaming to say that the Rift Herald and contesting it is so much more important than sieging bot tower for free. Again, look at that. That is a stiff breeze from falling down. And Goong ran from bot all the way to top to delay that instead of sieging the tower for free.
Duke now going to swap towards that bottom lane. We're seeing recall from Lies to match it, but Jax with Triforce Tiamat is going to hurt. Choo-Choo, Karen, and Cat working on the top tier 1. Hook leads to some harass onto Megan, but not too much else as West answers back with a few shots of his own.
I feel like Dan Gaming actually lost a lot of their tempo that they had gained after the dragon fight by making this adjustment and moving up here. Feels like the map has kind of been stalled out and reset.
Tempo. They lost the fight.
I know that they
Traditionally.
they lost the fight, but when IG backed up, they had used a lot of their cooldowns because the curtain call had been used as a chasing maneuver, and IG were just trying to reset and grab their waves, which Dan Gaming had built up.
That's another hook play onto Cupcake, plus a headshot. Still trading bullet after bullet for damage onto these supports. Ning shows up, Karen's behind him, stealths in onto the Miasma, Stand United onto the jungler. He leaps in onto Rookie, but Petrifying Gaze stalls it out. Rookie is taunted, makes it over the wall. They finish off the kill onto Ning, bringing it 2-3. There's no teleport for Duke, and while they go the distance, Duke is going to work on that bottom tier 1. Megan walks through and makes it away safely.
Sidesteps the hook right there, but a good lantern flash from Cat. Like you said, it will be a trade tower for tower, although Dan Gaming do pick up the cherry on top with some of those kills.
At least just a little bit more gold. And they're on to Baron. Duke has teleport.
And it all makes so much sense. They weren't trying to stop the Rift Herald. They didn't care about the bottom tower. It's because we were so close to Baron spawn.
West opens up the curtain call. Megan shows up with the Abyssal Voyage. These shots are tagging Choo-Choo. That's teleport into the pit. Baron is finished off with a late smite, and Dan Gaming run far away, trying to escape. You can't take the Dark Passage on top of a Miasma, but you certainly can flash if you're out of it.
And they're out, boys. Like thieves in the night.
Oh my goodness. Dan Gaming, do it again.
21-minute Baron on the clock every time.
This team. Alrighty, that means that top is undefended, so Invictus Gaming, though they lose the Baron, will break the final tier 1 for a temporary 2,000 gold advantage.
But no longer can they siege into anything. The Baron buff alone is going to be overwhelming, although as I say that, Dan Gaming have actually just left their entire top side of the map exposed.
Nobody's looking for that tier 2. Invictus Gaming are still running the pace with Lies dead, the tank missing.
So I stand corrected. If Dan Gaming had had decided to stand behind that tower, IG's siege would have ended. But I guess if you just watch it happen.
Yeah, 2-turret advantage for Invictus Gaming. And though the Baron was picked up, now we can see Goong finally heading bottom to clear that turret out. Some pressure mid from Karen, along with assistance from Cat. And still, Invictus Gaming, they're up currently 3 turrets, looking for a little bit more, but Rookie makes it back into the mid lane with the Banshees in time to clear out that minion wave. As Choo has to pick up just that tribute. Infernal Dragon's up as well, so Dan Gaming are taking everything but the turrets with the presence they've now reclaimed on the map.
That feels bad.
Yeah.
The blue buff resets means that they can't take it in time.
Trap set
Oh,
up.
no.
Cat shows up, and Megan once again saves Rookie. Duke into the back onto Choo. He's trying to dive, but he gets silenced. The bullet finds the supportive Cat, and he drops as Karen leaps, and once again, Invictus Gaming collapse.
But check out where Lies is. That is such a deep teleport, and he's behind them pretty much in no man's land.
That's not no man's land. That's in the enemy home base. The only way he could get closer to home is if he were knocking on their front doors. They still are going to try to push this wave and get a baroned up cannon minion against this turret. But Abyssal Voyage allows the rest of IG to make it to defend in time once again. So this time, seems like Invictus Gaming have figured out the formula. Get there first, respond to Dan Gaming's swift plays.
I also think a big thing is Tahm Kench. If this goes to Game 3, I think he's probably the most contested champion for this series. He is so influential in helping, deflate a lot of what Dan Gaming want to do, because they're such a quick, macro-heavy team that even if you're out of position, he can just fix any blunder that you make.
Duke shows up top, and suddenly that laning phase is completely different. Karen actually follows through. Leap strike, and Cat brings the whole team. Dan Gaming finally shutting down that 3-0 and 2 Jax.
That moment when Thresh throws the flay, the hook misses and doesn't even get the assist because he forgot to auto.
Didn't want to steal the kill, but finally the top tier 1 is broken, mid tier 1 is low, and the Baron allows Dan at least some foothold back into this game, as they're now trying to scramble and defend bottom. And while Invictus Gaming, they've got scaling on that Cassiopeia and Kassadin, they've got a slight turret advantage along with a dragon advantage. You've got to wonder, this game is getting a lot more close than game number 1.
Yeah, and it's also because they have the option that Duke is a big deal up in those side lanes. 3, 1, and 2, finished the Trinity Force, now has his big pushing item. We'll see how he stands toe-to-toe across from the Kassadin and the Shin, although I have a feeling he'll be confident to take it.
I mean, not to mention he's Duke. He would take it anyways, even if you were down tonight.
Definitely was taking it last game and not the direction he wanted.
He was 3-0 on that Camille.
Didn't help him.
Well, this time 3-0 and 2 once again, but finally drops down a death. Not going to help him as 4 members of Dan Gaming collapse for the kill, and the map resets as Baron falls off. It's only 500 gold separating the teams, a much closer game 2. And perhaps we might finally have found a team that can bring Dan Gaming to 3 games.
The inconsistent Invictus Gaming.
I mean, how on earth can they know what we're doing if we don't even know what we're doing? Just fight back.
As we see the trap being
Yeah.
set for Duke.
He doesn't take it, though. Falls back into the jungle, stepping through the vision of Dan Gaming. They've placed a lot of wards on that side. And now Rookie, Petrifying Gaze onto Lies. He's actually just going to chase him down, and the Abyssal Voyage. He flashes the wall. Noxious Blast finishes it off. Solo kill for Rookie.
Yeah, and that's the other big problem then. So we talked about how Duke's probably feeling confident in the 1v1. Well, Rookie obviously feeling just fine as well. Walks down the Shin, forces the flash out. Unfortunately, Lies didn't account for the poison ticks.
Still ends up dying to the residual damage. Immediately, the adaptive helm is completed. Learned his lesson.
I'm done with this.
And now Choo and Cat. Temporary window to get a few hits on this turret. They're trying to be careful,
Oh,
though.
here
as
comes
Duke
the Gragas.
leaps in, the collapse from Megan. Cat drops one down, along with the box. Ning is ready, goes forward. Cask knocks them in, Karen in the front, but Dark Passage to reset. Goong follows through with some additional damage. Rookie has joined the fight as Karen leaps in. He turns around and leaps right on out. Saved by his team. He is going to zone away the rest of Dan, and they are pulling this fight apart. Rookie, along with the rest of Invictus Gaming, finally finish off that kill onto Cat, who moves back and forth. And the ace in the hole is saved by Megan. Flash Devour.
So Megan understands how the Caitlyn ultimate is blocked. Wes could take some notes.
Get in my belly! Shouts Megan. And saves his top laner Duke
That's
from
a
yet another death.
Great fan fiction. Thank you, Dom.
It's a reference to Austin Powers.
I got it. Baby back ribs, got it.
Sure. As West catches minions mid.
That's a reference to Austin Powers.
Yeah, no, I get it. We're moving topics.
Okay.
Keep up, keep up.
Thank you.
Getting back into game.
I'd like to take Baron spawning in 36 seconds for 700.
Yes. Well, Baron spawning in 36 seconds. Vision being prepped around the pits. Priority to Dan Gaming as they get there first, but plenty of wards for Invictus Gaming around the area. Control ward top, two control wards top actually, and one that will spot out Goong that he's just walked past. So Duke has a plethora of wards to choose from.
So,
But Dan Gaming are hunting for the pick, though that Gragas cast separates it once again. That makes chasing Megan down so much more difficult. She's got something.
Why is he there? I was just about to say, Dan Gaming, they can't win in the side lanes. They just need to full 5v5 commit to this Baron. All IG have to do is just stall them out for Duke. And then Megan just face checks blind.
Yeah, not get picked. They turn onto the Baron once again. No hesitation. A ward immediately spots them out, but IG, they are ready. They've still got Smite on Ning. Curtain Call finds some damage. Cat even drops the box. Duke starts clearing it out. Ning into the pit. 1600, he's taunted. Smite secure for Dan Gaming. They force the flash for Ning and find the successful grouping through the pit, walking through Rookie's poison.
I don't know how these guys do it. They're just so good around the Baron.
They're so confident. They are not afraid at all. This team is like a superhero. They are just fearless.
But they're like a brand new superhero that's
Yeah.
like learning how to fly. And they can't really fly. They just kind of fall with style right now.
It's like when Superman first learns how to fly in Man of Steel, and it's just elaborate falling before he starts picking up momentum.
Exactly. But Dan Gaming, see, the thing is I define them as a heavy macro team because they're so consistent, but I don't even know if that's the case. Maybe it's just the Baron that buffs them up. And once they have it, they're just like, we know exactly what to do with this. But if they didn't get the Baron, would they still be as devastating as a team? And can any LPL team deny them the Baron?
The only examples we've seen of this is WE, who absolutely throttled Dan Gaming. So maybe that's what it takes. Just that much of a division of power, that much of a difference.
It could also just be the patience. You know what Dan Gaming want. They'll always go for the Baron, so instead of just, as Rusty was saying on the desk, Invictus Gaming see an opportunity, and they only think of the immediate opportunity. They're like, in 3 seconds, will this still be a good idea? It's like, doesn't matter, it's already in my mouth.
Oh man, Cat has found West, pulls him back. Megan looks for the save, but Shadow Dash only finds West and not Megan, but they still follow through. It is in the mouth. The hook onto Ning and a cast to reset as Duke is now the target. They continue to dive. Rookie's in a side lane. They had Baron, but they're diving red buff.
I mean, Rookie, he's just slithering over like, one job, guys.
Just don't die. Oh, okay.
You have a Tom Kench. You have a Jax, a Gragas. I walk away for 5 seconds.
So the Nintendo Switch came out, and there was a rumor that Nintendo deliberately put a chemical on the cartridges so kids wouldn't put them on their mouth. The first thing people did was
Is to
put the
test
cartridges
it.
in their mouth to test it. And after a week, Nintendo came out and said, yes, we really did that so people wouldn't put them in their mouth. Dan Gaming is that organization. They're sitting over there with the entire enemy team like, we're not supposed to eat this? They're still pushing in. They've got Baron. I mean, it's against Cassiopeia and Jax. And IG have got scaling. They've got power. They've got power spikes and presence on the map. But Dan Gaming are still finding ways around this.
Hold on, though, Rookie.
Rookie shows up and Goong immediately gets the hell out of there.
I wanted the 1v1.
I don't think Goong did. As a hook zones away west, they fire a few shots. Choo-Choo working on the turret. Double Ocean Dragon starting to pay off.
They're just smothering Invictus Gaming. They've got Baron going in all 3 lanes, splitting up the entire team. And someone is going to have to be decisive, and someone's going to have to be brave. And Ning, I'm looking at you. You've got the cask, buddy. Pick a lane.
Pick one. The 1-3-1, pulling Dan Gaming up, pulling Invictus Gaming apart. They've got the trap line set up. It's shot after shot, rapid fire cannon, and headshot. As Choo continues to heal up, Karen shows up with lies to zone Duke back, and that's finally the bottom tier 2 broken. The mid tier 2 broken at the same time. Like dominoes, they fall together. And with a 4,000 gold lead, Dan Gaming have got the pace once again. Even they recall at the same time.
Well, that's a first for this series. Some of their recalls are a bit wonky in the early game. But once Dan Gaming get a lead, I don't know if it's their tenacity or their confidence, but something is very infectious about this team. They're pretty much what Vici Gaming should have been. But Vici just didn't have the confidence or the decisiveness to pull the trigger. Dan Gaming are just on like a little machine gun. Like
They're like Kled, just we're going in. Oh man. 33 minutes in, Baron buff finally wears off. Dan Gaming used the opportunity to reset the map. Top tier 2 still standing for IG, along with the base, and that is going to be... I love them. I was like, is there somebody here that he's picking? Oh no, it's just Scuttlecrab directly in front of him.
You telling me that you've never used Descendants on Scuttlecrab?
I mean, melee.
Cat has places to be, he's got
He
things
does.
to ward, and
I ain't
people to
got
terrify.
time to clear this out.
Okay, now, Dan Gaming's composition is very reliant.
We don't have time
This
for
guy's
Roscoe.
crazy,
Just get
and
to it.
the thing is people run away from him. So he does such a good job moving forward, clearing out vision so you can't see what's behind him. But if Duke knew that that was only Thresh, he would have just turned around and bopped him.
That's Ghost onto Lies. He just follows over the
Oh,
wall,
God.
and Rookie shows up as well. Flash gets Lies away, but Rookie, he's so fast, slithering after his prey. Ooh, tries to sidestep the Noxious Blast, takes a hit. Meanwhile, Karen killed West on the other side of the map, who's defending a turret, and Rookie does not get the kill.
But the real game, the observer knows where it's at, and it's Rookie versus Shin.
Gung, meanwhile, split pushing in the mid lane, and while Rookie is trying so very hard, they're just playing the game, diving into the back. Rookie has respawned, the cast gets Choo out of it, and they've stalled this out long enough. Megan pulls in, but that's a stand united. Shen drops in as well. The turret falls as Karen follows through. Duke is pushed back, but they dive onto Rookie without the protection, without the Devour. He goes down. Duke leaps away. Ace in the hole, not enough to finish it, but the burn is. And Dan Gaming have done it again. Turning onto the inhibitor. 4 versus 1. Gung, he's going to recall, get some health before teleporting back in. But this is Dan Gaming going for a win over Invictus Gaming. These guys need a promotion. They are no longer privates. They are no longer beginners. They are no longer introduced into the LPL. This is Lieutenant Dan. And they are taking the win over IG, finally finishing off the Nexus turrets. Before turning on to the Nexus itself, they're actually really low health here. Could be in a bit of trouble. Never mind, they turn it around. Onto the Nexus, they wrap it up. Lieutenant Dan, it's so good to see you.
Just playing with their food a little bit at the end there. And that's the face that I expected to see. Goong full of smiles, laughing it off, whereas Rookie and Duke, that is the taste of defeat.
That was head in hands. Look at the grin on Goong as he leaps across the stage.
They just cemented themselves for first place in Group A. I mean, we say throw the scoreboard out the window. We still think that EDG and WE the top 2 teams, but as far as the leaderboard suggests, Dan Gaming are going into cross-conference tied for first.
And it is so hard to believe that just before week 1, we were saying, you know what? They're getting the game talents treatment. They're slotted into a group of death. Massive names, huge organizations, the newcomers to the LPL, and then they beat EDG. And of course, they do drop to WE just afterwards, but now Dan Gaming, 3 weeks later, they are ending their first round of intra-group play at 4-1, having dropped only games to WE.
And they know who they are. They know what they're about, and it's about time that the rest of the LPL recognize them as well. So if you're a newcomer, if you're just watching these guys, they came out of nowhere, but they are skyrocketing towards the top, and I'm now a fan. Dan Gaming, you're fun to watch.
They certainly are. And now here to help us break down what we saw in this best of 3, Dan Gaming once again besting a massive organization. Rusty, welcome back to the desk.
You just can't hate them. No matter what happens, no matter what the result is, the fact that they haven't had a 3-game series There's nothing about Dan that you can find and actively dislike. They're just such a likable team, even in the way that they play League of Legends. Their obsession with Barons, the fact that they even go from a fast-paced game 1 to a slower game number 2 where they ramped up really hard. They still play in a very similar way. The fact that Cat throws out lanterns to nobody and acts as if he's got a whole team behind him when he places a ward in the stupidest place, but Invictus Gaming will run the heck away like he's got an army behind him. Like, the things like that, I don't know how it works, but it keeps working.
And the hope is that it continues to keep working for them as they look for cross-group play next week. But look at the damage. Choo Choo and Goong showing up for their team.
And I know that the damage graph looks impressive. We're always going to sing the praises of Goong and Choo Choo. But again, just to echo Rusty, Cat is such a refreshing face in the LPL on this team. Like, that guy's nuts. Between him death sentencing Scuttle Crab because he's got places to be, to him just aggressively putting out wards and forcing Invictus Gaming just to run away from a Thresh all by himself, that guy demands and sets the tempo every single game.
And fortunately for them, it's the right kind of tempo and it's the right kind of vision that he is placing, even if it's risky, and he gets the vision down, it's in the right spot. So there is a lot of positives behind the player, even if some of it is a little bit overzealous and a little bit too crazy. And ultimately, he is the biggest proponent for what actually sets them up for success with all of the major fights that they do honestly get themselves getting. And this is, again, another nice hook coming out of the guy in unison with his team. That's also the big important part for them.
Oh, look at that.
Obviously a bit excited.
Yeah! Hands off the keyboard, Mom. Get the camera.
Look, Mom, no hands.
Yeah.
Pretty
That's
much.
how you know someone's the best player at League of Legends. There's a joke in even the Oceanic League. If someone's got their hands off the keyboard, they're at 200 IQ and you can't actually beat them.
Oh,
because
they've
it
already
usually
won.
means the player cameras have done something really good 3 seconds in advance and the cameras are slightly delayed.
Oh,
so.
okay. All right. So he's just that many steps ahead.
Yeah.
I like it. But again, Dan Gaming taking the series 2-0 over IG. Again, to return to what we talked about, we said it was a coin flip. It looked a lot better for IG, but Dan Gaming, they have rigged the coin.
It's no longer a coin flip. Dan Gaming are the third best team in this group right now. Until they take down WE or EDG, I'm not going to say that they're tied for first means that they're, you know, the top two. I know they took down EDG in week 1. It was a very different EDG, so we'll see when we go back into intra-conference. But for now, Dan Gaming have solidified themselves. They're not just middle of the pack, they're part of the elite.
And now for the second time in a row in this series, Karen gets the MVP.
Rigged.
Yep.
No, Karen's fine for MVP. It's the same thing with all of Dan. Every time they give an MVP to somebody, it can go to all 5 members. It's just pick and choose who you'd like to be the MVP. Pretty much above all else, you know. He does a lot of work in these fights. He does a lot of setup for his team in the jungle in the early game. He does work with the vision with Cat at the same time. Like, they know how to play League of Legends, surprisingly, at a pretty high level. And most of it revolves around this giant purple worm. I'd like to call them the QG of Spring Split. Now coming into Summer Split, they're probably just known as the Dan Gaming. The Baron-obsessed team that will actually do it. Everyone else baits it. You know, Snake, they'll spend 15 minutes inside the pit. They'll wait. Suning Gaming, they'll wait inside the pit. Dan have already done it, and they're already out.
Yeah. I think the thing that's so crazy was they were just diving almost to the tier 2 up top. They back away as if, you know, we're just going to take the turret. We're going to reset the map. Just kidding. We're going to take Baron, which has spawned. And IG try to react, but it's just not fast
But
enough.
they do it every single time. Like, how many times do Dan Gaming get away with a 21 minute Baron before the LPL? Like, we saw Invictus Gaming caution ping the Baron at some point. Like, these guys are crazy. They're probably doing, oh God, they're actually doing it.
Actually there.
And I didn't actually think they'd do it in that time either. And I'm pretty sure that Dan don't even know that they're about to do it. Because they're looking for a pick, they're pushing top lane, and they're just walking back like, holy crap, it's Spawn. This is the best day ever. Let's just go do it. And like actually does work. I don't know. The fact that they don't know that they're going to do it might actually be what gets them across the line in securing it. Like IG, very much aware of it. They were there with 5,000 odd health on it. As Jin opens up a curtain call, but it's a Kha'Zix jungle. It's really hard to steal it from.
Yeah, I mean, huge damage. And again, going back to the composition, Dan Gaming, they knew what they wanted. They got that Shen. They got the mobility all across the map. I am looking at their pick and ban from last week.
You're absolutely right. It's the Shin, the Kassadin, so a lot of mobility still. And this is what's really cool about Dan Gaming in terms of their drafts is, again, they don't care what the enemy team gives. They gave rookie Red Side, he got the Cassiopeia, so that's theoretically a matchup that works for him. They priority picked the Shin when Thresh was available. Yeah, they got the Thresh anyway, but they're like, it doesn't matter. Let's just get us our comfort champions. Let's get the composition we want to play, and we don't care what the enemy does.
And in saying that, I'm still not a big fan of IG's draft coming out of this one. I think the Cassiopeia could have been something a bit more aggressive like Zed if they wanted to match the 1-3-1. That was where Rookie was going all game anyway. And the Cassiopeia doesn't provide an engage tool for the team. You're not going to flash ultimate everybody and expect that to be a reliable form of engagement for the team. And so then it's just the Gragas. So you're just looking at your Gragas, who isn't going to be the most confident member running around on Summoner's Rift in your team right now, and he has to do the bulk of the engage, and then expect that the team will follow up, expect that the team will back them up. In all honesty, they should have had the Kha'Zix themselves rotated earlier and just run pick. Yeah. Just actually play around Dan's strategy.
Well, Invictus Gaming, when it's all said and done, they're 2-3 in groups, and Dan Gaming find themselves at 4-1. At the end of the day, they'll be tied for first. And with this momentum, you can't help but look forward to what they're going to do next week. But up next, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for our next matchup between Snake and Aimee.
皇子做了一波勾引
，2段E都用光了，只能靠自己的一个闪现，还有个闪现E，
闪现预判的一个位置。
哇，这个位置是让夕阳的闪现后，还是被捡到以后，皇子闪现补了一下 Q 技能，蜘蛛拿下了一血。
这个都是清掉了很多兵的一个血量，大招
大招炸到了峡谷前锋会没有，而且被炸回了一个夹子上面，绿毛这边受到一波输出，但是巴雷的同时的输出也很高，把锤石机给喷死。皇子交了一个 T， 这边想骗一个 T 以后就走，但这一脚看一下，又是盖到5个人，我的天啊！看一下斧头之矛这边能不能造成一个奇迹，正面又有一个人被晕住，是西叶，西叶在上面已经被 OQ 杀掉了，妖姬又带走了一个双杀，斧头之矛拼命的在堆叠自己的毛，血量剩下1丝，赶紧逃到自己的一个高地内。
他现在有双招，其实不慌，
想趁着剑姬不在做一个小小的回推，但是兵线，哎呦
，Oh my god， 什么
？3下点死了，右边再交闪现，好吧，你不需要春哥，我知道了。
我没反应过来，反正我看到他在吐女警，正打算开口吐的时候，女警已经死了。
他有无尽啊，连着爆了大概2下，直接这3个人被大嘴1个人给突死了。
刚讲完这个狼行就传了瑞塔所提到的这个线眼正面闪现不容大招，击飞到了一个劫持，几乎是在飞天的一个状态，大招盖到了3个人，但反手老鼠的一个输出在这样的一个隘口也造成很好的一个效果，两边的一个前排，最后看到客变已经进场了，夕阳这边是追着对方的狼行，看狼行也想要杀到老还在输出，还在输出，最后是被螳螂给带走，螳螂想走，icon这边正面也是把大腿直接给锤爆以后往前冲。
看一下这一波，其实皇子大招已经盖得非常的好了，
因为对方闪现交光了，这波盖下去以后，我们来看一下
锤开，但是这一波的话，路鲁的大招是弹起了几个人，后面的话，夕阳的一个进场直接是分隔了阵型，再加上老鼠找了一个不错的位置交闪现，回身能够输出。
这波螳螂其实已经做得很漂亮，他先往下离，然后绕了一圈过来，是把斯诺老贼给杀了。
梅鲁斯给到了，这边要打了，
大招拉一下，
给个大招，杜云比这边烫了一下，绿毛这边没有人保护，
谁想对这个布罗有兴趣
啊？再丢回来一个绿毛，这边皇子在第一场打了4个，弹起来4个人，这波皇子配合路的伤害打得很足，菲尔这边被挂了个虚弱，
有没有机会？
完了，梅鲁斯这边被弗洛之矛收掉，又是打出布罗的被动
，3杀，4杀，5杀
，kill， 全部帮忙扛伤害，
他 kill。
交了一个闪现，鳄鱼没有舍得交，
但巴德大招来了，巴德大招这波定到了夕阳塔也定了，但是支援来了呀，这个位置9桶喝口酒想往下走，巴德先把爆裂球果 A 掉，再挡他的 E，9桶想往上走，勒弗兰过来，3打3开个洞带过来，平 A 收掉 Amy， 大招套给了解扣，解扣这边1丝血没有被 A 掉，走动过去，剩下一个激斗，激斗血量很低，被随身手枪1枪给崩掉，巴德过来一个大招，2个人愣住了，然后
2个人想法不一样，关键是。
把这个喷射球果 A 掉，过来打一套虚弱给鳄鱼，第一套伤害打上来的时候，自己已经钻洞过去，把这个 Amy 给 A 掉了，然后陆伦大招还把解扣给保下来了，这个真的是最伤的。
利用岩雀的一个大招冲一下路，但皇子一个 EQ 配合亚索进场，这种老贼的一个输出距离够吧？远方先给一个和平使者，对方那个金身已经被逼出来了，这边夕阳非常的坦，后面还在打，而且亚索这边带走一个双杀，纯哥站起来以后，老贼也带走一个双杀，没有，是一个3杀团灭。
这边可能要越塔了，我们看那边 EQ，
哇，这一箭射得很漂亮，
但是没有大到那个仇恨人啊。这边是扛塔的人，其实并不是杰拉。
卡萨丁绕后了，这个巴雷特
的位置被扣到了3个人，这波诺打得很不错。
卡萨丁要收割了吗？
跟卡萨丁踢进场，直接踢死2个人，卡蒂波 double kill， 卡比这边还有闪现，但是绿毛这边怎么跑？又是一波 RE 做过来，2段的 E 技能再加一个闪现吗？ 我有这一波洛的控制打得太足了。
A 人应该是准备开车了吗？这样很后面
还没开了，有点受不了了，顶上去被刷开，然后随时改了一个大招，切断地形之后，肉的对手放出大招，其实是没有打到任何人，而且2个的发两大的位置拉到3个人以后，球头顶上来甩了一个大招，这一波是 Dan 的一波成功的团战，没有意料到这样的一个损失。我们再看一次，顶上去瞬间被刷走以后，这一个垂直的大招分隔地形，肉的大招让 Dan 给闪开了，然后2哥出其不意这一波。 这波是连环的控制，发条大招卷到以后，垂直同时被投掷出去顶了一下，然后再加上皇子一个大招，再加上9筒进场。
Put your best shoes on to see what it's all about. What you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. We're traveling double quick like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic.
This poison in my blood feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
Seven-seater jet plane, party in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design.
This poison in my blood feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah.
I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to our second set of the day. It's IMEI taking on Snake after we've wrapped up set 1, and now we have swapped our caster and analyst. Rusty's going to be joining me here, and of course Frosco, so far away now. But let's get into our first matchup. We've got IMEI taking on Snake. Again, at the top of the day, we already said the group is split into 3 brackets. We've got top of the table, which are match of the week, EDG versus WE. Middle of the table, which was Invictus Gaming and Dan Gaming. And now we're at the bottom of the table.
The best way to start this one off for you, Dom, with IMEI and Snake is that they've both lost already this week, which is why they're at the bottom of the table. They've actually both been bopped completely. It was 2-0s on Thursday. One of them got backdoored. The other one just stood no chance and slowly lost a game of League of Legends. And ultimately, when we are looking at both of these teams, the fact that they're both playing each other, one of them gets to win. It's the best.
At the very least.
And this is huge for IMEI, who haven't won, I believe, a single game since their first game in summer.
Week 1, day 1 was their last win.
And it's just been rough. They've constantly been rotating between their jungle. They brought back in Flawless. I believe he's starting tonight. So IMEI are trying to solve what's happening or what's going wrong on the Rift through roster substitution. And I think that Flawless is the right direction to move. It was just unfortunate that they started him against Team WE. It's like, even if Flawless and Starlight play their hearts out, you're still probably going to lose because you're against an elite team like WE.
Well, this time they are not against an elite team. They're up against Snake, who, after having some coaching troubles, are now looking forward, running with the exact same roster.
Yeah, it's the roster swap just on the back end. So while IMEI are roster swapping on field, Snake are roster swapping behind field.
At the very least, it's an improvement from Spring Split, where they swapped rosters, 12 times? 13?
Too many.
Yeah.
They had a jungler support. They've got a support that is currently an AD carry. There's a bit of a mess, honestly, with this team. I'm just glad that it is consistent, if nothing else. But yes, the back end is changing, and it's still going to mean there's unsteady waters for these guys as they progress throughout the split. I mean, honestly, for both of them, you still expect a lot of good signs later on towards the end of the split. But right now, they're both a bit in shambles.
Yeah. So to continue on with this discussion, though, Snake, their one win so far has been against Team WE, who were prescribed as the best team in the league until the moment that they lost and apparently just didn't show up on the day. Does Snake have the potential to pull out another win here against IMEI?
I mean, that's the best word for Snake, which is potential. We use the word prodigy a lot with them, and they just never really reached or never became what they were supposed to be. We know that Snake have it in them. The organization knows that they have it in. You go and you talk to all their managers, their coaches, and they say, we know that we have, in their words, the best players in every single position. Quoting Snake.
Sure.
It's just now about unlocking that.
So then what does that mean for them to have all of this potential but not fulfill it? Wherein lies the blocker?
I mean, I think a lot of this for me is that you can say you've got the best player in every role. You can say the potential's there, but they've been with this roster, or these players, I should say, have been in the LPL for so long now that there's almost no excuse. And it's almost a case of you can't teach an old dog a new trick type of thing, where I feel like Flandre, no matter how good or bad he's performing, he'll play the same way, and it's whether the people he is against are performing good or badly against him. And I think even in the mid lane to an extent, he's switched from mid lane to top lane, back to mid lane. Zatai still plays LeBlanc in every role, so he plays a very similar style throughout.
And his opponent that he's going to have to play against, Flandre, is Amazing J, who is the primary shot caller. We see IMEI save priority pick for him so many times. He's also been struggling a little bit as well. Now that you've already got the arguably one of the most important duos in the meta, jungle and support, swapped out for Flawless and Starlight, you have to look at the stability and wonder wherein lies IMEI's blocker. Is it just the communication, or?
I actually think it's in Amazing J. So when IMEI were successful, it's because Amazing J was working around the team. You think about those late game flanking teleports when he's playing things like a Shen, like a Nautilus. And not that he can't play a split push. He's a great, Fiora, Jax, Camille, that type of player, but he's forcing his team to respond to him and what he's doing. And while that may work better for the meta and kind of what's come into rotation for top lane, Jin Zhao is still their big carry. And he's missing right now. He doesn't have a team. He's playing these late game hyper carries, Kog'Maw, Caitlyn, the likes of that, and IMEI are losing the game before Jin Zhao gets to be relevant.
Well, hopefully they'll have some time against Snake, who have been rather ruthless in their wins against WE. but in their losses, they look fragmented, indecisive, unable to pull it together. Perhaps this could be the time, as it's Snake, Flandre, SOFM, Zatai, OQ, and Crystal.
And oddly enough, the one thing that did look good from these guys in their last set, even though it was a defeat, was OQ and Flandre. Honestly, OQ looked unstoppable in the AD carry role. He just didn't really have the team to back him up. His frontline was a Fiora. Flandre was doing his absolute hardest to try and win the game, but it wasn't enough in the end. And that's a positive for Snake, because Zatai is usually one looking good with Crystal, and now there's two others.
Yeah. Their opponents on the other side of the rift is Aimee, Amazing J, Flawless, Athena, Jin Zhao, and Starlight.
And again, you have the potential to step up in Jin Zhao, but he's just not getting the resources. They're instead going to Amazing J. Amazing J is no longer plugging into his team how he did in the past, and so Aimee also look fragmented in their identity.
Again, in the previous game with Dan Gaming, or excuse me, Invictus Gaming, I mentioned that they were sticking mainly to that same strategy of the Camille, the Galio, and I think it was Jarvan as well. While they were able to see success in their one game, their one victory against Invictus Gaming, who later employed that strategy, one of the crimes that we give to Aimee is that they stick to the same strategy. They don't adapt over the course of a set. Could this potentially be a problem going in against Snake?
It's always a potential problem if you stick to one strategy, is that even if it works in game number 1, we're playing best of 3s. So there's a very real chance that your one strategy just gets exposed or even banned away in the second game, and then what's next for Aimee? You know, what's the second strategy, the third strategy going to be for them? Maybe it's play Riven.
Yeah, put Amazing J on a carry. Get him on that Darius. Oh boy, that would be quite exciting. Some Athena fans showing up as well. He's also been under a bit of scrutiny. Sometimes he shows up big, and sometimes he doesn't.
And to be fair to Athena, he's just in a stacked group. He has Rookie, Scout, Xie, all in his group, and now he gets to face across from Zatai. And even though I'm not ready to say Zatai is definitively better than Athena right now, or vice versa, it's just the unfortunate way that this group crumbled. Athena is in the stacked group, and he needs to show up.
I'm also pretty happy that we've got Yasuo rooting for Snake and Riven rooting for Aimee.
It actually makes sense on Snake's side.
Yeah.
You know, Flandre is a Yasuo player. However, I don't know if Amazing J quite has the Riven in his repertoire, and I hope it stays that way, because he's meant to be a tank player.
Wasn't it the first time where he broke out on EDG? Wasn't that Riven?
No, that was Ray.
Yeah, Ray played the Riven.
Now playing in
right.
NALCS.
Yep. Oh, man. He's got a big grin on his face, though. Perhaps he's feeling a little bit excitable in that top lane.
Well, this could be a very exciting top lane matchup. We know that Amazing J, AJ, and Flandre both have tendencies to look for split pushing, to look for these out-dueling. The thing for me, though, is that Aimee have been suffering when they move towards that style, whereas Snake have actually stepped to that. And if they do move to a split pushing style, because OQ is more likely to go towards the Varus, the Ashe, he's able to make something happen despite not getting all of the resources, despite not getting his team around him. And then even when you do put him on a Kog'Maw, he shows that, okay, you give me all the resources, I'm still going to be godlike.
Yeah, my concern with this style matchup between both of these teams is that, yes, they can split push, but Aimee have shown the propensity to actively avoid it, where you're right, Snake have shown that they can kind of work around it. But if I was Snake against Aimee, I'd just pick a team fighting composition and just absolutely wombo them with 4 members and then put Flandre on Fiora and just say, goodbye, Flandre. I'll see you in game number 2, win or loss, because there's no way we lose this.
No, I agree. I think a 4-1 would definitely be the way to exploit them. And I think you'd have to hit them early. I want Snake to pick an early to mid-game composition before Jin Zhao comes online.
Okay, well, we'll see if they can do that. Again, that's the strategy that they started seeing success with towards the end of the spring split, when they finally started picking up wins after the great roster swap debacle of 2017. So returning to that strategy might be just the thing that they need. Though Aimee, hopefully they'll see this coming. Hopefully they'll have an opportunity to play around it. Amazing J, again, huge teleport player, huge teleport flanker. He'll have to deal with Flandre in that top lane.
But it's also trying to welcome Flawless and Starlight and make sure they're comfortable. I believe they've maybe had a collective of 4 or 5 series total with the team. So even if Aimee do sort out their own individual strengths with Amazing J, it's still making sure that Flawless and Starlight feel comfortable.
We'll have to see if they feel comfortable in this game or not as we enter into pick and ban for game number 1 between Snake and Aimee. Frosco, thank you so much for your analysis. She'll be joining us after to break down the set. But already we've got 4 bans on the board. Elise taken away from Flawless, and Kassadin banned away from Athena. Meanwhile, there's one split pusher gone. Fiora and LeBlanc taken from Snake.
And Snake bite the bullet and say, all right, we'll get rid of the Zac on blue side. We don't have a big priority towards the champion. We know that SOFM's going to troll with his item build, so let's avoid all of the trouble in the first place. For those wondering, he went Athene's unholy grail as Zac. It's a thing that happened, and we're moving on as of now. It means they're taking Zac away from Flawless. In the same time, I may a target banning quite severely, trying to really just remove the power from certain individuals.
Yeah, we see Shen taken off the board, which means Galio and Thresh go through. But despite Crystal's propensity towards that support, they prioritize instead Galio for Snake first pick. Now Aimee get to follow through with Caitlyn for Jin Zhao in the bottom lane.
There's just too much value in a Galio to not go for it in the first rotation. In saying that, when you look at what Aimee have now picked up for themselves, or at least are hovering as well as picked up, Caitlyn's good, makes a lot of sense. Jin Zhao is able to be a lane bully that still scales towards the late game, and you're taking it from OQ. At the same time, whilst the Jarvan may not get locked in, it's still a champion we'll have to consider through the rest of the draft, just because of the strength of it as a flex and as just an individually strong champion in the meta.
Flawless gets to return towards his Kha'Zix in that jungle, and will be trying to keep pace with SOFM, one of the smartest and most cerebral junglers in the league. This guy is brilliant and so much fun to watch. His pathing, his gank choices, really clever.
And this is a good opportunity for Snake to actually lock in the Thresh with the Kalista, you would have to imagine here.
Oh, wow, that's Kalista Thresh.
Very strong 2v2 in the bottom lane. Not a lot actually beats it. In terms of how they work as a duo, Jin is one of the other good Thresh champions. It's a very good pick composition, but it also gives you something extra, that little bit of extra knock-up like a Thresh needs it in his kit to make it pretty much unstoppable. Caitlyn, very catchable champion. If a Thresh hook hits, the net's not saving you from the rest of the follow-up and you will die. So even a Tahm Kench now would make a lot of sense from Aimee in response, or something that can defend you.
Well, Tahm Kench is still available, but so too is Braum. So that's now been locked in for Aimee. Unbreakable, pretty good at soaking those hooks, creating a larger hitbox to keep your carry safe behind you. And immediately the Lee Sin ban away from SOFM. So Aimee, they very clearly have their eyes set on getting SOFM off of something big. And Snake seems like they're just picking what's strong so far.
Yeah, the Camille ban also away from Amazing J, so they are looking towards perhaps empowering Flandre just a little bit more now in this top lane matchup. To Galio still very capable of being flexed into the middle lane, and that's something you might want to keep your eyes peeled towards. Aimee on the red side, which champion or which role are they going to last pick? You would imagine it's for Amazing J last, and so Snake like their flex pick.
Yeah, that could provide more opportunity for Aimee to try to decide. Or they could go the route of Suning Gaming, pick up the likes of Karma and just double flex. Well, actually, no, they can't because the Braum's already locked in.
Yeah, exactly.
It's too late for that. And with an Orianna as the final mid lane ban towards Athena, Aimee are now going to have to show their hand here. What do they want?
We kind of already mentioned this as well. If you're Snake, you want to have a really strong 4-man, and LeBlanc being banned, I'd almost say that Victor's now the best champion of choice here. Just have wave clear in the mid lane, something safe, something reliable, and the matchup is less of a consideration then for Zatai as he moves into this. Galio is also a good example of it, but you can now see the response coming out of Aimee. They want to bully that middle lane. They want to win it.
Yeah, that Cassiopeia locked in for Athena in the mid lane. It's not as Victor, but still certainly could be very potent. When Athena pops off, he really pops off, but when he doesn't, he just kind of sits there like a flat soda. It's not too inspiring, but Jarvan now going to follow through for Snake.
This looks like they are still picking their top laner last here. At the very least with the Hovers. Jarvan still good in the jungle. That would mean Galio is going to be in the middle lane. And that is a very similar composition to what we have been seeing from a lot of these teams. The Jarvan and Galio working in unison. A lot of this will now be standing in front of a Kalista, who will be doing a lot of damage with the Hurricane if that gets going. It means there is pretty much one massive game plan for both of these teams, and it's kill or be killed with the Kalista.
Group up and fight. Lots of AoE, lots of zone control from Snake. They are prepped and ready, whereas Aimee, they've got a little bit more range, a little bit more consistent damage with that Cassiopeia, with that Caitlyn. And Flawless going to be flanking from the side with a massive Kha'Zix as Dr. Mundo returns to the Rift for the first time in quite a while.
There's just, like, there are certain players in the LPL that you know are going to pick a champion that's a bit more abstract. And Dr. Mundo, I mean, is he an abstract champion? Absolutely. But would Amazing J play it? You bet. It's just one of those things. And now, Mundo actually is not that bad into a matchup like this. You have a lot of lane pressure, and Renekton's a melee champion. So being able to catch him as he's stepping up with all of your cleavers, depending on the skin, it may not be cleavers.
Yeah.
Is a lot of pressure.
Mundo has been played a grand total of 0 times in the summer split. Again, it's only week 3. And in spring, it was played 4 times. 3 in the LCK and once in the NALCS playoffs by Darshan. He went 7-0-8 on it. This is Amazing J. He's digging deep. It's not Darius.
It's kind of
something.
And the funny part about this is he's against a Kalista, and that's kind of the target they want to kill. But how are you meant to get to the Kalista as Mundo when you're just going to be throwing cleavers? What it does do is disrupt the smooth nature with which a Kalista runs around if you slow her down. But you're never really going to kill her. And you expect that the Kalista's just going to kite and cleave you down. At the same time and in the same vein, Mundo shouldn't die. Because he is Mundo, he is unkillable.
He's going to get more spears than a dragon, or excuse me, a Baron in the late game. Oh man, those Mega Rens are going to be awesome.
And this is actually, like, I have to obviously go a little bit deeper with
it.
It's clever because he's against a composition that doesn't have a crazy amount of damage. Usually when you see the Galio and the Jarvan, strong early, drops off a bit towards the later stages of the game. And if he's standing there just getting dealt damage from his opponents, well, he'll just soak it up. And then he'll be fine because he is Mundo.
And he'll just regenerate all of that health right on back. Inflected cleavers left and right, not to mention huge damage out of the Cassiopeia and the Caitlyn. Aimee, surprising a lot of people with this pick. Hopefully they know how to use it properly as we have loaded onto the Rift for game number 1 between Aimee and Snake, the bottom of the table in Group A. I love it.
The weirdest part about this, Dom, is, as color casters, we often play games of League of Legends, and sometimes you experiment and just see how champions would go with new items, new, Stoneborn Pact as an example. I was playing a lot of Mundo support because I thought having extra percentage health would be fantastic.
Yeah.
And so I was running like 150 HP in my runes. I would go Relic Shield because cleavers would work. And then I would just sit there and throw cleavers, and it would work. I actually didn't lose. At the same time, I tried at top lane and fed relentlessly. And so I'm not sure what to expect from this on Amazing J. But there is merit.
Yeah, we're certainly going to see, as we just saw Aimee as a collective unit walk in and get a ward on the Raptor camp to keep an eye on the start of SOFM. Again, Jarvan has to be careful with that jungle path. Not exactly a lot of base resistances. And looks like we've got red buff from both junglers.
It is
Flawless
dope, though.
heads over.
Cleavers on red buff at level 1.
Why is that dope?
Because it does percentage of their max health, so it does like 350 on the first cleave.
Ooh.
Kha'Zix would be having a field day.
Well, he actually holds on to his smite and clears out his red buff. As there's, about the same time, OQ eats some punishment as Starlight sneaks around the wall, just playing with the vision, tags him with an auto.
He absolutely smacked them in this bottom lane, and that's what happens when you leash. That's the major difference here between them, is Jun Zhao is always going to have the pressure as a Caitlyn into the Kalista. It's all about the hooks, maybe level 2 or 3 for the Kalista Thresh lane to see if they can turn back up in the lane. But Braum Caitlyn level 1, always going to have control, always going to win, and then empowered further by the fact that they don't have to leash for Flawless because he starts on the opposite side of the map. It's a very clever strategy here from Aimee, kicking it off right.
Yeah, and suddenly the most oppressive bottom lane in League of Legends is relegated to sitting under turret and catching minions as Jin Zhao and Starlight shove in wave after wave. OQ, he's doing his best Y4 impression right now. Doesn't have a single minion in 2 waves.
Not a minion.
Oh!
Still not.
There we go. That's
he's
2.
on the board.
Yeah.
This is still a Y4 impression.
It's not great.
Until he breaks 2 CS. That was what it was. 2 to 29.
But here comes a huge wave. Lucky Flawless didn't decide to head down here for a dive.
So they don't know where Flawless is, though. That's the concern. You can see Jarvan immediately moving over to see if there's maybe some vision. Rather, SOFM moving over. If he used that, he would have found him.
Yeah, instead, he leaps over towards the Krugs, and like ships in the night, they swing past each other. And Flawless makes his way into the mid lane to look for Zatai. Leap auto tags and trades, and he immediately heals that damage right back.
Really good damage output, but at the 17 CS mark, it's still actually enough gold to go back to base and teleport in with whether it's potions and a control ward, or if you want to go Dark Seal and start stacking up towards the corrupting potions. Like, it's a really good number of CS on a cannon wave when you actually get the cannon with it. So very well done here from Zatai. As much as the damage was nice from Flawless, it wasn't a lot.
Ooh, Amazing J. Forced a flash, actually, as the red buff burn pushes him under turret.
Yeah, Flandre actually could have used his flash stun, may have resulted in a kill there. So preemptively flashing Amazing J. Not a bad choice, of course. He's going to sustain up with plenty of health if the cleavers continue to connect. If they don't, then he'll lose health, and it's not worth him staying here at all, because he can then get dove.
And now, taking a look after that early jungle recall, we've got Ranger's Trinket on both. Tracker's Knife for additional wards. Why do I call it Rangers? Ranger Smite. I don't know where I get that from.
Ranger's Focus?
Perhaps. Yeah, that's Ashe.
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know.
Me either. Regardless, we can see Flawless stepping forward with the control ward into Pixel Brush with the pressure in lane. They pull Starlight up from bottom as OQ and Crystal continue to catch these minions, and they will get just ahead of SOFM in the river. So that's Scuttle Crab control, even Jin Zhao over there as well. And with Mountain Dragon, that's a huge priority for both teams to maintain control over.
SOFM is very far ahead in CS, though. He's looking for the Raptor timing, as is standard for him. But 30 to 13 and a level advantage for him means that the Kha'Zix is super far behind, and Jarvan, once he starts getting that AD, getting that level 6 and the Cataclysm available, will have a massive impact. And so I feel like that's where SOFM is going to go. Just utilize the fact that he has an advantage, push it hard, get the ultimates, work with Zatai, work with maybe even Flandre, even impact the bottom lane where things have started off a bit poorly, and then suddenly Snake's winning everywhere if that happens.
Again, if that were to happen. We are seeing a slight advantage for Flandre up top. In the mid lane, it's close to even, so though Zatai did use his teleport. Tear off the first recall for Athena as Flawless heads back into the jungle to continue farming up and working on getting that CS to catch up. But level 6 for SOFM. He's actually the first in the game to tick over to level 6.
He is hard farming. That is safe to say. He knows exactly where to be. All of the enemy jungle of Flawless belongs to SOFM. It's the Krugs and the Raptors. And guess what? He watered it in advance.
And he's heading right over.
Like a good cooking show. Prepared this one earlier.
And now if we pull into the oven, you can see the cooked Raptors. And with that Cataclysm presence, even going so far as to bring Flandre for some assistance.
#1 priority on Summoner's Rift.
Smite secure before heading back in towards the Krugs on the top side.
Red buff is up in a minute as well, so that's also the bigger thing. This side of the jungle is completely SOFM's because Flawless is under-leveled. Now, Flawless could go to the other side of the map, right? Could look towards the enemy blue buff, but you can see the Kalista Sentinels running around in there. They're trying to find their opponents if Flawless does respond. At the same time, it seems like IME's actual response is just to try and hold their lanes down so that it's just a 1v1, just isolated, and try and get Flawless what he can out of it.
Flawless trying to clear out, gets a medium Krug, or SOFM shows up for the big one. Luckily, he doesn't have Smite, so Flawless can at least get this, but so much emphasis from Snake on setting up SOFM for success. Meanwhile, bottom lane has just been on a complete island. He's got that red buff timing. He's pinging towards it right now. Actually pinging towards Athena as he turns in. Zatai doesn't get the knockup. Shield of Durand, Clen procs it, and he makes his way under the turret.
SOFM actually wasn't committing to that. He was just looking to do damage. So the cleanse used by Athena, proactive to try and avoid himself from dying. Same thing as Amazing J, but speaking of dying,
Flawless smites early and picks up the red buff. Meanwhile, Flandre looks like he's diving onto Amazing J. Heroes entrance, grand entrance, and first blood for SOFM.
And to be perfectly honest with you, it doesn't matter what champion Amazing J is there. He is going to die. 3 people coming into the top lane. The early presence of a Galio, the damage coming out of a Renekton, at the same time a super fed Jarvan. They'll just smash their way through laning phase. They'll smash their way through objectives. And this is just a walk in the park for Snake.
Top tier 1 goes down for that first brick. 2,000 gold with that advantage. Huge lead for SOFM. Flandre opening up 2 minion waves for himself. And despite the rough start OQ had, he's actually even in CS with Jin Zhao. The only thing that's going right for IMA is Flawless in CS.
Wait, what?
Or is this Athena? Sorry. Yeah, there we go.
Right.
That's the name.
I was gonna say, that's absolutely not going right.
I saw him on my screen, and I did the autocorrect.
Yeah. No, Athena's still farming pretty well. Unfortunately, what it does mean, though, like, whilst Athena is farming well, the difference is that Zatai's had a meaningful roam.
Yeah.
And that, to me, still compensates for it. However, he was winning lane roam aside before that anyway. Could just be a matchup thing.
Ooh, Starlight. He's not enjoying this.
SOFM has
Flash
ult.
to sidestep the hook, and he makes it out of the Cataclysm by leaping towards Flawless. Lantern behind. Flash auto. No blast cone for you. But SOFM, he's found Jin Zhao away from the turret. Misses the flag and drag, but Flandre with the TP, actually the roam bottom, follows up with the dive. Flash isn't going to save you. 3-0.
And poor Jin Zhao just wants to get to his turret, just wants to have a laning phase, but Flandre shows up. This is not your average everyday Snake performance, what we're seeing from them right now. Their ability to actually win lane, move around the map seamlessly, and just be at the right place at the right time. And whether that's Aimee being at the wrong place at the wrong time, or conversely for Snake, it still looks really good for them.
And Aimee looking very passive in this early game, or just getting torn apart, as now it's 2 turrets along with those 3 kills. Still complete vision control over the Mountain Dragon. And Aimee, they're getting blue buff.
They are.
So they've got that going for them.
They're absolutely getting, look at it, it's gone.
There he goes.
Smacked him. Rift Herald's also up in 5 seconds. I don't know if they'll immediately look for it. It's a bit hard to do without a Mundo. They might just want to... Here you go.
Flandre 1v2. He's tagged by the burst damage. Dominant slice. Dice. Doesn't even burn Flash. Cool as a cucumber.
Very calm stuff. As now Athena's caught. No cleanse.
Ooh, flashes over the wall to escape the shield of Duran. Zatai perhaps hoping for a little bit more of a taunt duration. And SOFM will chase that Cassiopeia back into the brush.
Of course, has no ultimate SOFM. It's a little bit off cooldown. But Jin Zhao's on the opposite side of the map. You saw the pings earlier go towards the Herald. And at this stage, I don't think that Aimee can actually respond to it if they kick it off. And they can kick that off over the wall.
They certainly can as they step forward into the topside jungle of Aimee, placing plenty of wards. There's a Lantern. Crystal follows up. The Cataclysm flashes over. Red buff and SOFM. Blind Dragon Strike tags the kill.
Crystal, you need to calm down. I understand who you wanted there. You do get a Mundo ultimate. Not too bad as an end result. 3-0-1 is the scoreline for SOFM.
Yeah.
It is a big old Jarvan running around. In fact, even the bottom lane's now swapped. They're having a bad time, and they need to match the Mundo to the Renekton.
And there's no defense mid. Athena's backed away. OQ is shoving up to the turret as the rest of his team collapses. This is the final standing Tier 1. 11 minutes in, and Aimee are falling apart.
Where is the fight from Aimee? Where is the Aimee that you're used to watching? Even in defeats, they still group up. They still fight.
Yeah.
They're just doing nothing. Snake have them controlled at literally every turn.
I mean, kudos to Snake for actually doing things and following through as a collective unit, but Aimee, they are... something is missing on this team. And maybe it's kills, maybe it's turrets, maybe it's some shot calling, but right now they are not having a great game as we get towards that 12-minute mark. All 3 outers are gone. 4,000 gold lead for Snake. And is that going to be Bilgewater completed, Blade of the Ruined King? Nah, just the Bilgewater. Okay. Almost there.
We have put ourselves in an interesting spot here, though, realistically, when you look at the draft for Aimee, is Mundo's not going to be amazing at level 1. Cassiopeia is a tier champion, so we'll always have to take some time to ramp up. You'd say right now Cass is strong because you've got the Rod of Ages. There's a bit of lane control, but it's not like a team fighting strength that early in the game. Caitlyn is the one big winning point just because of the 2v2 they've built for themselves that will hard win the lane. Yet Flawless didn't play on that side of the map. SOFM played for Flawless on the top side, and so there was this really easy win where realistically, we've always looked at Flawless and said he's one of the smartest junglers in this league, and he should be able to play for the winning side of the map, but didn't.
Yeah, he's getting absolutely manhandled by SOFM as Snake invade and follow through with the red buff. Smart though he may be, it's not going to do too much. That was a smooth Lantern slide combo from SOFM, and Crystal lands them squarely in the Rift Herald pit. They've got presence mid, they've got push pressure bottom, and Zatai is doing his work to keep Jin Zhao busy up top.
Crystal looks like he's been supporting his whole life. Very comfortable man right now in the role for a Draven main. who has stepped up to the plate for Snake, and he's been doing his part working with SOFM. That to me is the biggest thing that we have seen from them in the recent weeks. These two as a tandem, the dynamic duo. Amazing J.
OQ's going toe-to-toe. That's a very early rend.
Amazing J has ultimate, so I don't think there's too much to worry about here. It's a fight over the blue buff.
OQ picks it up. His support, meanwhile, in mid lane. They're now pushing up towards a tier 2 as Jin Zhao is trying to hold top. SOFM shows up with Rift Herald and channels it in Vision of Aimee, but there's nothing they can do.
That's
Hook pulls Amazing J in. Ignite denies the masochism as Hitai follows through for a knockup. Athena gets a petrifying gaze, but has to kite back against the turret. Snake are diving this cleanly and easily, picking up 2 kills. Ace in the hole does nothing as they continue to follow through.
They've got the minions, they've got Herald pushing in as well. This might actually just be an inhibitor turret 14 minutes in.
It is broken at the 14-minute mark. Absolutely brutal game from Snake as Rift Herald gets not 1, not 2, but 3 structures on the map and will continue running for a final charge. She falls just too soon.
Caught just at the end of her life, but gives them an inhibitor. So massive win from Snake again. They are actually playing well, recalling as a team pretty much everything you could ask for an LPL roster right now in game number 1 of a series. We'll have to map out their progress.
Good use of a qualifier there. I appreciate that. Again, they still have to close out this entire series, not to mention this game. And there is Mundo, who's going to get big later. There's Cassiopeia, who has a Rod of Ages, has that tier stacking. Can they possibly survive long enough if they lost an inhib at the 14-minute mark?
The problem with that inhibitor is it's also going to be on the Baron side of the map. Granted, it will be up when Baron spawns as we're only 15 minutes in, but the area of the map is now super open. It means that Flandre's job is incredibly easy as he can just sit down there. The minions will automatically pressure it anyway, and it's such a long lane that no one from Aimee is going to feel safe pushing out because they'll be at risk of dying. So it just gives many more avenues of attack for the side of Snake, and they can pretty much pick and choose where they'd like to attack. The question here is, how does Snake continue to accelerate with the inhibitor gone, with Herald gone, no Drake to take?
They've got Hitai pushing top, and with the whole team zoning away Aimee on the far side, he's left to bash his head into that turret a few times and set it to crumbling. Amazing J is trying to deal with these super minions, but he is having a rough time. 40 CS down behind Flandre.
Flandre is also at 160 CS at 16 minutes.
Yes.
So he's doing incredibly well, as they might just dive this.
SOFM just zoning away with the threat of a Cataclysm. Dude is level 10. The hook lands! And he cataclysms onto the backline of Flawless and Starlight, whose Unbreakable is in the wrong direction. Jin Zhao watches from a sepia-toned screen as his base is broken. Yet again, the mid-tier 2 has been cracked by Flandre, and super minions are on the Nexus turrets at 16 minutes.
Crystal is looking cleaner by the day.
Yeah.
Very good on the Thresh right now, actually setting up with the hooks. SOFM, he was looking, Jin Zhao oversteps. He definitely was overreaching with his position. But at the same time, the hook connects. That's what matters. Snake, they're actually so close to forcing a perfect game if that Drake was just not snuck away earlier.
Yeah. The one steal from Aimee, the one thing that they've got to their name, but
they can be thankful they have a Mundo as well, because it destroys super minions this early in the game. Not a lot of other top laners are going to be able to.
It was all planned.
If we lose the inhibitor at 17 minutes, minions will funnel into our base for free. It's genius.
Oh, man. I mean, there was that conversation held quite a while ago where if you take the inhibitor too soon, the gold efficiency for the enemy team actually increases because the minions passively push for you. It's harder to catch those minions in that lane if you've taken the inhibitor.
Well, whilst true, the question for me, which is what we raise, is more so how do you continue to accelerate having the inhibitor dead? Because if you get a second, then it's too hard to defend that early into the game. Or if you get Drakes with it, the gold efficiency shifts, even though there's more standing gold going to be available for the opposite team to take.
I guess the big sign is whether or not Snake can close out with some more inhibitors or if they'll just play with the one. 2 minutes before Baron is up as Snake are speed running Aimee and pulling them apart.
Now's the time to attack though, Dom. The wave in the bottom lane has pulled the attention of Amazing J. They've got the ability to completely pressure. It was a cannon wave. Really hard to actually force against the Cassiopeia, granted. They're trying to rotate between, generate those picks, use the Thresh hook, and follow that up with the kills. The idea's there. The execution definitely is not, because it's just too hard to do.
OQ continues to pad his stats with a few extra Raptors as finally Aimee start creeping forward with Flawless and Starlight for some vision. Again, Amazing J holding on to the Super Minions bottom as Flandre has taken control over Flawless's jungle entirely. But now that the jungles have been cleared out, now that the waves are prepped and pushed, here comes that Inhib siege. Here comes the hunt for a pick onto Aimee. And luckily they have one ward just outside the base gate on that red side.
And if
the Inhib is back up.
If you're looking at Aimee as well at this stage in the game, you are still looking at Athena and saying, what can you get done? I don't think Jin Zhao's even close to strong enough yet to solo win team fights. He will be standing behind the Cassiopeia. Has summoners available. The Petrifying Gaze does hit. If all the poison's able to connect, then he is your knight in shining armor that is very much needed.
He's going to need to be, as Snake are just moving back and forth. Now it looks like they're headed back to finish off the inhib that was broken earlier by Rift Herald. We're getting towards the 20-minute mark as Snake, they seem to have been unable to successfully break too much more outside of those tier 2s and that inhibitor
They're
from
back
Rift
for the
Herald.
inhib.
But they are pressing forward, and Aimee are ready to defend. They've cleared out their other minion waves. This is the only objective they need to hold on to. But where do they draw the line? Where is the fight from Aimee?
They are trying to get this inhibitor down just before the Baron spawns, so they then have the immediate inside track and advantage towards that area of the map. But they're also setting up in an area that Caitlyn hasn't set up before she can.
Whoa!
SOFM.
Flash Cataclysm onto Athena. Hero's entrance knocks up one. Meanwhile, Flawless diving into the back is collapsed upon by Snake, and Zatai is so tanky. He soaks the efforts of 4
Crystal.
people. The flash hook gets cleansed immediately, but a Flay pulls Starlight and Amazing J in. They don't finish off the inhib, but they do finish off Crystal as SOFM actually retreats. Not enough tanky stats, and Amazing J gets his full ultimate
going.
off. He's chasing after SOFM, and Aimee take the late game fight at 21 minutes into the game. 2 members of Snake have died, and now it's 3.
That's a big overreach from Snake. It goes without saying. They wanted the inhibitor. Well, guess what? The inhibitor is still alive because they spent more time diving than they did hitting the structures. OQ's going to live. Zatai was never really going to die. He had his summoners. And there was not a lot of crazy chase, I guess, from Athena to follow that up. He doesn't have blue buff. They'll get the objective. They'll get the kills. The inhibitor will stay alive. And all expectations are still that Snake will come back in, pick up the inhibitor that they left off earlier, or pressure the Baron. But of course, we get to see how this all happens again. The answer is that. That's a lot. It's probably too much. You'd say SOFM comes back, conveniently finds himself a Flawless, and Flandre even disengaging. But now no one's going to help Zatai. No one's now pressuring the front line. And still, one summoner at a time. Overreach from Crystal. Just hit Jin Zhao. Easier target to hook. Suddenly the chase can continue. Mundo, he had his ultimate that whole time. He was going to find you. He was going to Liam Neeson you.
In the meanwhile, Aimee were able to pick up Cloud Dragon, and now they sweep their vision out around the Baron, but Aimee have shown they can win one fight. Zanya's is finished for Athena, not to mention Static Shiv, plus the IE for Jin Zhao. Finally, they're going to start being able to do damage in these fights and answering back.
It's just sad that these things still happen from the side of Snake when you get so close to the game you want to see from them, and it just haunts you. Always something.
Like the ghost of Snake's past. One reckless fight after another.
Like
Flawless.
the ghost of current Snake.
And, SOFM. Doesn't get the final auto attack on the ward. Crystal shows up to save the day with a control ward of his own before continuing to work on a second. And it is a 5 versus 5 skirmish over vision. Aimee, they've decided this is the place.
They're just going to sit there and throw cleavers. It's not even really skirmishing over an objective. They know Snake aren't doing the objective, but they want to have Mundo in front, throwing cleavers, whittling your health bars down. Maybe force you to take one step too far forwards and engage on something you don't want. You know that SOFM has no flash, Flandre no flash. Literally all of Snake are missing those spells. And so if ever there was a time to fight, it's when you have ultimates and they don't have summoner spells. And if they come at you, they have no way out.
As it is, though, Snake decide instead to retreat. They reset the map. SOFM returns to his favored environment, the jungle, and continues to clear out camps as OQ catches minions in the mid lane. With Baron the only big objective on that map outside of that bottom inhibitor, we get to see things reset a little bit. And suddenly, IMA, they were hanging on by a mere fingertip. But somehow, they're still in this game. But not in the traditional sense of like, oh, it's 50 minutes and a massive advantage. That was almost a 20-minute game from Snake if they won that fight.
Yeah, it actually would have been pretty close to over from the fight. At the very least, the inhibitor would have gone down. The Baron would have been 10 times easier to take. But still, Flandre, he's not actually pressuring the bottom lane. He's letting the minions do the work by themselves. They're trying to group. Oh, hello.
Oh, SOFM stacks up the hero's entrance along with damage from OQ in the back. He's trying to fire these shots across the bow, but gets stunned. Finally, they're going to drop Athena as Starlight was the first to fall. They continue chasing through. Amazing J is just being stacked up, but they turn onto Flawless. This is the fight that they wanted, successfully finding both carries in one location.
And SOFM engaging at the correct time now, walking around. Of course, they're not going to be able to kill Amazing J. He's a bit too tanky. OQ's positioning was great. The jungler is dead from the side of Snake, but I don't think that matters all that much when you've got OQ, who is playing Kalista and is going to have the Ren stacks. We'll see if Amazing J can actually do anything, though, here.
Doesn't have the ultimate, walks in. He's got Caitlyn coming in from the side, but they turn onto him. Amazing J finally falls. A massive Ren resets the cooldown. Jin Zhao just outside of vision. They're blocking the Piltover Peacemaker, and with that cooldown gone, Snake secure the Baron.
Yeah, very cautious stuff from OQ, even letting the Baron get down to about 600 health before he wastes the Ren, knows how much damage is possible from a Caitlyn on the outside of the pit. We get to see the fight again. Crystal hits a hook, and they find an opportunity. It's actually a really nice combo. The Zonias from Athena is good to try and keep himself alive. He has a cleanse too, so you'd expect he's okay, but he was already flayed back into the middle of everything, and the amount of AoE damage that a Galio, a Renekton, even the Thresh with the box and the Flay are able to output is more than enough to secure a kill on someone like a Cassiopeia. And as the major threat of the team, Aima had nothing after that.
Yeah, and now that they've all respawned and reset, Snake find themselves with the Baron once again, and only 2 inhibitor turrets standing. Athena's actually been spotted by a ward. Crystal pings towards it along with OQ, heading towards that side of the map, while SOFM and Flandre prep bottom to clean up the inhibitor that they took 12 minutes ago. But instead, they just play it safe. They prep the waves. They make sure all of the lanes are ready. Not going to take any risks. Any needless risks.
Wits End also the item of choice for Oki here on his Kalista. Values the attack speed and really values the magic resistance. Just didn't want to lose the attack speed whilst getting the magic resistance. So goes for his own version of the 2-for-1 special. It's a bit of a weird item, but I can see it working. Just now, because he's so far snowball.
Not to mention he's got the Knight's Vow finished up for Crystal to provide some additional resistances, so it will be pretty difficult to clear out that Kalista as Zatai brings minions in bottom. SOFM and Flandre now bring those minions in top. Amazing J struggles to clear it out. Turret does most of the damage.
Yeah, the pressure continues. And whilst the pressure's there, we're still yet to see Snake do that final move that's required.
Oh,
Good
and
hook.
Crystal steps in, preps the Lantern, flays it back, but Glacial Fissure keeps him standing. Teleport, along with Hero's Entrance, the whole team is grouping up. Snake quickly swap onto the broken inhib and break it again.
Yeah, they get the inhibitor down. There it goes.
Yep.
And now they're able to move back towards this middle lane if they choose, but they're just going top.
Flash hook from Crystal as he steps forward, trying to zone them away. They dive into the fight. Zatai deep in the thick of things with SOFM. Another Zhonya's locks Athena into the pit. He's knocked up, but that residual AoE you mentioned is just too much. He's still firing across as best he can, but will he be able to clear this out? Jin Zhao is now shooting on the far side as OQ is dead. An Amazing J ready with his team, Athena and Jin Zhao.
They're actually killing them right now,
Answering back, they have to step through the trap line. Flandre gets headshot. Crystal goes low, and Crystal goes down. The ace for Aimee again.
This just keeps happening when Aimee plays League of Legends, and at the same time, Snake, they get an inhibitor, and they literally try to walk from bottom to top lane where their minions are. There are many other paths to success, Snake, and you chose the one that leads to pain and death. How does this continue to happen? And honestly, Crystal is still playing so well, hitting all of these hooks. Athena does well to hold on to the flash for as long as he did, actually dodging everything at once. And so he stays alive. That's big, because he's able to now go and either get some health quickly or to hang around with better positioning. And watch Snake here. They're like, all right, we're going top lane. We're going top lane. What's in between us and top lane? Literally the whole map. Like, look at all the red structures. That's what's between you. Zatai gets a nice stun off, taunts them. Lots of follow-up damage from SOFM. But it's not enough to kill you because OQ is a little bit preoccupied with other members of the team of Aimee. And by the time he gets here, there's too much focus, compliments of a Braum, able to actually take him down. When Braum hits the Q or an auto attack, the stun's surely going to follow with the team that Aimee have got for themselves. And plain and simple, what were Snake thinking?
I have no idea. Finally, the last Whisper picked up from OQ, but still no grievous wounds. That dude needs a mortal reminder because Amazing J is getting so much health.
He definitely does. He's super close to it, though, so he should be able to get that soon. At the same time, conversely to him, Jin Jiao has finally come into his own. He's got the 3 big items, Rapid Fire Cannon, Static Shiv with his Infinity Edge, and when you look at his opposition, not a lot of armor. There's 2 Ninja Tabis, 2 Warden's Mails, but it's only on 2 of the members really on the team. You've got Knight's Vow that'll do a little bit. The Frozen Heart's nice, but the Last Whisper is counteracting most of this at this stage anyway.
And amazingly, Aimee have found themselves able to survive until the 30-minute mark. Super Minions again pressing in bottom, but the Baron buff has subsided. Dragon was taken by Aimee off the back of that fight. Now they find themselves with 3 dragons, a 4th coming up soon, an Elder Dragon just afterward. And suddenly, the possibility of a late-game Aimee turnaround seems a whole lot more credible.
It's like it was 1%, it became 5, and now you're looking at about 15, and it still shouldn't exist.
Yeah, of course.
It is still around 15, which is unreasonably high considering how this game has gone. They've got a 0-2 mid lane, a 0-4 jungle, and 0-2 in the support role. Jin Jiao's traps will be super helpful when it comes to this. You know, Athena's very good at killing super creeps, as is Amazing J, as is Jin Jiao. So they're actually very capable at holding their base. And Snake are playing right into their hands and fighting them inside it.
If ever there was a team that was accustomed to defending their base from threats, it's Aimee.
I feel like that's all they do.
Defend and hold on. As they're going to recall and reset. Baron's up in 70 seconds. They've got blue buff. They've got the whole map as their playground. Yet still they are unable to claim the one final prize, the Nexus of Aimee.
And this is the hard part, though, for Aimee with the Baron up in a minute. They want to leave their base. They need to try and stretch their legs out just a little bit more. Starlight and Flawless will have to work in tandem to secure this. It was really good timing, though, as Snake are now revealing mid lane, and they were just in base. So they're able to get some wards. None on the pit, though.
They do have, I think that was a blue trinket just behind the red that was cleared out by SOFM, and Flandre has found Starlight. He leaps back as his ward that he just placed got cleared out by the rest of Snake, so there's still one behind the Raptor camp. And we've got Super Minions, again, pushing in bottom. It's answered by Amazing J, but he's got teleport and is ready. If ever there was an environment that he wanted, this would be it.
Yeah, and the problem here is the timing, actually, from Aimee. The ward placements were nice. They got them out, but they're naturally going to get cleared. And in situations like this where you're trying to defend an objective from going down, the best way to play it out is to ward a little bit earlier than when everyone's going to start contesting it. Go back to base, get more of the wards, refresh them, and then contest when they are fighting you for vision, because you'll be able to at least match them. However, this means that I may have to go back to base. They don't have vision once again in pretty much the entirety of the area. They're going to have to check, or it's just going to go.
They've moved out as a collective unit, which gets them to the Baron very quickly. Aimee are ready for a fight. 5 versus 5. Crystal's in the front, and he is low. Fate's Call still ready. Knock up onto Zatai, but that's him pulled back. SOFM goes into the back line, but he's got no follow-up. Hero's entrance, but Zatai's at half. He's stunned. Athena has killed Crystal. OQ is being assassinated by Flawless, and Snake are barely surviving this. Jin Jiao kites it back, gets the headshot. Amazing J finds SOFM. Ace in the hole, not going to be enough to kill. Hopefully Amazing J can tag him with the cleaver to follow
He's
through.
got Dead Man.
Plus
There's
Dead
a
Man
chance.
and Double Cloud. Walls are going to be SOFM's friend. He makes it over that one, but the Baron is dissuaded. Aimee now turn onto it. Vision on top of Vision. And they're going to take it. 33 minutes in. 5 to 10, 10 to 15, and 15 to 25.
It's just incredible that they're even in a game like this, and yet they've got the Baron buff. The gold is shrinking. It was over 10,000, and it's back to 5. Turrets falling means it decreases even more. Difference between these two. It's just ridiculous. Crystal, he's out of position. He gets stunned. Braum is the actual MVP here. Amazing J is unstoppable. He is never going to die because he just kites back. Starlight. Constant Braum procs, constant Braum stuns on the SOFM, onto Flandre, onto Crystal. Ultimately, setting Jin Zhao up to hold onto his QSS, hold onto his flash and heal for that long that he was never actually going to die.
Suddenly that 1 item Caitlyn becomes 2, and 2 now becomes 4, plus the Quicksilver Sash. She is ready. Mortal Reminder finally completed from OQ, so at least he can curb some of Amazing J's massive healing, but Cassiopeia is at 4.5 items. Mundo is sitting at 3.5 as well, and Aime with Baron buff finally get to stretch their legs and get back onto the map. The final dragon of the game is up in 15 seconds, and Aime are pressing forward. Let's see if they try to fight over it, perhaps preempting the eventual Elder.
Yeah, they don't just creep out of their base anymore, Aime. They're breaking into a sprint towards the middle lane. SOFM is looking. He has the opportunity here.
There's no flash from Jin Zhao, but he is spotted by Starlight. A hook pulls back Amazing J, but Zatai takes a few of these hits on that headshot. Dark Passage as the tier 2 goes down.
This
Ace in
is
the
bad.
hole. Brings SOFM to low. That flank is suddenly a bad
They're
idea.
just pushing now. 1 lane, 1 game.
And this is the inhibitor being broken. Jin Zhao doing massive damage with Athena. And SOFM has died, assassinated by Flawless. It's 5 versus 4. They're still going. Aime, 35 minutes in. The hook has finally tagged Athena. He cleanses back, but Aime
You've got
are
to fight.
on to the Nexus turrets. Snake, finally, their hesitation could be their downfall as the minion wave finally is cleared out. 30 seconds before the next one. Hook onto Starlight. He's pulled in. He's brought low. He dies as Redemption is tossed in. Crystal follows up.
Snake.
That's Athena Zanya's. OQ firing in the back. Jin Zhao trying to clear out the front line. OQ gets a double, but Jin Zhao is untouched. He finds a tie. Flawless found OQ. Crystal pulls the hook on a minion, and Snake are losing the game. Aime, 36 minutes in, find their first win since week 1, day 1.
And they could not have made it harder for themselves to get a victory here, Dom, but they do get it from inside their base. Well-deserved smiles from the team. That was a hard-fought victory. And honestly, it was a hard-earned defeat by Snake.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Amazing J.
Looks at his screen and says, how on earth did we do this?
Yeah, I'm sure that damage taken graph is insane as he lets out a huge smile, a huge sigh of relief. Again, this is Aime's first win since week 1, day 1. They have not won a single game since that first match against IG. And finally, against Snake, down an inhibitor at 14 minutes. Frosco, where does this team find the grit to hold on?
I mean, it's Aime. If there's something we... Okay, here's the thing. We can dissect Aime's macro all day. Their draft phase, you know, they lost too many different lanes. They got shoved around. But the thing that you can't teach that Aime have is heart. And they will never give up.
Amazing.
Jay. Sorry.
Actually did a lot of damage. He did more than his mid laner when it was all said and done. But Jin Zhao, they put the eggs in the Caitlyn basket, and it paid off.
But it's fine. We said Jin Zhao has always been the star of this team. You know, he's the focal point. He's the guy that takes over in these late game team fights, and it's about how the team works around him to set him up to carry. Aime have been losing all of their games because they lose before Jin Zhao becomes relevant, and it looked to be the exact same case this time around. A 14-minute inhib taken down. There are minions on the Nexus turrets. You're like, this is done. Jin Zhao, there's no way you can dig out of this. But their composition and Snake's overreach allow Aime to fight back into this game. And again, they're just the little train that could. They will never give up. They will keep on chugging. And if you let them, they will fight you at 35 minutes. This is absurd. And yeah, I agree, Crystal was on fire this game. He was looking so smooth with SOFM. He was rotating around with Flandre, hitting these hooks, being confident to look for these extended plays. But it was ultimately also him that would flash forward and kind of bait his team into disaster. And this is so important because this is the second time that IMA is going to ace Snake in their base. And what this means is it allows IMA to actually fight for the Baron. If Snake hadn't been aced there twice, they would have relegated IMA to their own base, they would have taken the Baron for free, and they would have smothered them and closed out this game, 10, 15 minutes earlier.
But somehow they're able to hold on. The traps placed, 30 seconds ago, a full minute before the siege actually began, yields those kills.
Yeah, time and again, these big fights coming out, and you can see it from Jin Zhao untouched. The best part about this moment as well is Athena is directly in front of Jin Zhao. Flawless is directly in front of Athena, and they're able to actually play really strong front-to-back League of Legends, which is what their comp is designed to do. And only are they allowed to do that because Snake let them do that by playing the exact same style.
Yeah, and Snake, they ran away with the game. They didn't run away with the game. They sprinted down the street, but this is the tortoise and the hare. Snake took a nap right next to the finish line, and IMA just crept up behind him.
And you saw Snake's face after that game. And it's very funny because I feel like we've had two series where if the other team could just learn something from each other, where Invictus Gaming need to learn the decisiveness of Dan Gaming, and Snake, they need to learn the heart of IMA. You saw them after that. They were crushed. That's a loss that's going to hurt backstage, especially with how Snake's current run in summer is going, not having a consistent support staff behind you, losing pretty much game after game. Yeah, they get that surprise left hook against Team WE, but they are on a downward spiral. To have a 14-minute inhib take, to have the game in front of your eyes, and then to lose like that, I don't know if Snake have the resilience to bounce back from that. Whereas IMA, you could throw all the punches you wanted, they're always going to get back up. They're always going to bounce back.
Yeah, MVP goes to Jin Zhao. No surprise, 100% kill participation. If this guy wasn't involved, then it wasn't going to be a kill.
I mean, that's how the team comp was designed as well, right? So Jin Zhao did play it incredibly well. They held on as a team incredibly well. At the same time, you have to give some credit to Starlight for how he was able to actually set Jin Zhao up, keep him alive, do a lot of work for him as a team. And I think this is one of the best examples of it for us.
Yeah, the Braum, like you said, you called it out during the team fight, Rusty. I was like, man, now I can't use that replay because you already showed everything that Starlight was doing to create space for Jin Zhao, to allow him to kite back and survive in this. And that's the thing. So many ultimates hit Jin Zhao, and he's still alive.
Just firing shot after shot. IMA, they know the core of their team, the heart of that composition, and they follow through. And again, this is a team with a lot of heart. This is a team with a lot of, I guess, emotion driving them forward. But to contrast that with Snake, as you said, learning from this, Snake, their only wins have been against WE. They have not won a single game outside of that best of 3, and they had an inhib broken at 14 minutes against IMA before dropping this. How many blows? I mean, we asked this question about LGD. How many blows can this team take and before they stop getting up?
And Snake are a very emotional team as well, so it's really hard to give you a definitive answer. But so far, not so good for them, and this game one is a big concern.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got a few minutes to address those concerns and reset before getting back in. But we're going to go and take a break while we get ready for that game number 2.
Flow that God gave me. Tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it as mine. I'm selfish. Yo, Will, tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. No yes men. I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I chew through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm something you ain't seen like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinched nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate. I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is. I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass grass, my offspring's forever. I flow it right better than any, I'm the hottest. And trust me, that's not being conceited, that's being modest. I'm being honest, pop up my collar. School of hard knocks, I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're about ready to get into game number 2 between IMEI and Snake after watching IMEI take their second win in the LPL Summer Split, taking their first against Invictus Gaming in week number 1, their second here in their game against Snake. And that was from a huge deficit they were able to hold on and demonstrate, as we've so aptly described it, heart. But they're still missing the rest of the Rangers. They're not quite going to be able to summon Captain Planet with just heart alone. What on earth can they do more than just hang on from a 14-minute inhibitor break?
I'll quote Raz on this one. They need some fire. They need something else. They need some laning phase, maybe, whatever it is. You know, Jin Zhao was performing well in game number 1. I was very happy watching the 2v2 in the bottom lane. But for me, and I did mention this, Flawless was never in the right place at the right time. It felt like he was focusing too hard on what SOFM was doing, or where SOFM was, not on what Flawless was doing. And he's meant to be the smart guy. He's meant to be the smart jungler, path towards getting yourself ahead.
Yeah.
Don't worry about SOFM. You know he's at your Raptors. He's always at your Raptors. Doesn't change.
And to alleviate that and make it even easier, I'd like to see Kesman, the coach behind IMEI, prioritize winning lane matchups and more than just the bottom lane. Yeah, it's easy for Jin Zhao to show up and do his job because he did get that Caitlyn and he's able to bully his lane opponent. But Athena and Amazing J were pretty much fed to the wolves on the Cassiopeia and the Mundo, going to be shoved underneath their tower, which opened up SOFM to really contest Flawless as hard as he could. And yeah, Flawless could have done much better with what he was given, but if he's given more resources, hopefully he can step up just like SOFM.
Well, he's certainly going to have to try as Snake. I mean, I feel like the lessons that they had to learn are pretty straightforward. Just do the exact same thing you did in game number 1, but at 18 minutes, don't dive into, what, 2 turrets?
Yeah,
was it?
and then at 25 minutes,
don't dive into 2 turrets.
Yeah.
There's literally a sign in the room that says, "Don't make the same mistake twice." That one stings.
Yeah, they did the same thing in 2 games.
No, in the same game.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Oh, man. Snake, do you think they still have those signs up after the coach left the organization?
Honestly, I'm really curious to see how Snake take the stage and what form they look in. Because, again, Zatai looked close to tears when the camera was on him. And that is a win that is devastating. And, yeah, they're veterans of the LPL. They've been playing for a very long time. But their actual age is still really young. Zatai's a veteran at 18 years old. He's been playing League of Legends for 4 years professionally.
It's
Do
a
that
long
math.
time. Oh, yeah, we got there.
So he's very, very young. And you can tilt really hard.
Well, without the support of a veteran organization behind them, it might be a little bit difficult for them to recover, but they're going to have to if they want to break IME here in game number 2. We've entered into picks and bans. IME with side selection are now on blue side. Frosco, thank you so much for your analysis. But getting into picks and bans, Fiora and LeBlanc again banned away by IME. Looks like Elise and Galio, so Snake are biting the bullet this time.
Yeah, they'll get rid of the Galio. They're on red side. Maybe the Zac to follow. However, in game number 1, it was banned on blue side by Snake. So IME can definitely taunt them here. Another targeted ban. I think you just keep doing what you did in game number 1. Get rid of the Shen. Obviously, don't play the same way. I just mean in draft with the bans.
There goes the Shen ban. Following the exact same pattern from IME, so they're not changing anything. And there's the Zac as you predicted. So
Things
IME
will change here, though.
Yeah, they've got priority. Again, they first pick Caitlyn. It's time to see which direction Snake end up going.
Yeah, so they know they're against the Caitlyn. Thresh Kalista is still up. I would say at least pick the Thresh here. You can still prioritize the Jarvan as well. Honestly, Snake don't have a lot in the way of draft that they would have to change for themselves. Thresh Jarvan, great combo, unless they really want SOFM to be on Lee Sin or something now and to actually play out the duo.
Yeah, there's the Lee Sin that you mentioned. They don't have to pick up Kalista here because they get one final pick before the next round of bans and then another one just afterwards. So not too much to worry about. I may get the opportunity to answer this time.
Yeah, at the same time, with Lee Sin gone, Elise already banned away. Kha'Zix is the next progression of duelist junglers that would be going into the Lee Sin unless they really want Jarvan themselves. And not just that, of course, knowing he's into the Thresh. AD carry aside, Braum still has a lot of merit here. They can win the laning phase against pretty much anybody in that case, and so perhaps it's just a Kha'Zix Braum.
IME, if they were to return to the same strategy, so far 3 of the exact same champions, excuse me, 2 of the exact same champions, I can definitely count. And Jarvan now being hovered, picked away from Snake. If this were to be locked in, it goes to Amazing J up top. But it's swapped over. Turns out I was actually correct the first time. It is 3 of the exact same champions.
They were just messing with you. I was right all along, Dom. Don't worry.
I believed you so much, I wasn't actually paying attention to what was on the screen.
These guys like swapping at 0 seconds.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
In the LPL, they will swap at 0. The animations never change. It just locks in with a different champion.
And here's going to be another swap at 0 seconds.
Should be an AD.
Yeah.
Might not be. Depends on what the ban phase wants to be.
Interesting. Kassadin prioritized for Zitai.
Yeah.
So getting him onto something strong and capable that can split push on his own. Frosco mentioned that he is a veteran player. You can see a bit of that emotion behind his eyes as he looks at that champ next.
I mean, he is also playing it into Athena, who is usually known for control mages, but has massively branched out and played the assassins himself. Also being on the red side of the map means that your third rotation can be flexed into any role that you put a higher priority on, because then you can ban away targeted champs and pick the next one yourself anyway. So really you're getting the 2 picks in a row there.
Looks like Snake currently are targeting away Amazing J with the Jax Kog'Maw. Banned away from OQ. Still has that Kalista open, but with another ban on the roster. That is a Dr. Mundo ban.
On what planet does that make sense? He didn't even win the game as the Mundo.
Oh.
It was the Caitlyn. But Mundo's gone. They've banned away the Doctor. How unfortunate that Jarvan still exists.
Perhaps Snake could be playing around that right now.
I
Prioritizing
hope
it for
so.
Flandre. Nope, there's the Jarvan ban. IME respecting the power of the champion. He's stricken off the board.
Well, it's calling out the bluff as well. Like, they could have just not banned Mundo and maybe picked the Jarvan, but Jax, Mundo, and Jarvan now taken off the board. Renekton and Camille may just be where things end up in the top lane, just because they're the 2 best that are still standing. Fiora's already gone as well.
Yeah.
And knowing Amazing J, there's a higher chance that whilst he looks at Renekton, he's like, heck yeah, dude. Might just lock in Kled. Like, who knows?
Yeah. He's played Darius. He's played Garen. This guy he'll take it to you in the top lane. But right now, Renekton's the hover. The choice isn't his to make. It's Jin Zhao's to actually lock in. You can see a bit of a nod of confirmation as the clock ticks down. And he will be taking the Crocodile into the Grey Lady of Camille.
Of course, Renekton is the matchup that you want to be besides the Shen into Camille, and Shen has already been removed off Summoner's Rift. So we mentioned the Kled, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense in comparison to someone like the Renekton. Just to survive your laning phase, maybe even have push pressure in there. It's a little bit 50-50. I'd say slightly Renekton-sided, because it's just harder to mess it up.
Yeah. Hextech Ultimatum slams down, and Renekton pops Dominus and says, yeah, let's fight. Final pick, though, for IMA is Karma in the mid lane. You saw the Cassiopeia hover, but there's a swap once again, so it is only going to be the core three of Kha'Zix, Braum, and Caitlyn returning for IMA in game number 2.
Yeah, and Cassiopeia is very good into the Kassadin, so it's surprising they didn't commit to that one, as we do see the Varus finalized here for OQ in the AD carry role. But they've gone for the Karma in mid lane, and you'd have to be a little bit concerned if you're IMA, and that Kassadin he's going to scale up pretty hard here, and there's not a lot that's going to be able to keep him down. In saying that, Karma has push in the middle lane, has the ability to roam, looks like it's going to be running teleport as well on Athena, and so their early movements around the map are still going to be quite potent. And if nothing else, they've actually got pushing lanes now. They can actually set Flawless up to do some new things, be creative, maybe even invade SOFM.
You can see the coach standing just behind SOFM's shoulders, giving some last-minute advice before he'll have to step out and shake hands with his opponent. On the other side of the rift, as IMA are preparing to bring the game to Snake. There's a final deep bow as the hands are swapped over. And Snake, have they recovered? Have they pulled themselves together? Will their new coach and analyst provide enough stability for them to be able to recover into this? Because that was an emotional loss.
Yeah,
after
game
1.
A Rainbow Road equivalent of game number 1.
Yeah.
They thought they were there, and then they just fell off the edge at the end. And suddenly they came in second place.
They just kept falling.
they never got back up.
There was no recovery.
I guess that is the ultimate question we're looking at for them, because I may be pleasantly happy. I mean, Amazing Jay, he walked backstage just shaking his head like, I don't know how we did it. We did it. It happened.
It was a big
we
smile.
We literally just walked down mid lane and won the game.
I think the only turrets they took that game were mid, tier 1, tier 2, inhib, and Nexus turrets.
Yeah, they just smacked themselves down middle lane once they found an opportunity. This time around, it'll be easier for them, though, to play a more standard macro game of League of Legends. And you've got winning 3 lanes and a dueling jungler. But we have to pay special attention to Amazing Jay and Athena, and if they're actually able to rotate, or if SOFM's just going to wreak havoc.
Yeah, with double teleport, hopefully they'll be in a better position. But again, they are up against the likes of SOFM, who is so swift in game number 1. Even Snake's early game was so specifically set up to support his invade, to catch him dueling Flawless and follow through for some jungle pressure.
Now, the thing is, there's going to be no setup this time.
Yeah.
So whilst it was there in game number 1, definitely non-existent in the second. Varus and Thresh is also not going to be the most capable bottom lane 2v2, so Jin Jiao and Starlight should also have push down there. Going to be starting Doran Bleed as well for both of the AD carries. We've almost returned back to normalcy down in that lane. Almost. Thresh still exists, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. Crystal has been nailing those hooks for the most part.
Small note as well, Athena and Flawless probably should not be holding hands and looking at each other, angrily throwing spells. Maybe if one of them was a couple of Teemos to the right, he could see if Snake were invading. Imagine that, just in case.
In case of emergency.
Doesn't matter now, though, because it didn't happen.
Mantrid Inner Flame into Soul Flare, plus a Smite start.
Yeah, he's got the bottom lane leashing for him, too, so that is just perfect from the side of IMA. They have set their Kha'Zix up with the best jungle clear of all time.
Yeah, this is the leash that you tell mom about. Oh, I was in this game. It was awesome. They set me up.
Actually call your mother to tell them about that leash.
SOFM getting a leashless. Goes solo on blue, turns to Gromp. He's sitting there next to mom saying, yeah, I bet you did get the best leash in the game. Must have been good.
Well done, son. Well done.
As looks like bottom lane is even. Crystal sidesteps the Winter's Bite, but still eats a headshot for his troubles. As they're going to get level 2 at about the same time. No surprise,
Here
Zatai
we go.
Missing out on just a handful of CS.
Ward number 1 has been placed by Athena as well. Amazing Jay, once he actually reconciles how poorly this has started for him, will be able to get some push going as well in that top lane. And when he's able to roam, things start to get unlocked. But as it stands, in the skill matchup, Flandre and Amazing Jay, Flandre is winning.
Yeah, doing a little bit more damage. He's Doran's shield against the Doran's blade, so Flandre will have the temporary health advantage. And with the buffs to Camille, she will get her passive up just a little bit faster. for a few more shields, but there's the invade.
Yeah, Athena knows that he's going to the red buff because the Raptors were cleared, so he's actually looking to pressure. SOFM smartly just didn't go there and is over at the Krug. So they now know exactly where SOFM is, though. In fact, he has already warded his own red buff, knowing exactly that. So in the counter game, in the back and forth here.
Ooh. Flandre forces the flash out of Amazing J, who follows through. No flash of his own. SOFM's trying to catch up to Flawless. Flandre, he's got to see it coming. Flashes under the turret and keeps himself standing. Sonic Wave lands along with a quick sweep. Amazing J is so low. SOFM, he wants the execution, but doesn't get the cooldown on Sonic Wave and decides to let it go.
And in all honesty, all they had to do was Amazing J flashes as Athena
steps in, but a good reaction from SOFM gets him out of range.
Even the Karma's here, and Kassadin's just happily farming in his middle lane, saying, this is the best experience of my life. You guys are just roaming around, and I'm just scaling up slowly. And that's ultimately the biggest concern here for IMA, because that was their first conscious attempt at trying to invade and keeping SOFM down. Then they botched the execution in the top lane, reacting to Flandre's pressure, and suddenly everything's just equal. Just equal. Nothing gained from your winning lanes.
We're going to see SOFM return to his red buff. Flawless with a slight pacing advantage off his faster recall. Ticks over to level 4 just a little bit faster. Bottom lane still even between those 80 carries. And teleport used by both top laners. So the map resets. And we do not see the crazy action of game number 1 repeat itself in game number 2, though we were damn close.
We will still direct our attention towards the bottom lane just a little bit for the first time in this one, as Process of Elimination puts Flawless down there, so SOFM will react accordingly and move himself down. However, he isn't. Flawless is actually on the top side. And so the first real shift in expectations in this game so far from the junglers, as you would 100% want the Braum to be your ganking lane if you were Flawless right now, but he's putting so much extra effort on trying to find SOFM or prevent him from getting these ganks off. But realistically, he's just on the wrong side of the map.
Swapped over, takes Scuttle Crab, control ward behind red buff. Just Scryer's Bloom after Scryer's Bloom. He is hunting, but he cannot find the blind monk.
This lane is pushing towards Amazing J as well, so whilst Flawless may not be on the correct side of the map, he's close to a really good gank opportunity.
Still has the window, but he will walk around a ward if he goes towards that left side instead of taking the long way around red. Finishing off the Raptors, not going to get the timing on Krugs, and with the... actually drops a ward, but doesn't clear the control ward, pings it so that he sees it, and assumes that there's a Kha'Zix inside this side of the jungle. Assist me ping before sweeping around towards Krugs, and there's the invade from Athena.
Very fair assumption, of course. Athena just has too much control to be able to look for it. SOFM, even with the knowledge, even if Flawless wasn't there, would still find himself next to Athena, and Zatai wasn't quite 6 at that point. As continued movements through the jungle.
Did he see that?
Krugs
I think he
now
should know now.
reassess targets. It's like, hey, SOFM, there's a Kha'Zix in here.
Level 6 from Flandre, Hextech Ultimatum. SOFM preps it. Sonic Wave, Flawless, locked down, follows through with a Resonating Strike. First blood, easy peasy.
Even just ward hopping from SOFM, ensuring the kill. There was no way out of that one for the Kha'Zix, and just like that. That felt a little bit too casual, and guess who's back?
Yeah, follows through with a level 6 of his own, hunting down Amazing J. Sonic Wave forces the slice.
Now he's just going to hard pressure this middle lane. Movements can go towards the enemy blue buff. They want to place some vision down there. Of course, they've got the trinkets available, but Flandre would have to work with his jungler. I don't think they'll want to stretch that deep just yet, though. Reset, take the kill, take the gold and the experience advantage that SOFM has suddenly got for himself out of thin air.
Pulling a kill out of a hat. Worst magician ever. Flawless turns over to red buff. I mean, if you go to a magic show and he pulls out a dead rabbit, then...
No, that'd look bad.
That would be bad, yeah. But if the rabbit starts off alive, then he puts it in, then it comes out dead. Then it's even worse.
You just have more questions at that stage. Like,
what happened to the rabbit?
What's in the hat?
Hold on.
Like, you sick man.
SOFM comes flying out. That was actually an amazing magic show. As blue buff gets passed over to Zatai, you can see both supports actually completed recall before heading over into the river. Crystal went for Mobies. Starlight went for Sightstone. This means vision advantage for Starlight, but movement advantage for Crystal.
Yeah, and potential ganks also for Crystal if the wards from the side stone don't actually spot him. And so there is a big emphasis on that lane control and the river control, namely, as I do get it. I was a little bit concerned for a second there. Crystal had the inside track in the bottom side of the river as well, which is why there was a potential for movement around the map in ganking. But SOFM, you know where he's going to be. Natural habitat. The young blind monk is at his Raptors.
What did Raptors do to SOFM to inspire this vendetta?
Whatever they did is finishing it.
Yeah. Clever girls though they may be, SOFM finds himself getting the best of them time and time again. Now, movement from Jin Zhao and Starlight sets them back in the bottom lane. Temporary roam for OQ and Crystal to match that of Aime's just a minute ago. But the map resets, Vision still keeping Athena safe.
But Athena is paying so much respect to Zatai when ultimately he's still winning the trades, pushing the Kassadin back. Just doesn't want to be a gank target. He knows his control wards above where he is. He's playing so cautiously. Just man up.
There he goes. And there he goes.
It's alright. That's exactly what he should do. Push him under the turret. You've got the blue buff. Harass him under the turret. Flawless. He may not be there to assist, but he now knows where SOFM is.
Ooh, SOFM can't make up his mind. Flawless stalks forward, and Flandre, I'm not sure if he saw him. If perhaps Flawless might have used the Void Assault before stepping out, or just an instant after, but the gank defuses.
Perhaps. Either way, as you mentioned, there is no gank that is going to be happened, so more time spent, more time wasted by Flawless. The CS discrepancy is starting to grow consistently in the way of Lee Sin having a massive advantage, and this is a genuine problem. 65 and a kill to 35 and a death.
That's a lot. SOFM even clearing out the control ward as he follows up onto Amazing J. But intelligent though he is, Amazing J does not overextend unnecessarily, backs up with the minion wave and resets lane with a recall. And now we're seeing teleport used by Zatai to make his way back into mid lane. Hextech Revolver on top of his Catalyst, looking for the GLP. As you do.
Yeah. I mean, he will go towards it, that's fine. To each their own when it comes to itemization such as that. It's a little bit cheaper to go for a Rod of Ages, start stacking, scaling a little bit sooner and slightly more efficient at the end. But the active from the Ice Hose is always going to be invaluable when you've got to catch people. Karma's super move speed reliant. Caitlyn doesn't have a lot to disengage besides the net. So if you can slow her down, you'll always be able to catch up to her.
Certainly going to be helpful in cleaning up these chaotic late fights if Snake find themselves in that position once again. Though for now it seems like they're playing a much more patient game around SOFM ganking top lane, roaming around the map, contesting the vision and punishing Flawless when he gets the opportunity. But 11 minutes in, we've had a single kill as Snake have tempered their rage at the result of game number 1.
And Athena actually is so placid. Look at him in his player camera as well. He just doesn't want anything to do with League of Legends. He just doesn't want to be a gank target, doesn't like death.
I think he's one of the
not a big fan.
He's one of the few people I've seen who actually molds to the chair behind him.
I am one with the chair.
And just completely relaxed. That dude's shoulders must be so relaxed. Look at that. He's just completely in the zone. That's not like back tense. He's using the support of the chair.
Actually
there.
asleep though.
Yeah. As they
Here they
dive
go.
in onto Athena, SOFM tags the Sonic Wave. As expected, Flawless shows up. Zatai takes one Rift Walk, holds onto the flash, makes it under the turret, and the kick from SOFM to punish Flawless. This dude is a god on Lee Sin.
SOFM is just so stylish. Doesn't throw out the Sonic Wave, just flash kicks and ward hops to close the distance, and he is not done. Actually just ridiculous on Lee Sin. He's a marvel.
Gosh. Follows through for the red buff of Aime. You can see the collapse from Starlight, Athena, and Jin Zhao. But he does have Smite if he gets the timing. He'll take the safe route with Crystal, though, and decide not to fight instead.
He would have been going over a Caitlyn trap if he committed to that. And of course, we get to watch this unfold one more time. SOFM hits the first Sonic Wave. Surprise! He didn't follow that one in, but the game plan is back away. This is still nice. Cannot believe that. And then he ward hops as well instead of throwing the Q. Last hits basically with it. Just knows exactly where Flawless is going to be. Just downloads him. And then Styles all over him. Probably called him out in old chat as well at the end of that one. With a winky face.
Question mark ping?
Nah, just give him a winky face.
Oh, yeah.
They can't see the ping.
No. You just in all chat, single question mark?
That's not a ping.
Well, I'm pretty sure it translates as about the same thing. Like when someone dies overextending, you just question mark?
Alternatively, mastery emote.
Also a good one. Tragically, no mastery emote on tournament servers. We used to, and then we realized that was a terrible idea. Because players are not very nice, is the moral of that story. OQ and Crystal now looking for this bottom tier 1 turret. Jin Zhao, despite having a huge late game in game number 1, now finds himself losing his bottom tier 1 turret to the duo of OQ and Crystal. Not because SOFM was ganking, not because there were roams or support, but because OQ and Crystal just have a strong lane.
Yeah, so it seems, but of course against a Caitlyn and a Braum, they take the turret at 13 minutes of their own accord. That's the biggest concern of all there. At the same time, SOFM's working with Zatai now. They've got their item spikes. They're setting themselves up once again. The gold lead stretches, it grows, and Snake, they are being teleported on here by Amazing
teleport.
J.
Crystal immediately flashes over the wall. The kick denies a stun. There's a flay. Finally, they catch up to Crystal, but everything has saved him. They even get a pull onto Starlight for some additional damage, but using everything to disengage mean there was no follow-up. Zatai racing towards the top lane as Aimee truck it towards the dragon.
Zatai doesn't have teleport, so he's not going to be able to assist in the fight if he goes top. He's staying invisible right now in the river, but the Drake will get taken. Aimee will use a teleport to force Snake away. Not even to get a kill, just to force them away, as close as it may have been to that successful kill. Flandre, he's in an epic one-on-one battle with an objective that he could just reset a minion wave for. He should get it here, and this is a better trade for Snake, all things considered, if they get the objective. They do not. It's not a better trade.
Excellent analysis.
Why? He left. He's too afraid.
He did. Even pinging onto it. Hook will find Athena as Crystal even steps forward. There's the flay after Dark Passage and a teleport as now Zatai and Flandre are following through onto this one, chasing forward. This is Snake's fight to lose. Hextech Ultimatum under a tier 2. They are 2 turrets deep as 5 members of Snake collapse and punish Aimee.
And it's a better trade again. Don't worry, Dome. Crystal's here to back it up. He's got his hooks ready. They'll break mid lane. They can rotate to Herald. They can even go from Herald to top lane if they'd like and seamlessly transition around Summoner's Rift. None of this part of the game is a question for me with Snake. They still seem to know what they're doing here. We just watch as the game progresses, as they continue to scale. And will it stay this pretty?
If game 1 is any indicator, I think we all know the answer to that. Snake
absolutely
pushing the
looks pretty.
Okay, good. Great answer. Zatai and Crystal now rushing top for that final tier 1 turret. They break it down 3 turrets to 0, 4 kills to 0. And once again, the only blemish as we crest towards the 16-minute mark, the only blemish on Snake's record is that single Cloud Dragon that Aimee picked up. So again, at least they're not getting perfect games.
Yep, that's definitely a thing that is not going to happen in this game. But still, with a gold lead this large and only 4 kills on the board, Snake, they're just walking around super casually and taking apart Aimee. And at what point do we actually look at Aimee and say, you need something other than a mid game, other than a late game? Actually man up and play some early game, because that's still where I am concerned about this. Game 1 was the same. Game 2, very similar, with a winning mid lane. Vision's not enough at times.
They are certainly trying, but just unable to find that early game, unable to find the opportunity to get that momentum. And though Flawless and Starlight have been doing some work for the team, a little bit more than Benfor and Road as of late, it is not enough. Though they certainly are able to fight back if that game goes on long enough. With a 1-3-1 now set up from Snake, they've got their opportunity to pressure in multiple locations. Already you could see Aimee setting up some vision, perhaps predicting the inevitable Rift Herald to be dropped by SOFM. He's got about 3 minutes left on that timer.
Certainly feels like they're trying to find the area that the Rift Herald may go down. If nothing else, the 1-3-1 is still a big win for Snake because it forces Athena to be in a side lane as a Karma that ultimately wants to help empower his team, get some poke down, get a lot of extra work done. Albeit maybe not that meaningful, still has to be there as nice dodges.
SOFM. Is he gonna? There he goes. Takes the Dark Passage. Very long duration on how long it stays on the map. Before finally returning immediately to the scene of the crime and contesting over Vision once again with Starlight. But Flawless, he's got red buff in the meanwhile. Could use this opportunity to head towards bottom.
I mean, they could go anywhere. Honestly, they had options and now their options are getting limited. Going bottom towards the Tide would be too risky right now with Rift Herald up, but like Snake as well, they're just so comfortable playing this slow, just scaling up, getting their items. They have to use this Herald soon. Top lane's the perfect target for it.
Ooh, they see SOFM, and there goes the Rift Herald. Flandre dives in to push Amazing J back, but erupting from the Rift once again is Rift Herald. But here is Aimee, prepared to defend it this time, with the exception of Jin Zhao and Athena, but they dive forward. Flawless leaps back. Rift Herald is crowd controlled and is not finishing off the turret, even a smite. And while Starlight will sacrifice his life, Herald has been dismissed. Oh,
Another
Hook again
hook.
tags Amazing J. He's kicked horizontally, but followed through by the rest of the team. And they dive in. Jin Zhao sets it up with Flandre. And that's going to be 4 kills. That one will tragically miss. But finally, the tier 2 is broken for Snake.
They haven't broken the base yet of Aimee, so all hope is not lost for them in all honesty, but very clean fighting once again coming out of them. They're able to take apart Starlight. Everybody on the side of Aimee now has a death. Flawless just has a lot more of them. And ultimately, we are looking at another destruction of the entire team of Aimee.
It's only 4 turrets to 0, so 8,000 gold lead for Snake as we get towards the 20-minute. Mountain Dragon spawning in 45 seconds, and Baron is on the Rift right about now.
The difference between this game and the first is Zatai is actually just a far bigger threat playing the Kassadin. When he scales up, he's going to scale up massively. Flandre, whilst he's on the Camille, still has the ability to lock down Jin Zhao, and that's a big part of what might have been missing in game number 1. They had the crowd control. They didn't really have the kill threat. Now they have the kill threat without the crowd control. We'll have to watch if they can make it work.
They're currently setting up provision on that Baron while Flandre split pushes bottom. They've got teleport. Lich Bane is ready for Zatai, so he is going to hurt when he sticks his nether blades in your face.
Of course, one other thing as well, Athena on patch 7.12 going towards the standard Karma build now has a little bit more ability power, so that's going to be nice for him. Of course, they reduce the amount the shield has, but his damage is going to be slightly higher.
And turns out Snake were just setting up an elaborate 1-3-1. They send that 3-man unit to finish off the Mountain Dragon, and Zatai heads towards the top. And while Athena does have a little bit more ability power, he needs an opportunity to use it. How can he if all of Snake are running across the map back and forth?
Yeah, and
lane
if
to
he's
lane?
always in a side wave,
Yeah.
never actually grouped up with the team. By the time he got there last time, it was already too late. Needs to actually group. But then who do they send to side lane if he's not? Can't really be Amazing J. Hasn't got the items to contend with Zatai.
Can Amazing J hold up with Flandre right now? I mean, Triforce Tiamat?
He can hold, but he's 2 levels behind, and he's not going to be able to duel him. It's just going to be about clearing the minion waves. Amazing J is just so far behind.
Yeah. 20 CS, 205 to 010. Not looking great for him. But he does have scaling. He's got some time if I may play the same style as they did in game number 1. Snake take Mountain Dragon. They reset the map. The waves are going to press back out once
You right
again.
there, Athena?
He is, I think he's afraid of being assassinated.
He's revealing himself in the bush the whole time anyway. He's just sitting there. He's missing cues because he's obsessed with the bush.
I'm not entirely certain either.
You're allowed to branch out. Sometimes.
Well, currently, Aimee branching out by trying to set a trap, but it was only 2 people and nowhere near enough damage or crowd control to make it worth it. Plus, you know SOFM and Crystal are going to move as a tag team to set up that vision.
I mean, the trap's just controlling zones of vision for them at present. They want to actually keep as much as they can as close to the Baron as they can. And at present, they have got, you know, a fair amount of control ward areas actually set up near the Baron, near blue buff in particular for Aimee. So you'd be super happy with that. They actually have a ward on the pit as well. They're fairly set for the time being. The next thing you're looking for, realistically, is Snake to clear it out. And once it's cleared out, the hard part begins for Aimee.
Stepping into a blind Varus. With nobody else. Flash, his Sonic Wave finds Starlight. SOFM was getting a bit greedy for that kill.
If he committed to it, he was definitely going to get greedy. Nothing actually used here by the side of Snake besides the Varus ultimate. And they get a fair chunk of health actually done to the side of Jaime. And now as they threaten the Baron, they refuse to do it, they're engaging.
Ooh, Flandre leaps over, hunting for Flawless, but Zatai has found Starlight on the far side of it. Slight overextension from Flandre. He drops the ultimatum onto Athena, pins back against the wall as the rest of his team follows through. Amazing J will finally drop as OQ cleans up a triple kill with Zatai.
Very clean triple kill for Zatai on the Kassadin. He's well and truly scaled up already. They just run straight back over to the Baron pit. As easy as you'd like, they should be able to take that one down. In the meanwhile, they're also pushing mid. They've set themselves up with a ridiculously large gold lead. And as much as I'd love to look at you, Dom, and say this game's pretty much over, I have no idea.
We just saw game number 1.
Yep.
And that's going to temper our expectations just a bit. Baron picked up, the jungle fully cleared out by Flandre with the exception of Raptors. And big items picked up. Zanya's for Zatai. Knight's Vow completed for SOFM. Here's that pick once again.
I mean, it was a good combo from Flandre. He's well out of position right now, though. Amazing J also coming in, but he's not going to die. There's not a lot that actually kills Flandre here, and he's able to kite around his area, lock Athena in. That means Athena can't help Jin Zhao, so Zatai is just going to completely destroy his well-being and make his life hell, then kill him a lot.
That's pretty brutal. That's pretty
Yeah,
savage.
it was.
Yeah.
Fairly wrecked.
With a K? Or
Why
are we
not?
talking like W? W-R-E-C-K?
What? Nah.
Okay. Just the classic.
Yeah.
All right. Zatai now steps forward with the minion wave onto the bottom tier 2. The last remaining tier 2 is a hook over the wall, plus ignite.
All
little
right,
bit of
Zatai
ice
and
hose.
Crystal.
5-0 and 6, and they have just killed the tank.
The turret's about to kill Zatai if he doesn't come down.
Yeah. Oh, finishes it off. He's got teleport, though.
He'll
Rift,
teleport in.
Yeah, Rift walks back. Meanwhile, Flandre is working on top with that Triforce. He's going to do some big damage to these turrets on top of that Precision Protocol.
The base is just broken.
Yep.
Suddenly they're just killing everyone.
And Athena's getting caught as well. All across the map, Crystal is facilitating these plays. Chains of Corruption has found Starlight, but not enough to lock him down long enough. Zatai, having teleported in with his team, leads the charge. Middle inhibitor has been broken. They dive in. A hook through Zatai. Plus the Piltover Peacemaker in a trap. No way. No way! He survives with 200 health as not one but 2 inhibs are broken.
And that's what you want to see from Snake. They don't over-push, they don't press their luck too hard and die in a team fight. They make a pick, they hit the thresh hook, and suddenly Zatai is able to destroy people's health bars. And plain and simple, they get 2 inhibitors. They can now set up, look towards the third, and this should be an improvement from game number 1 for Snake. I am actually much happier watching them play this one out. They've drafted themselves for a bit more success.
And Snake, having learned from their mistakes in game number 1, now return here in game number 2. They've broken 2 inhibs, already double the progress of game number 1 with a single remaining. Baron still up for about 60 seconds on them.
Yeah, they got plenty of time. I feel like they're just going to commit to a Drake before they even do anything. Who knows with Snake.
One final Mountain Dragon.
Just set up bottom. That's the name of the game here. 1 lane left to take. In all honesty, Flandre, you might actually just go 1v3 inside the base and distract them for long enough to let Snake just take the inhibitor for free as well.
Seems like that's what he's doing.
He's got Baron on the super minions.
Brings in that massive super minion with the Baron buff. So difficult to kill, but Jin Zhao is bottom, trying to hold on. Smashes SOFM with a headshot, but that's only going to tickle the roster of Snake. Flandre going straight for the Nexus turret.
Well, someone has to come and deal with him.
He actually finishes one off before stepping back. A hook, along with Chains of Corruption onto Flawless. Not enough to kill, but certainly some harass. Plus a piercing arrow to bring him even lower. And Flandre, he's broken 1.
So the thing is, he's got teleport as well, so now he's just going to come back with full health, and as the minions crash bottom, there is a chance that he just teleports on top of those at the same time. Look at the super minion presence. I don't think there's anything left for Aimee in this one.
Yeah, bringing the minion in, using teleport to make an immortal buffer for it. And finally, the last inhibitor has been broken. Flandre dives forward onto Starlight. Crystal pulls him in, and they clean up that kill along with the inhib. Diving onto Jin Zhao. The AoE is stacked. He's still firing in the back, but he drops to SOFM as the hook pulls Athena to his doom. And there is the ace. Snake close it down. 19-0, 11 turrets to 0. With a 20,000 gold lead, Snake are bringing us to game 3.
What should have been a 2-0 smashing, honestly, from Snake in this series is going to go to Game 3. You know, Aimee can hold their heads high for the Game 1 performance. They came back to win, but this was a bit of reinvigoration, perhaps even some anger from the side of Snake. They made it look easy while they were doing it, while they were taking apart the roster of Aimee piece by piece.
And that piecemeal roster now has to recover and come back in game number 3. They've had their first win since week 1, day 1. And sitting at 0-4 in the standings, they're now 1 game away from going 0-5. Snake, of course, their opponents 1-3 as they were able to take a win against WE. But it certainly is going to be a challenge if Amazing J and the rest of Aimee want to bring it back. But here, now brought back to us on the desk is Frostgaren. Welcome.
Hi, guys. So first and foremost, I want to quickly touch on Snake's draft, because Rusty mentioned it during cast a little bit. They absolutely recognized what happened in game number 1, that they simply got outscaled, and like, okay, our early game, our mid game, it's so much cleaner than Aimee's. Let's just make sure that they don't get to that late game stage. They mix it up, and they automatically draft for the late game. They have the Camille, they have the Kassadin, but they have great bridging points in that you have SOFM on the Lee Sin, that you're still able to play the early game, but once Kassadin and Camille start going off, you can pass that baton safely.
Yeah. And it's what we saw from Snake, that Zatai was able to take that Kassadin, just casually walk all over Aimee in the late game.
Yeah, and that's pretty much exactly what has happened. SOFM dominated the early game, a lot of top lane focus, bouncing back and forth. He gets that sick kill, not only in the top lane that it just looked too easy, you know, he just walks up, he gets the first blood, and then he gets the sick, flawless mid-game kill. But then it's the replay at the top inhib tower that I really want to show you guys, because at this point, SOFM's been controlling the entire game, and it's here where Snake are going to flip the switch, and it's like, okay, we created a bit of a buffer, and now this is going to absolutely balloon out of control. And the number one thing that I want to point out is this isn't a teleport play. You know, this isn't Flandre meeting them across the map and Snake making a big 5v5. This is a 5v5 that's built around Flandre. They brought the Rift Herald to him. They're not forcing their top laner to use his weakness in trying to teleport to them. They just walk it to him, take the team fight, take the tower, and then bust this game wide open. And then suddenly, what should have been a late game Kassadin and Camille is now a late game Kassadin and Camille at 19 minutes and 23 seconds in the game.
And with that broken, they were able to move around so much more freely. But again, the fact that we're seeing Snake dominate the early game against Aimee. They looked like paper that Snake have just torn through. And Rusty, I feel like during the game we were talking about the fact that Flawless should have some momentum during the early game, at least to keep track of the Lee Sin, but it looks like he can barely compete.
Well, I mean, he did keep track of him. He just never was able to do something, and I don't know whether it's like too much respect to SOFM, but ultimately a lot of it to me was that he was trying to work on the top side of the map, and they were losing top lane 1v1 when Renekton's meant to have the push, because that's how Renekton harasses. Camille was just bodying him. So Flandre beating Amazing J means that whilst the vision was there, being able to make the play to back the vision up is actually very difficult. And that, to me, just kind of compounded in where too much time was spent by Flawless actually trying to find him.
And again, I want to emphasize that it's SOFM following Flawless, and then they're playing around Flandre. It's not forcing Flandre to make those TP plays bottom. You know, teams like EDG are still playing around their bottom side of the map to a heavy extent. Teams like Dan Gaming, we know that they like to play around bottom. But Snake are like, Flandre has trouble teleporting. Let's just completely eliminate this. And if teams are going to play to Flandre on the Camille, it just makes Snake infinitely stronger, because that's the one weakness that they have.
And, of course, with that performance from Flandre, it's not going to be Flandre who gets the MVP. I was going to continue that. But Zatai sweeps in to steal that sentence out from under me. MVP for him.
I mean, it was good from Zatai. I think that Snake, I mean, SOFM set him up. Zatai knocked it down. He did a lot of damage. To me, I still think Crystal perhaps stands out just a little bit more, because the hooks were a big part of the setup with SOFM. But this is what you want to see from Snake. You know, when you've got your SOFMs and your Crystals hitting the hooks, hitting the kicks, you want these people to do the damage to actually back it up, to make themselves be the MVP damage dealers or kill participation users of the top of the roster.
It feels like Snake, we're seeing these individual players continuing to step up. Flandre, he had a great game number 1 on that Renekton. Last 20 minutes of the game aside, he had a great game number 2 on that Camille. Again, mid lane, Zatai stepped up well on Galio, even though he wasn't able to follow through. Just looking through everyone on Snake, these Prodigy players are performing well, but the team is still seeing discrepancies. The team is still having difficulty against higher tier teams. And while IMA certainly might not be able to close it out, do they stand a chance if they try coming up against Dan Gaming or Invictus Gaming with this current style?
Yeah, I mean, Snake, when they play at their best, definitely have what it takes to beat all the top rosters. I think Dan's an exception to that rule, where I think Snake are particularly equipped to be able to deal with them.
Okay, well, we'll have to see if they can do that. Of course, we've got Game 3 to find out who's going to take this series, though. We'll be right back in just a few. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're getting into game number 3 between IMA and Snake, the final decider. One of these teams will walk home with a win, and one of them will not. That's fundamentally how League of Legends works. Thankfully, I'm here to guide you through the ins and outs of how we get to that point. It all starts with destroying the enemy's Nexus, which Snake was unable to do in game number 1.
Brilliant segue. We're here now, though, Dom. What are we doing?
And we're able to do.
Thanks,
I
John
can't even
Madden.
finish my rant. Okay. So, okay, fine. We'll play it your way. Normally, I would ask, Snake won game number 2. What would they do in game number 3 if they want to win again? But they won so convincingly that I feel like we already have the answers. They passed the batons to the right people. They sieged properly. They dove correctly. They took risks that paid off.
First and foremost, I love your impersonation of yourself. That was pretty excellent. But you're absolutely right. This should have been a 2-0. Snake have had complete control over the early and mid game. This has constantly been IMA's problem, not just in this series. They have no idea how to play the early game. And I think part of that is a symptom of the fact that they're rotating their jungle support synergy so much. And it's just trying to break Flawless and Starlight or Bin4 and Road, whichever duo you have, into the swing of this new meta.
Yeah, I think the question's less what does Snake do in game number 3 after winning 2. It's what do IMA do after losing game number 2 that convincingly. And honestly, game 1 doesn't feel that great for them knowing how it went. Pretty much losing in the exact same way. Yes, they came back and they outscaled, but they've also just acknowledged that Snake know how to fix that problem and actually come back and beat them even more convincingly with the near-perfect game once again.
And even more terrifying, this is IMA that has not changed their strategies in best of 3s, that has followed through with a similar pick and ban the entire time. And now we're getting ready to go into game number 5. Could this finally be the eye-opener? Could this be it, where we see them try something different?
Well, I mean, they just tried Mundo.
Well,
like they've tried different things. I don't know if that's the problem for them. And I think it's like what Frosco mentioned. The problem is the roster inconsistency. No matter what the champions are, it's how they play them.
And then even if you do look at the consistent parts of that roster, for me, there's a big bullseye on Athena in particular. That laning matchup, Rusty, you said it during cast, he was way too respectful for Kassadin when he was winning those trades as Karma. And Athena, time and time again, when IMA do have a good mid-game, it's up to him, because it's a lot of time where the mid-game champions will start to spike up. And Athena's non-existent, then I may already lose so much pressure and so much scaling power. So I think, yes, Starlight and Flawless are still trying to find their ground, but Athena is also just non-existent.
If you're playing Karma to not die, then Athena is your man. But if you're picking Karma last into a Kassadin, your job's not to not die. Your job's to win the lane, to push the lane, like be like a Taliyah works on League of Legends. Be like an Orianna does against the Kassadin. Control the matchup and prevent them from doing something.
Well, we'll have to see if he can do this here in game number 3, the decider between Snake and IMA. Frosco, thank you so much for your analysis. She'll be joining us after this best of 3 to break down the whole series. But for now, we've already gone through all 6 bans. IMA on red side, and Caitlyn, for the first time this series, not going to Jin Zhao's hands. Priority picked by Snake.
Yeah, Snake taking it away. Of course, a lot of respect to be paid to Jin Zhao, especially after his Game 1 performance. He didn't look bad in Game number 2. There was just nothing in the world that he was going to be able to do to survive through everything being thrown at him. Moving past that point, though, with IMA picking their first 2 champions, the question I have is, will they actually just take Camille from Flandre? Like, is that a big problem for them that they want to avoid and pick into the Caitlyn?
I mean, we'll have to find out, as Gragas is currently the first pick up. That Camille being hovered. Shen already banned away. I mean, you've still got Jarvan and Renekton and the like, but Flandre has already shown that he's more than capable of answering. Of course, there's still many more priority picks. Tahm Kench going to be great at saving people out of position, but instead, it's a Jhin priority from IMA. With so much else on the table, they instead decide to hide what they're focusing on later.
Well, they do give their AD carry their namesake. He is a very good Jhin player, but I don't know if that priority is ultimately necessary when they still have the 3rd pick on red side here before the 2nd ban phase will go through. It does mean that by not going towards their top laner, that's okay. They have their jungler and AD carry locked in. They might still look towards their support, but this is a concern. They've still given over these 3 champions.
Yeah, Lee Sin and Kassadin. Huge setup from Snake with this 3. And that's before even looking towards the support and top lane of Flandre and Crystal, who have been playing really well this series.
Swear to God, if he picks Karma and plays really far back again, I'll be so disappointed in Athena.
It's actually Camille now locked in for Amazing J up top. So blind pick Camille, taking it away from Flandre. They've got 2 more bans, and we're still looking for the support and jungle of IMA. Snake get the chance to ban out both with their next 2. who is it that they're going to focus? Flawless, though he's been keeping track of SOFM, has not been able to do anything about it in this entire best of 3.
They're probably just going to... I may just ban away top laners, you'd have to imagine. Get rid of, again, the Jax is a good example of that. Maybe not the Renekton. That could be the matchup that they're actually looking towards having for your Camille. So the Jarvan is always going to be another possibility for them to remove off the board. However, when you're Snake and you are in the second ban phase, you've picked a Kassadin. Let's get rid of the good things in the mid lane.
Orianna now taken away from Athena. Still the opportunity to look for some bans. Of course, Aimee, they can still follow through. Still no Jarvan to be seen just yet.
With Gragas and Camille locked in, it means they're probably not going to be picking it themselves, which is where the questions are going to come up here. The Kennen ban, I mean, it's sound. It's a good top lane ban, but Jarvan's open.
Considering it for Flandre, perhaps? As there's the Karma banned away from Athena, so Snake actually giving a bit of a nod towards Athena as well.
And it's not that his Karma was bad, don't get me wrong, it's that he didn't play it forward enough to try and actually prevent Zatai from scaling, so the Kassadin had a free pass into laning phase, and could be a mentality thing here from Athena, could just be the team telling him his role is to not die, and he played it out fine then if that was his role.
Oh, mid lane Lucian, Athena with Ignite as a summoner spell. All right, Zatai.
Yeah, Zatai picked Kassadin, and we've said this many times over, so you're going to early pick Kassadin, you're going to early rotate that choice in the draft phase. You do leave yourself open to counters. Zed, Lucian is another one of those picks. It's risky picking the Lucian here when you look at what he's against, but he should have a really good time during laning phase, at the very least.
That's now Renekton finally answered for Snake, for Flandre up top, which means I may get their pick of the litter for supports, as the only thing that's really been banned away was that Karma in a flex scenario. But
this is good, though. I hope they lock in Tahm Kench. It's the support that makes the most sense. Braum's secondary, perhaps, to it. But when you're against a Kassadin, you want to protect your Lucian and your Jhin. You also want to be able to protect them from the Thresh hooks. And for me, personally, I would be banning away the Thresh from Crystal at this stage because it's all he plays. It's his best support champion now by a country mile. So just get rid of it or pick it away from him. But Tahm Kench is a good way to at least combat it by being able to deny him as a player.
However, that is Crystal getting the opportunity to take it for the 3rd time in this best of 3. He is more than warmed up. And OQ on his own Caitlyn should be firing some big shots. But Athena perhaps hearing us during the break, not being quite strong enough against that Kassadin on Karma. Well, now he is going in one direction. That's going to be in.
Yeah, he kind of has to go in here. He's running Ignite. He's got the Kassadin Lucian matchup. If he doesn't go forwards, then there are bigger, more fundamental concerns here for the player and the team. Aimee, they've drafted themselves with, let's say, more aggression, a lot more damage, definitely still with scaling, but they're up against a Renekton and a Kassadin. They're up against a Caitlyn that wants to hit that late game, and decent pick coming out of their opponents because SOFM is on Lee Sin.
He's going to be all over the map, hunting folks down. It'll be Flawless's job to keep track of that on that Gragas. Slightly tankier, a little bit more disengaged, a little bit easier to stop Lee Sin from trying to get in on you as well. Of course, the body slam hitbox larger than that of the resonating strike, so you can deny the Q2.
Absolutely. Of course, it's a soft counter matchup.
Yep.
My pen.
Yeah.
Get back here.
Dropping pens on the analyst desk right now. That's what we think of this matchup. As we're getting ready to load onto the Rift, Snake with a single best of 3 win, Aimee without one of their own, looking to close out this series with a lot of physical damage. Disengage and zone control. They've got 280 carries and they are ready to fight, but they need to break down SOFM on his Lee Sin, Zatai on his Kassadin, and a whole lot more coming out of Snake.
Yeah, look, you're right in saying there is a lot of physical damage coming out of the side, but ultimately they just need to get ahead early, and the physical damage does mean just a little bit less. They've got the winning lane in mid lane. Their bottom lane shouldn't outright lose, but what we have seen is that Snake with OQ and Crystal right now are playing very well. They're able to win 2v2 lanes, or at least pressure at 13-minute turrets going down of their own accord in the 2v2. Flandre, he's been playing out of his mind as well, and he's gone the aggressive route towards the top lane, going for the Doran's Blade, wants to fight Amazing J, whereas Amazing J's gone for the shield. He just wants to out-trade.
Perhaps sending a bit of a message here. While the lanes might have been in Flandre's favor in Game 1 and Game 2, this could be the difference.
Certainly could be. Of course, Flawless and SOFM has been the place that we've been highlighting throughout this series. 100% of the time, their pathing has dictated a fairly large advantage one way or the other, but it's always been SOFM. That somehow, with all of the pressure that goes down onto him, or the vision that might spot him, he's able to path accordingly. And so far, they've already started off with 1 ward at the Raptors, so they know he's going to be blue-siding. Renekton's going to show up to lane late, so they've got information, Aimee. At the same time, Snake know where Flawless has started because of the exact same thing. And we'll have to watch how they play it out. How do they react? How do the junglers move now knowing this?
We both see blue buff from the 2 as Crystal gets a Flay auto onto Jin Zhao before taking a few hits of his own, and the Piltover Peacemaker gets another favorable trade. OQ even going so far as to miss a minion to get that harass.
Yeah, OQ is actually putting down so much pressure just because of the Flay being able to win 2v2s. Jin Zhao, whilst he had the crit, actually was skirting around his range rather poorly, and OQ gets the massive advantage. So once again, big push in the bottom lane, 1 CS to be had from a Jin. Not ideal.
Nope. Indeed it is not. Completely swapped from that previous game as Hook is going to pull him back in and play Ignite, plus a few auto attacks. Are they trying to get a summoner? Exhaust is used as Crystal takes a turret shot, and Jin Zhao is going to have a real tough time in this lane.
Yeah, Jin Zhao lives and actually doesn't use a summoner spell. Just the Exhaust was used, where realistically the Ignite's already gone now from the side of Crystal, so be happy with the outcome as it does get to the turret. SOFM isn't here, so the dive is not going to be a thing. Aimee don't know that just yet, however, and they are showing some caution, some reservations about how they're going to be executing on this. But Crystal, you saw that hook under the turret. You know he's got his eye in now, and he is absolutely hitting them.
Yeah, headshot onto Jin Zhao once again as Starlight gets a few autos. Deadly Flourish doesn't quite hit Crystal.
Off there, Jin Zhao.
Yeah, meanwhile, Athena has been pushing in on Zatai in the mid lane. That means that Flandre got the push on Amazing J, keeping track of that jungler pathing. Flawless is up top.
He just used his slice to disengage from the turret, so he's well and truly in kill range right now.
They see him, flashes to dodge 1, gets hit by the 2nd as the body slam tags in. Flandre tries to trade back. It's a lot, but not enough. Amazing J first blood.
Yeah, they get the kill onto Amazing J. Big turnaround here for Aimee ultimately is SOFM. He's responding on the other side of the map. The kill here is unlikely.
Oh. Misses the Sonic Wave, but they decide to hook instead. Immediate heal. Remember, there's no exhaust. Crystal takes a few hits, and somehow Aimee are still alive. Sonic Wave blocked as SOFM goes in and right back out.
So much damage, though, coming down onto them. Realistically, whilst they were looking for a kill, they'd be happy with the damage they've done now. Keep control of the bottom lane 2v2. Pressure it, because it's 30 CS to 11, and the minion wave's now about to crash in. Aimee choose to stay, which is very risky.
They've got Flash, so perhaps relying on raw reactions. As Zatai completed his own first recall, Doran's shield refillable Dark Seal to try matching Athena, who took Ignite in that mid lane. But Jin Zhao, he's clearing out these waves with the Dancing Grenade.
He'll be okay. They might get a recall now. 16 CS will afford him a longsword, maybe. It's not a lot. It's not going to be pretty, but it's what he can get. And in fact, he is going to continue to stay. They didn't get dove in that last wave, so SOFM definitely has disappeared. No one was going to exert this much time and effort towards the lane. The fact that they're holding on even with the difference that it is now is still a positive for Aimee. It could be so much worse.
Yeah, still twice the CS OQ has over Jin Zhao as Athena continues to push Zatai back. Getting closer and closer to level 6. Not quite this wave, but the next should be enough for him to finally tick over. You can see SOFM is about to spot out Flawless at that Raptor camp. How does he get the timing? This dude has, like, his body clock is attuned to the Raptor camp.
Yeah, or he actually times it dumb. It's not just the
also
body.
A good choice, yeah. As Crystal shows up mid. Flash, Flay misses. Sonic Wave does as well. Crystal lines up the hook and follows through, but there's Starlight with the Devour. No longer any threat onto Athena.
Right place at the right time from Starlight as well to be able to defuse that, albeit a little bit late. That's simply because Crystal was going in. And so they're able to survive here. Athena because he doesn't go down, doesn't have to use a summoner, will maintain pressure in this middle lane. Kassadin has to go back to base, and so they can reset, they can push this in, be a very happy camper for the Lucian, and that's after the play was made by Snake.
Yeah, and again, Zatai, that was the wave when he was going to tick over 6. That was the cannon minion wave. So sharing experience with his team, still level 5, gets to lane just a little bit slower.
Still hasn't recalled, actually. Very well done to persevere in this bottom lane. Of course, Crystal's playing them for the full. Just recall, IMA. Don't fall for it.
He's still hanging around, holding this minion wave for quite some time.
Yeah, he's just holding the wave. He's trying to suck them into stopping their recalls, but they really need to go back to base.
Yeah, finally the recall is completed as it's a BF sword for OQ. And a BF sword answered from Jin Zhao. He's only missing down in boots and those health potions. So nowhere near as much of a stat deficit when it all shakes out.
Yeah, and that's the biggest win of all, right? We already mentioned that because he's able to stay, he doesn't have to just get a long sword and be unhappy. He can actually go all the way, get a BF sword, and will still do damage when the move speed's lacking. From what we do know, though, whilst it's not a stat deficit, the boots help Caitlyn a lot because it means you're able to apply more damage more freely and walk away, maybe even dodge some spells out of Jin Zhao while you're going.
Yeah, just orb walk, get that maximum range. And SOFM perhaps
just
looking
got the
to go
blue
mid.
buff.
Yeah.
If he dives him straight away, that's got to feel bad.
He goes in, that's the kick. Athena delivery system. SOFM takes 1, 2, 3 turret shots and dies to Athena. Ace in the hole and Zatai follow through for a kill while a cask pins him against the wall, but he makes his way over to safety.
Actually escorted out there by OQ and Crystal. The heal also used by the Caitlyn to ensure he stays in it. Flawless had his ultimate but didn't use it until super late there in the trade. Well, they still get themselves a trade, but that's the blue buff from Athena just completely eradicated from the get-go. No chance to actually empower this Lucian. No chance to empower the 1v1. That's the kind of selfless play that I like to see from SOFM. That might help his team continue to scale up.
Sacrificing his own life so that Zatai can carry. SOFM, really?
I mean, one time he built Locket.
He did. Once.
And then
they still tell stories.
And then he played Zac.
Wait, that means unholy grail. Not gonna let that go, are you?
No, I'm not gonna let that go. That's actually the silliest thing I've ever seen.
In the history of League of Legends.
But he does play supportive in that respect, right?
He does,
like, say what you will about his pathing. He's very greedy for his own farm that he gets, but he does often play towards the team.
He might have to run by mid lane again as Zatai, trying to trade with Athena, finds himself unable to keep up with the regeneration of the Bilgewater Cutlass. He does have Catalyst, so we will be getting some help over time, but it's going to take a lot of spell casts to match that regen from the Bilgewater. And instead, he's just hanging outside of vision, trying to play around the vision of Aimee.
Of course, in saying that, whilst Athena was hard trading in the mid lane, Zatai has a blue buff. Athena does not, so you can see his mana pool starting to wane. Lucian does run quite low on that mana when he's consistently having to use multiple rotations of spells to get his double tap passive going.
So here's the ultimate test. Oh, it looks like he's actually giving it to him. SOFM playing for the team right now as Zatai gets his blue buff refreshed just a few minutes after picking up one from the dive onto Athena.
See, I personally don't know if giving blue buff is playing for a team more than you have to now, because it's just so ingrained in the culture of League of Legends that you have to give your blue buff.
Second blue buff.
Well, yes. But like if it happens in solo queue, then you know it's like a mandatory.
So
because no one wants to.
Uses that to head top, finds Amazing J with a Sonic Wave auto attack. But he quickly hook shots his way under the turret. And Flandre now starting to run the gambit in that top lane for the third time in a row.
Has
25 CS ahead.
Turns back to base as well. Actually placing both of his wards in the process. Big item spikes actually coming out of the Lee Sin. In saying that, Flawless has not fallen behind in farm. Has not fallen behind in strength too hard. Has gone for the Boots of Lucidity to get extra cooldown reduction instead though. And this is a big step in the right way for IMA because their early game, well, it wasn't a disaster.
They did not fall apart. They've actually got a kill on the board before 25 minutes.
Mostly pleased with this outcome.
Yeah. This is looking good as Crystal chucks a hook to zone Jin Zhao back. And OQ continues farming. It's still massive CS lead for both Flandre and OQ, but again, silver linings, silver linings. Even if that storm cloud is getting closer and closer, it's still got silver linings around the edge of it.
I mean, one step at a time is where you're doing this one, so silver linings is a good place to actually kick off the conversation for IMA.
Athena is pressing into the mid lane, 10 CS ahead of Zatai, forcing him to recall
Sin's about
yet
to
again.
come in, though.
Yeah, but luckily he's got Flawless there. Lands the Sonic Wave, SOFM.
He knows it's a bad idea against the Gragas. It's way too easy to cancel the Resonating Strike. So he will back away. That's also very good placement from Flawless, again, showing that he does have that brain in the noggin. That's exactly where SOFM is going to be, but is playing more cerebrally and just counter-ganking this time. More emphasis on preventing the Lee Sin from running away with it.
Yeah, still hanging around that mid lane. Heading over to the Raptor camp, sees that it is spawned, immediately spots SOFM, and knows, all right, this mid lane is safe to push in just a little bit more as Amazing J struggles to catch minions up top. He has Boots, a Ruby Crystal, and a Rejuve bead.
Yeah, not a lot of damage, hey.
He's not having a great time.
Flandre just consistently winning lane.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what the matchup is, he'll win the other side of this matchup, apparently. And that's the sign of a better player in a 1v1.
And suddenly the shot caller for IMA, Amazing J, perhaps under a bit of scrutiny in this solo lane. Finally, Sheen and Phage completed for him.
I would never actually look at the top lane for IMA and say that Amazing J is a better top laner in a 1v1 sense than anyone else, realistically. He does play a bit more for the team. Flandre is notorious for being good at laning phase, but losing the rest of the map because he doesn't teleport, or he just doesn't do it properly, or he commits to split pushing. And so I would say the lane's kind of playing out as expected, but realistically, with the way Flandre has been playing in this series, that's an actual problem.
Now Rift Herald has been taken by Snake. SOFM has got that ready. This time, though, not a single Tier 1 has been broken, so it's not going to be used to break any Tier 2s. Where on earth is Crystal? How did he get there?
Hanging out with Carmen Sandiego. Real deep. No idea why he was there. I actually don't understand how he got there or what he was doing there, but he was placing wards, presumably as a support.
Like, there's a ward by Blue Buff.
It gets collapsed from 3 angles, Dom.
One that he dropped. So IMA cleaning up their vision and punishing Snake's overextension. As SOFM, face checks into Flawless and trades back. Gets on the opposite side of an explosive cask, but here comes Athena, here comes Starlight.
And you'd be happy with just forcing the explosive cask out of the Gragas there, considering he was the second man into the trade SOFM. Still does his work, puts down some damage, perhaps even diffuses and quells a bit of the threat that was starting to press towards this middle lane from them. So they're able to just reset one more time.
Now Zatai is starting to get some trades, but as he eats the full culling, suddenly it answers right back over onto Athena.
And that's kind of just how you have to play these trades out as the Lucian. But he has the blue buff, so Zatai will have to reset. He'll have to recall. Won't be too far away from his item, though, you'd guess. Another GLP, you would imagine.
Yep, there goes the Gunblade, or excuse me, the Revolver into the GLP, coming out shortly thereafter. It's a much smoother buy curve for the GLP, I think, than the Rod of Ages. I mean, 850 is not that much. Yeah, SOFM looks like he's going to try to break down mid lane. There's no one here.
All on his lonesome. He's just going to get a free turret catching everybody with their back timings.
He's going to get first brick. Of course he is. SOFM, 650 gold, feeling happy.
Actually a very valuable turret, though, all things considered. He's against a Lucian as a Kassadin. So as the 1v1 matchup stands, you're never going to get that turret. There's just no way that you would actually break that without the Herald there. And so that is the right move.
That does unlock Zatai. He's got teleport. Once again, OQ and Crystal clear out bottom. Observers don't even feel the need to show it to us. As Athena completes his Blade of the Ruined King and immediately lets Zatai know, hey, I've got this item. We should fight.
Yeah. Big item spike, actually, for the Lucian. He's still got the Ignite, so lane pressure is always going to belong towards the Lucian. Zatai needs that item spike, needs the GLP 800 before he's actually relevant.
And now in the bottom lane, you can see Crystal and OQ after clearing out the tier 1. They complete a recall. BF Sword static shiv from OQ along with Crystal heading up towards that top lane. Retreat ping onto Amazing J, and Starlight's up there too.
Not sure what OQ is doing here.
Yeah. Maybe they're going to swap him towards mid lane and send Zatai up there.
Well, that's
Nope,
what
there
it
he
feels
goes.
like, but now he's changed his mind for a second time.
He could have been up there with that minion wave. And now he's doing Scuttle in the river instead.
And now he's just hanging out.
A lack of cohesion once again from Snake.
Well, I think that's a lack of actual decision-making. If the call was to go top lane, then SOFM definitely didn't need to do his Wolves. But I don't know if they wanted to go top lane to achieve an actual purpose. They just didn't want to be bottom anymore because they broke the turret. And Camille isn't leaving lane, isn't responding to any kind of other threats. And Aimee being invisible with the Jhin and the Tahm Kench that can be anywhere in a moment's notice, there isn't really value in actually going towards that top lane and threatening the siege. So instead of doing that, he just stays invisible and he spends a lot of time hiding, which ultimately results in just leashing Wolves.
Get SOFM just a little bit faster around the map. He's got places to be. Not quite cat levels of expediency, but he's certainly trying.
And there's the item spike for Zatai as well. At the same time as level 11. Be a happy little camper now.
GLP and an Etherwisp for additional movement speed as he works towards his Lichbane for the second time in this game. Amazing J.
Oh, swapsies.
Yeah. They high five as they pass each other. And here we go. Immediately, there's the Hextech ultimatum as Aimee tries to force the fight, and they find Flandre and their 4th kill of the game. SOFM lands the Sonic Wave onto Jin Zhao, kicks him back, but there's no follow-up from Zatai
there's
just
still
yet.
follow-up.
He follows through, though, with a flash Rift Walk. SOFM, not 1 but 2 Sonic Waves.
SOFM, of course, kicking him to keep him under the turret. Jin Zhao had flash. There was a chance that it was able to be played nicely by the Jin to keep himself out of the fight, but buys enough time for Zatai to rock up in the top lane, get the kill, and they're able to actually trade back nicely, all things considered, with the Tahm Kench going bottom lane with Flawless. The 3-on-1, it's traded, so turrets are also going to be traded.
Top tier 1 is broken, and while teleport is available for Snake, they decide to let it go. Don't want to risk the opportunity of a rough fight with Aimee, as Amazing J, despite being down, he's starting to do just a little bit of damage as he gets closer to that Triforce.
He is actually going to be doing a bunch of damage with the item spikes to the carries in particular, and you can see his items now. Trinity Force with a Tiamat. He'll potentially just one-pop OQ. That's the name of the game as it starts to progress. We've gone from this period of time in game number 1 where there was just a Galio and a Jarvan and a Wombo and tanks, and now we're all carries. All of us.
The whole... even Crystal?
Yeah, I mean, have you watched him play? I'd call him. He thinks he's a carry.
All right, what about Starlight on Tahm Kench?
Okay, that's an anti-carry.
Okay, good. Still fills a similar role. Now taking a look at the minimap, though, vision for Snake is all over the map. SOFM, ooh, actually lines up the Sonic Wave, but Starlight sees it inside of the brush instead of getting hit. Again, there's so much vision on this top side of the map. Meanwhile, Aimee have invested a lot of vision on that bottom side, once again, around that red buff.
Not just that, though, Dom. They've invested into their inventory as well. You can see all the control wards. So this is a big moment for both of the teams. As they've bought it, they've set it up, and now as the battle commences to who can control the areas, that's how the picks happen. That's how the plays happen.
This seems like it's actually the most conventional game of this entire best of 3. Only 6 kills, playing around vision, playing around picks, as Amazing J turns onto the Cloud Dragon to clear it out.
If someone spots him, he'll actually just need to leave. Yeah.
Hops over. He was on top of Scuttle Crab, so that provides vision to everyone.
But he also doesn't have teleport and does not have lifesteal. So if he commits to hitting the Cloud Drake and someone looks at him, then he's just gone. Then the Drake's just gone with it. And so he leaves early, and I'm okay with him leaving early knowing he can't do it. But why even do it?
Perhaps feeling lucky?
I mean, of course Snake were going to go over there. They're not going to commit to a Baron at 20 minutes. They're not Dan. Only Dan does that.
20 minutes and 15 seconds, Rusty. Plus Dan Gaming, they're a 21-minute Baron team, all right?
Ooh, I don't know. Their week 1 was 20 on the dot.
Oh, yeah, when they were actually on the pit versus EDG.
Yep, they did it at 19 minutes and 55 seconds.
And EDG were left wondering, like, wait, what?
Yep.
They were just as surprised as us when we heard the call of Baron dying across the map. But now the vision around that bottom side has been completely cleared out. Amazing J has got his teleport back up, so he's feeling free to split push. And with Flandre actually grouped up with his team in mid, he's going to head bottom eventually to try to match Amazing J, but brief window of opportunity for him to sneak in and get some wards.
And Flandre's been attacked a bit in this game as well. Now 1-0-1 is Amazing J. And the Camille into the Renekton matchup, the Camille is starting to scale up more and more. Of course, it might just be the Titanic Hydra build, which will help in surviving when killing the carries, but you'd still not really look at the 1v1 and say Flandre has any chance, even though Amazing J hasn't overcommitted to a split pushing build, just because of the champion's kit scaling.
He's working towards it, though. Only 20 CS.
They both just have so much inbuilt sustain in their kit. Camille's W.
Tactical sweep. And Cull of the Meek.
Yeah, the swirly weapon.
Yes, that one. It's got fire and stuff on it.
We've had plenty of conversations where I name spells, and believe me, I'm accurate, but it's not the name of the spell.
Well, accurate. Here and there. Listen, we'll get you your we'll get you the play-by-play quiz on champion ability names.
No, I've tried it. I sucked.
How many did you get? Like 40
I don't remember.
again?
I ran out of time. I had more than that.
Yeah?
It just wasn't good. The number was not good.
I remember Pulse was up there. He was up to like 80 or 90 or something of 130. I think at the time it was 134.
To be fair, I just don't need to say the spell names. I can say like Camille's W, and people still know what I mean because they play League of Legends when they're watching.
Usually.
Well, they know the QWER are the 4 spells.
Unless you rebind your keyboard. But who does that? Do you think anyone actually does that?
There are definitely people that do that.
Monsters.
Absolutely. I also consider those that have flash on F to be wrong.
Yeah.
While we're going.
I agree. I was about to get into my reasons, but seems like we're seeing a bit of a skirmish as a hook actually catches both of them. SOFM forced to flash away and dies to Jin Zhao. Teleport gets Flandre in. It's immediately slice and dice back out to Tai. Tries to get away, but Amazing J keeps him pinned in the ultimatum. OQ is trading, but not well enough, and Aimee are winning the fight. One bullet is launched across. Crystal eats the 4th. A hook pulls Amazing J in on top of a trap, but he sidesteps out of the crowd control. But that is 1 for 3 favoring Aimee.
Yeah, and that was actually Snake trying to hit the kick, trying to hit the insec after a hook connects. Amazing J lives, but at the same time, they had no right trying to do that to a Tahm Kench. One step further, Aimee had no right trying to hit the Baron buff.
Yeah.
Because they had nobody with health besides Athena. They should probably have just reset, get some better vision, and maybe look for a proper fight one more time. But this is the combo we're talking about. You know what? The hook's great. The kick, was that really necessary to ward hop that deep? I mean, you give a teleport ward for Flandre, but now Zatai going to get caught in thanks to the Camille. And there's no way out, as much as the Lantern would have felt nice. He actually gets noped all the way back in. AD carries trade a fair bit, and they're lucky to have OQ alive here because of all of the summoners being used with the net. And then Amazing J is lucky to be alive also because the trap didn't connect.
Didn't place it directly underneath that Camille, so he's allowed to walk away with his life. But Aimee win a fight for the first time since 25 minutes into game number 1. In fact, turning around Snake's aggression as they overreach once again, looking for a pick. But now that Baron's on the board, these overreaches have got a lot more consequences if they fail.
Yet Snake still have the gold lead. Of course, 3 turrets to 1 is going to be the big deciding factor as to that, but at the same time, OQ has a sizable CS advantage that has existed since level 1 in this game.
Yeah.
And 280 CS with 3 big items about to be potentially the boots with it. I don't see how Illusion closes that gap successfully. Camille's the big threat here.
Yeah, 2-0-2. Now even in CS with Flandre, where before he was down 30 waves and minus those kills.
And Flawless has looked a lot better in game number 3. He has looked very sound on the Gragas. I am quite pleased with his performance, contrasting that to games 1 and 2.
Playing much more of a utility role for his team. Able to punish SOFM as Snake.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're rushing onto it. Blue Trinket spots this
Tahm
out.
Kench, no Camille.
Yeah, no teleport for Amazing J, but Abyssal Voyage is ready. Jin Zhao starts firing across. Here comes Tahm Kench as Flandre zones them away, but Baron is stolen by Aimee. They're turning to follow through. Crystal will sacrifice himself. Did Flandre miss the slice and dice over the wall? I think he did. And now he gets to think over his mistakes from a grayscale screen.
And Snake with only 3 of them left alive, and OQ desperately trying to clear the Krugs so they don't hit his allies. lose a fight by forcing the Baron. That was a legitimate attempt at them trying to cheese it before Amazing J could get there and then get out of the area. They don't do it quick enough. There's just no way they're going to get it done soon enough. And Gragas is here to secure the Baron, save the day with a nice time smite. As Flandre
blast cone.
He blast clones in. as Renekton didn't want to be there.
Yeah.
And I may have back into their natural habitat a bit.
Going right on down. That middle inhibitor is broken. And with Ocean Dragon up, they can just back away and reset. So the base has been broken, and I may find themselves with a 5,000 gold lead with the Baron buff for 2.5 minutes.
And this is the kind of lead that IMA don't often find themselves in. Compliments of their early game as of late, but a lot more refined, very well counter-ganked and executed by Flawless. Amazing J is 2-0-3, which is something that hasn't been really there. Didn't really win his 1v1 either. It was more how the rest of the map influences him. And then they've got Jin Zhao. Poor early game, but still recovered extremely nicely. 4-1 and 2, and he's getting those items back up and running. Plus, they're just scaling incredibly well with all the AD carries running around.
Yeah. Not a lot of people building armor just yet. We can see one Knight's Vow for SOFM and a bit of armor now being picked up by Flandre.
And that's the major danger, actually, though, Dom, for the side of Snake, because we mentioned a very AD-heavy team at the start of the game. But even if there was an abundance of AD, when do they start to build those armor items? You know, the Knight's Vow, the Warden's Mail are good for Lee Sin, but that also means that his damage is starting to drop off very severely. At the same time, top laners, they usually 3 items will be their first armor item. So the first 2 items where they don't have it are the major concern for them.
Of course, it seems like they've been able to make it through part of this slump at the very least. IMA, as you said, starting to get bigger, starting to get tankier, starting to do some more damage, and now they're working on a tier 2 up top with Amazing J, prepped with teleport. Level 17 to the level 15 of Flandre.
Yeah, he's too big. And by the time they get those armor items, if I may have snowballed, which they have, then to actually prevent them from doing damage is nigh on impossible. As they've broken the mid lane turret already, we saw it happen. And now Amazing J gets to do what Flandre did to him.
Wow, look at the damage. Dominus defensively from Flandre makes his way back onto the fountain. But the moment they see SOFM, I may crash onto the inhibitor and break it down. Amazing J still leading the way with the next minion wave. A hook is going to be denied by Starlight as they break the turret and continue rolling into Snake's base.
And SOFM has to make the decision soon. If they want to commit to a fight, they are looking for it. He's still looking for it, at least preventing the recall for a second longer. But IMA, they're hanging around. Amazing J's got teleport.
He does have teleport, and he's actually coming right back in with Ocean Dragon. The rest of the team should be able to get some minor regeneration here, but Amazing J leaps in. He's found Tatai, Hextech Ultimatum, but he's got Zanya's. Flawless keeping SOFM and Crystal out, and Tatai takes a lantern to safety. There's the curtain call, and if I may win this, they could win the game. They're looking for Crystal, but somehow Snake have made it back to the fountain, and they have survived without losing a single member.
Incredible that they're able to survive throughout all of that. Of course, the Camille ultimate, very nice use of the Zonias from Tatai to deny a lot of the time he is stuck in that area. Gets out, albeit barely. And so 2 inhibitors are gone. And whilst they don't lose the game, Snake, they are well and truly in a bad position for themselves now for the rest of this game. As IMA, they've only really got 1 lane left to attack. They can just group up, and they can go bottom.
And that's exactly what we see them doing. Jin Zhao making his way down there. Seems like Athena's actually heading top for red buff before grouping up with the rest of his team. But 30 minutes in, IMA are 7,000 gold ahead. And for the first time, I actually don't recall in week 1, day 1, their win against Invictus Gaming, whether or not they actually had an advantage in that game or if they had a comeback win, like in the first game against Snake.
Their game 1 win, they had the advantage the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So finally, we see IMA middle of the road. Not super snowbally, but not clawing back victory from the jaws of defeat.
And Ben 4 and Rhoda yet to get a victory, though, for IMA. It's always Flawless and Starlight that seem to be the better option for the team right now, as they are now barreling down the bottom lane, looking for the structures.
Slamming these bullets into the turret, it crumbles with little circumstance. And IMA continue to roll forward. They've got Flawless on the side. Baron has already fallen off, but IMA's push is relentless.
And they shouldn't be able to push any further when a Caitlyn exists, but they didn't set up the traps in time. Kind of leaves you wondering what Snake were doing. As the defense is mounted.
Yeah, one headshot. Turret is brought down a third of its health. Super Minions very a long way from catching up in mid. They're going to start pressuring top. Amazing Jay's actually in the mid lane, clearing out the wave to make the way for the next. He tags on to Flandre to push him away from his coveted Super Minions.
Doing what Flandre did to him. Again, he can threaten the Nexus or he can threaten to dive in the bottom lane. The choices are there for the Camille.
That's a culling on to OQ. Deadly Flourish locks him down. Curtain call. This is the push. This is the play. Athena steps in along with the rest of the team. They break the turret. OQ pinned against the inhib, backs away as Amazing Jay gets kicked out by SOFM. He tries to set up the fight, but Aimee, they clean up all three inhibitors. Snake, where do you draw the line?
Well, it has to be right here because ultimately with the Super Minions that'll come from all three lanes, Aimee, they can just play it slow and steady. They've got the Baron up in a minute, and if Snake don't hit and engage, then when will it ever happen from this point?
Flandre gets in, but they're pulling Flawless very far back. He's saved by Starlight. The double 80 carries. Amazing Jay tags onto Zatai, zones him out the side. Athena's low, and so too is Jin Zhao. Zatai's looking for an opening. He tags onto Starlight, but just doesn't have enough follow-through. There's the hook. Now he's pulled in. Zatai finally gets a kill.
They have one dead, but the Super Minions again threatening. That's one of the Nexus turrets that'll go down. Baron has just spawned, Dom. And so realistically, the pick's good for Snake, but does that pick actually dictate something else? Because it's still only the support that did die. Just means that they can reset Aimee. You'd be very happy with that reset.
Returning back to their side of the map, 3 inhibitors taken, double Super Minions in all lanes. Massive items coming out from the Aimee rosters. They're 7,000 gold ahead. Teleport even onto the Baron as
Desperation.
Snake. This is desperation indeed. Flawless is right around them. I don't know if they see him or not. As
they know
Deadly
he's
Flourish
there.
lets him know. And they're going to try to rush it down. SOFM, level 15 to level 15. There's Curtain Call. Athena comes in as well. He's firing shots. Flawless goes in. He steals it again. Not once, but twice. Flawless is indeed his namesake. It doesn't even matter if they win this fight, but they're going to do it regardless.
And Camille's just winning the game.
Jay is on the Nexus. Baroned up Super Minions. And Aimee, their final opportunity, headsets thrown aside, smiles of relief, take their first series win against Snake.
Look, it took them an awful long time in the LPL, but in the last week of intra-group play, they actually get one. They managed to beat Snake. And Snake should have been a 2-0 for them, honestly, but it wasn't. They made the victors in the end.
They had the opportunity, but did not close out on it. You can see hands coming across, being shaken as Amazing Jay, big grin, leads the way for his team just as he does on the Rift. And Zatai looking absolutely defeated after that best of 3. They had the opportunity, but they just couldn't quite do it.
And the inconsistency that plagues the Snake side comes back to bite them in game number 3. At the same time, you do have to give the credit to Aimee. They're very happy after a victory like this. You could see the smiles from Amazing Jay. Well, they get a series victory after how game 1 went. You can only be happy for them.
Their first, and hopefully not their last, as that will bring them to 1-4 in the standings, tied with Snake, also at 1-4. And Invictus Gaming will be just ahead of them at 2-3. So it's not entirely completely impossible for them to try working for that 4th place spot for the playoff and promotion run.
Yeah, there's plenty of weeks left, Dom.
But it is only week 3, and they are 1-4, so they've got a lot of work to do.
Look, most things are statistically possible still, but
of course,
this is one step in the right direction.
But here to shed some light onto what Aimee did right is Fruskiren.
It was all really about Flawless in that early game. I felt like he participated in First Blood. He was all over the map, doing a much better job in dealing with SOFM. And it looks sideways because SOFM, he gets the Rift Herald. He's still being flashy. He's taking towers on his own. But it was just enough to eke Aimee over the line where they weren't playing from a deficit into mid and late game.
And that momentum allowed Flawless to carry his team. Athena looking a little bit rocky during that mid lane. Wasn't able to get a smashing performance over Zatai, but that damage now in the late game, 7,000 damage later.
I actually think Athena was doing all right. Like, yeah, normally you can punish a little bit harder on the Kassadin with a Lucian matchup, but Athena was actually relevant in the mid game for the first time this series. And so when you have Flawless going off in the early game, you have Athena who's actually stable, and then you have 2 back-to-back Baron steals, things are going to go all right.
Yeah, and of course the Baron steals from Flawless. I mean, able to pull it together. Not to mention the fact that his partner in crime, Starlight, on that Tom catch, he was saving people all over the place. Even when it looked like Snake had found picks, he would just deny Crystal's hooks by eating whoever got caught.
You may not have seen it as well in the last Baron, but SOFM queued the Baron and then ward hopped over and then tried to flash into the tri-bush to find the Gragas and kick him away.
Okay.
But Gragas just walked around and smited the Baron. So SOFM's on this magical journey and someone just walks in and is like, all right, I'll take it.
A little too fancy for his own good there.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's going to have to watch that replay, though.
Kind of sums up that game, really.
Well, the Snake, in that case, a little too fancy for their own good. They had game 1. They had it, and then they didn't.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a series that they walk away and they say they should have been 2-0. We talk about kind of the management musical chairs that's going on behind Snake. They recently fired their head coach. They're trying to find some sort of replacement, and just game after game, even in their wins, Snake don't look happy, and it's starting to take its toll on the roster. And at some point, it's going to probably turn into more roster swaps. I mean, they have, 8 players sitting on the bench behind them, so Snake do have the options. I mean, we talked about it earlier today. Tank possibly coming in. There's multiple AD carries, so something is going to give very soon for Snake.
Is it as easy as swapping in new parts? Because Zatai, even in these losses, he's still playing well. He popped off in game number 1 on that Galio by providing huge taunts to set up for OQ.
I'm not saying that I suggest it. It just seems to be the way that a lot of organizations go when you're continuing to be this turbulent.
Sure.
The one bright side that we can take away from this is that in the LPL, 2 of our bottom teams are IMA and Snake. And that's actually a pretty strong thing to say, especially when you see how Snake were playing the first half of this series. Like, to say that Snake almost 2-0, that they got a 14-minute inhibitor, and they're probably the weakest team in Group A, that just shows you how strong Group A is.
So then, to continue on that, do you think that they actually should swap out new people?
No,
or?
absolutely not.
Okay, well,
but
there we
they
go.
probably will.
Well.
I guess it's just a style thing as well, right? Like, I know that OQ's playing really well. SOFM's not the kind of person you want to sub out, but Tank provides something different to the roster.
MVP, though, will go to Flawless, of course. Not quite a flawless performance, a single death to his name, and he missed 1 kill at a 92% kill participation.
And I will give Snake this. When they attempted for that first Baron that Flawless stole, it was the right idea. Amazing J was across the map. He didn't have teleport. They thought that they had the 4v5, and it was this guy that threw the wrench in their plan. Just not a miracle steal, but that would have given Snake the foot right back into that game because they had the Caitlyn, they had the Kassadin. All they needed was the Baron duration to get them into late game, and Flawless just took that away.
A little more time to try playing it out, but I think that's something that we can extend to both of these teams. They have now 7 weeks left before playoffs. Looking forward, are playoffs even feasible for the 2 of these teams, with Snake looking as turbulent as they are and IMA taking their first series win in the last possible game of intra-group play?
I've never known a team like IMA to not be looking towards the playoffs and looking towards Worlds. They're a very aspirational team in how they want to perform and want to play, and they're a very hard-working team. So for me, is it possible? The answer is obviously yes, because we're only in week 3. Is it likely? I think for a team like IMA, perhaps it is. Snake, they're a bit more of a team in shambles. It's really hard to say.
I think you then have to look at Invictus Gaming in particular, because there's still that last spot. You know, if it's EDG, WE, whatever order you want to put them in, and then Dan, it's IG who comes in next. And if Snake and IMA are looking at IG, yeah, it's a bit of a trek, but that's definitely a gap you can close.
Yeah, and I think what you said a little bit earlier, when you look at the fact that our bottom tier teams are IMA, Invictus Gaming, and Snake, I'm not sure whether I'm like, yay, our bottom tier teams are good, or it's like, yay, these massive organizations are doing poorly.
It's all of like Snake, IMA, and IG. They're just looking over at group, be like, that should have been us. We could have been in that group.
It's the yin and yang, right? It's the good and the bad in this scenario. So, but again, huge shout out to IMA to finally pull together with this win, but they still have got a lot of work before they can rest on their laurels. Of course, intra-conference play starts next week. They're going to have to play against Newbie, whereas Snake, on the other hand, maybe they can breathe a sigh of relief. They're playing against Jingdong.
But this is actually a breath of fresh air for them. Like you said, they are in the tougher group, the group of death. It says a lot that these are our bottom tier teams and we think very highly of them. They now get to go across in Group B, the punching bag, if you will, and really solidify, yes, I am in the group of death. I am not the worst team in the LPL. I can take down a team like Newbie, which I don't know if I necessarily believe with their current form, but this is their chance to prove it.
Yeah. Rusty, do you think that they can?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, I don't want to be the guy that says Group A is a group of death either, because I just really can't flesh out where all of our teams stand. But I can tell you that, like, Snake, based off games 1 and 2, can take teams off most of the people from Group B, respectively, as well as looking at IMA from perhaps their victories. When Flawless is showing up, I think if they keep Flawless playing, they keep Starlight playing, then there are possibilities here for them in which that they can take more games from the opposing groups. And they are very important games to take away because you never get another chance.
Yeah. Do you think a turbulent Snake can take games off of Jingdong and Newbie, those lower, I guess, low to mid-tier teams, I should say?
Jingdong, Suning Gaming, Newbie, even RNG, the top team in Group A, is quite turbulent. We just saw RNG fall to Suning Gaming. They can't quite figure out what's happening on their roster. We know that Uzi's back in the house, but he's not on the starting roster for Rift Rivals. Will he start down the line for RNG before then?
Yeah, I hope so.
It's a tough say. But again, there's still so much left up in the air. But something that we do know for certain is we've got our match of the week coming up in just a few short minutes. It's EDG taking on WE, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere.
皇子做了一波勾引
，2段1都用光了，只能靠自己的一个闪现，还有个闪现1，
闪现预判的一个位置。
哇，这个位置是让夕阳的闪现后，还是被捡到以后，皇子闪现补了一下 Q 技能，蜘蛛拿下了1血。
这个都是清掉了很多兵的一个血量，大招
炸到了，峡谷先锋会没有，而且被炸回了一个夹子上面，绿毛这边受到一波输出，但是巴雷的同时的输出也很高，把锤石机给喷死。皇子交了一个 T， 这边想骗一个 T 以后就走，但这一脚看一下，又是开到5个人，我的天啊！看一下复仇之矛这边能不能造成一个奇迹，正面又有一个人被晕住，是西叶，西叶在上面已经被 OQ 杀掉了，妖姬又带走了一个双杀，复仇之矛拼命的在堆叠自己的毛，血量剩下1丝，赶紧逃到自己的一个高地内。
他现在有双招，其实不慌，
想趁着剑姬不在做一个小小的回推，但是兵线，哎呦
，Oh my god， 什么
？3下点死了，右边再交闪现，好吧，你不需要春哥，我知道了。
我没反应过来，反正我看到他在吐女警，正打算开口说的时候，女警已经死了。
他有无尽啊，连着爆了大概2下，直接这3个人被大嘴1个人给突死了。
刚讲完这个狼行就传了瑞塔所提到的这个线眼正面闪现不容大招，击飞到了一个杰斯，几乎是在飞天的一个状态，大招盖到了3个人，但反手老鼠的一个输出在这样的一个隘口也造成很好的一个效果，两边的一个前排，最后看到客变已经进场了，夕阳这边是追着对方的狼行，看狼行也想要杀到老还在输出，还在输出，最后是被螳螂给带走，螳螂想走，icon这边正面也是把大腿直接给锤爆以后往前冲。
看一下这一波，其实皇子大招已经盖得非常的好了。
因为对方闪现交光了，这波盖下去以后，我们来看一下
锤开，但是这一波的话，路了一个大招是弹起了几个人。后面的话，夕阳的一个进场直接是分隔了阵型，再加上老鼠找了一个不错的位置交闪现，回身能够输出。
这波螳螂其实已经做得很漂亮，他先往下离，然后绕了一圈过来，是把斯莫老贼给杀了。
梅鲁斯给到了，这边要打了，
大家拉一下，
给个大招，杜云比这边被套了一下，绿毛这边没有人保护，
对这个布隆有
跳回来，再丢回来一个绿毛，这边皇子在进场打了4个，再弹起来4个人，这波皇子配合路的伤害打得很足，Fury 这边被挂了个虚毛，
没有机会，
完了，梅鲁斯这边被复仇之矛收掉，又是打出布隆的被动，3杀、4杀、5杀
，kill，
全部帮忙扛伤害，
他 kill。
交了一个闪现，鳄鱼没有舍得交，
但巴德大招来了，巴德大招这波定到了夕阳，塔也定了，但是支援来了呀，这个位置9桶喝口酒想往下走，巴德先把暴雷球果 A 掉，再挡他的 E， 9桶想往上走，乐弗兰过来，3打3开个洞，带 带过来，平 A 收掉 Amy， 大招套给了解扣，解扣这边一丝血没有被 A 掉，走动过去，剩下一个激斗，激斗血量很低，被随身手枪一枪给崩掉。巴德过来一个大招，两个人愣住了，然后
两个人想法不一样，关键是。
把这个喷射球果 A 掉，过来打一套虚弱给鳄鱼。第一套伤害打上来的时候，自己已经钻洞过去，把这个 Amy 给 A 掉了。然后陆伦大招还把解扣给保下来了，这个真的是最伤的。
利用岩雀的一个大招封一下路，但皇子一个 EQ 配合亚索进场，这时候老贼的一个输出距离够吧？远方先给一个和平使者，对方那个金身已经被逼出来了。这边夕阳非常的坦诚，后面还在打，而且亚索这边带走一个双杀，纯哥站起来以后，老贼也带走一个双杀，没有，是一个3杀团灭。
这边可能要越塔了，我们看那边 EQ，
哇，这一箭射得很漂亮，
但是没有大到那个仇恨人啊。这边是扛塔的人，其实并不是杰拉。
卡萨丁绕后了，这个巴雷特
的位置被扣到了3个人，这波诺打得很不错。
卡萨丁要收割了吗？
跟卡萨丁踢进场，直接踢死2个人，卡萨丁一波 double kill， 卡比这边还有闪现，但是绿毛这边怎么跑？又是一波 RE 做过来，2段的 E 技能再加一个闪现吗？我有这一波洛的控制打得太足了。
A 人应该是准备开车了吗？这样很后面
开了，有点受不了了，顶上去被刷开，然后随时盖了一个大招，切断地形之后，肉的对手放出大招，其实是没有打到任何人，而且二哥的发两大的位置拉到3个人以后，球头顶上来甩了一个大招，这一波是 Dan 的一波成功的团战，没有意料到这样的一个损失。我们再看一次，顶上去瞬间被刷走以后，这一个垂直的大招分隔地形，肉的大招让 Dan 给闪开了，然后二哥出其不意这一波是连环的控制，发条大招卷到以后，垂直同时被投掷出去顶了一下，然后再加上皇子一个大招，再加上9桶进场。
Welcome back to the LPL and our match of the week. About to go head-to-head, EDG and WE. And typically you'd say coming into today, this would be a battle over first. But there's actually only one scenario in which EDG actually only tie up with Dan Gaming, who are currently leading the group. My name is Pulse, going to be joining the desk for this one alongside my analyst Froskuren and Rusty. What are your thoughts going into this one? Primarily about the fact that they're probably not even going to take first after this game.
I mean, I don't know how to feel about that fact. I knew you were going to bring that up immediately. Dan Gaming has secured in first is, I believe, the point you're going to make. But this is really the battle for first. I don't even care about Dan. I'm excited about this.
It's not, though, is it?
Standings don't mean anything in the LPL. Like, it never has. They never take the regular season. Like, we have this thing all the time. When it gets into playoffs, a new iteration of the LPL teams form. And it's like Dan Gaming will only be an elite team when they go into playoffs and they actually perform. To that point, they can take first all they want. We've seen teams do it before and then get cut down as soon as it's time to turn on the heat.
I mean, you've got to get there first, right? And to be fair, EDG and WE are probably going to make playoffs. I mean, that's pretty much unanimous as an opinion going into this one. Though if one of them do slip into fifth, if they continue to drop games perhaps against Dan Gaming, that's not going to happen. But regardless, all jokes aside, I definitely feel like EDG have looked incredible after their game in Week 1 against Dan Gaming, where they lost the set and just blasted everybody in front of them. For that reason, I feel that EDG will be taking this series, though I know that opinion does differ on the desk.
Yeah, I am the WE opinion on the desk, which is what you mean as he says that and looks at me, and then Froskuren turns around and he's like, Rusty? What's going on? I have it written down. I think that the middle of the map, and by middle I mean AD carry through to jungle, when you actually write down the rosters, are better on the team of WE. And for me, the most important part of that is the jungle. So I personally believe that Clearlove Aussie is a good player, is a predictable player. Condi is predictably aggressive, but doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be in the same place. And if he's able to actually outplay Clearlove in the jungle, then I think that's actually the role where the winner's determined anyway. And because I just think Condi's better than Clearlove, I think WE will beat EDG.
Ooh. I don't know.
That's a tough statement.
I agree, and I see what you're saying, and it was really hard for me. I'm like, Condi versus Clearlove, which way am I going to weight this? But I feel like this is just the king returning to his throne, and Condi's just been sitting on it, he's been keeping it warm, and Clearlove's about to boot him off of it.
They have very different thrones, in my opinion. You know, Condi's never really been the best jungler in the region up until last split, and then he suddenly realized that he can be, so in my opinion anyway, Condi's now hit this plateau where he hasn't realized how high his ceiling could have been, and is only now starting to rediscover that. Clearlove has come back to form. I 100% would admit that. He is looking surprisingly good for what you expect of him, but I just don't know if that's ever going to be the same thing as a top 2 jungler in this whole region when he's in form.
Well, it does very much revolve around the jungle in this one. You do also have to stack up the rest of those roles as well. I actually feel like these two teams are pretty well weighted when it comes down to the rest of the solo lanes particularly, and the bot lane. Maybe there is a slight advantage to EDG, but I don't know what your opinion is on that.
I don't know. I mean, I think you think higher of Zet than I do, and Zet has been increasing his performance, but I think Mystic is just head and shoulders much better than Zet in champion pool, in laning phase, as well in 5v5. I don't think Zet has it in him to keep up with him, but luckily he does have Mako standing next to him.
Exactly, right? Like, to be fair, whilst I'd say maybe Mystic is better than Zet, it's a 2v2 lane, and Mako is definitely the best support in our region. That's never going to be something that's contested, and if you do contest me, you are wrong. Mako is the best support. And with Zet with him, they are still a very good duo. They have the kind of synergy where the Braum throws out a Q, and as the Q's in the air, there'll be a Jin W following it. Like, they're that attuned to one another. And to me, that's what makes them the better 2v2 when I look at EDG. For WE, Mystic and Ben are very much in the moment players where they feel like they kind of slow to start unless they really want to win. And if they really want to win, then they show up to play. And that's the kind of WE's bottom lane that you rarely see, but it's really good.
Yeah, and also talking about the bottom lane, specifically about Ben, when we saw Zero come in, particularly at MSI and also at the start of the split, they look fantastic. But jumping over to the other side, let's hit the lineup of EDG, Mouse, Clearlove, Scout, Zet, and Mako will be taken to the Rift once again for them.
So still that core fundamental of the veterans, Mako, Clearlove, and Mouse flanking EDG and returning to their form of glory as they take down the new legacy of Team WE.
Yeah, and that's going to be 957, Konzi, Shie, Mystic, and Ben in the bottom side. And Zero, nowhere to be seen. He's definitely just disappeared again. Maybe he'll reappear at the next international. We don't know, but he just makes his few small appearances here and there.
Hibernating, man. Zero, you never really know where he's
got to recharge. Yeah, all his energy banks were exhausted after he came out, blasting a couple people after a few weeks. So we'll see him later.
SKT move over. Now he's just got to go a whole split.
Yeah, we just need him to come back. But you can see just down to statistics, a lot of first and seconds coming in for EDG. They have looked incredibly good after their first performance.
I guess the big point as well that we have to hit before Champion Select actually comes about is that we mentioned the jungle matchup, and perhaps that is the decider as to which team wins this, but when I say it's the decider, it's never a one-man affair. It's never just Condi against Clearlove. They've got Xie and Scout, quick to rotate players. They've got Mouse, who has been roaming extremely well for EDG, against 957, who likes laning phase just that little bit more, but when he does roam, tries to make it more meaningful. And so this 3v3 almost, or 2v2s in different areas on the map, however that gets weighted, to me, impacts the game a little bit more. Jungle is the nail in the coffin, so to speak, but it's a team thing.
And anytime we're, bringing up the 3v3 or the 2v2, I think that means that it's going to come down to draft, because that's going to determine how both these teams want to execute. And it's very rare in the LPL, because there is such a big disparity between a lot of our teams, that you're just like, wow, draft is actually going to determine the series. One team isn't just outright better than the other one. And then these are also the games that are such a joy to cast, because so many things can change and adapt mid-season, or mid-series, excuse me.
Sure. There's still an elephant in the room, though, and that's whether WE are actually performing at full capacity right now. Because in the last two series, they started dropping games against Snake. In the last one, it was very, very prolonged. It was almost like the epitome of WE play when they're not aggressive. We saw one game where Condi goes off, and that's what Condi does. Sometimes he'll just win a game for you. But in the other one, it was very slow, and it was bam, shot through the heart, and that's finally a game, right? But it took them incredibly long to actually get to that point.
And granted, EDG look extremely good right now as well, conversely to that of WE. Their last two sets have been very convincing, and there's no way to not tip EDG coming into this. But the reason that I have is I actually just believe that WE, when it matters, will start to show up a little bit more. I feel like they've been ramping up slowly, but now this is the real opportunity to show they still have what it takes and cement themselves in their group just above EDG, because that's what matters the most to them.
Yeah, and those are the big question marks, right? Because maybe they were just slumping a little against the likes of a Snake, who it's just like, hey, Snake haven't even got a single win on the board. Let's just do whatever, and we'll prepare for the match next week, perhaps. And perhaps that is the case, but it's difficult to say until we actually see them maybe even go into this draft and see if they actually draft correctly and also manage to outdraft EDG in this one.
Yeah, and it's also seeing what kind of style they want to draft toward. Are we going to see the early game, Condi picking up that sword, as we like to call it, and leading the charge, or is this going to be Team WE sitting back, looking for those scaling compositions, the Kassadins and the Caitlyn's, and being more of that archer?
Yeah, Mako recently said with Clearlove as well that him being unlocked is the biggest feature as to why EDG are successful.
Yeah.
Going for the 1-3-1 compositions and then having Clearlove and Mako as pivot points in the three-man unit is extremely potent for anyone to have to play against, and that's definitely something that we're going to have to look towards in this game, because you're right, draft is the biggest deal. What do they pick? How do they want to pick it? Mako's going to unlock the whole team if he's allowed.
Yeah. Under the assumption that WE go for, again, another slow game up until around the 35-minute mark, how do they combat the aggression from EDG? Last thoughts, Rusty?
I mean, last thoughts is I'm looking for assassins in the middle. I want a Zed Syndra matchup. That's what I want. I know it won't happen, but I really want it.
All right, and maybe that's a way, right, if they manage to snowball that matchup, but we'll see as EDG and WE take to the draft. Kog'Maw and Kled will begin this one for EDG, while Caitlyn and Galio for WE, and LeBlanc will round up the rest of the bands there against Xie.
And you have to think that Zac is kind of the big question mark here. Are Team WE actually going to ban it? EDG have shown that they're more than comfortable to give that one away. They won't just automatically gobble it up. And so there you go. Zac is now left open. Will Clearlove actually play it, or will he go to the Nidalee soft counter that he's found?
Yeah, no. It's going to be the Zac immediately locked in for EDG. The question is now for WE what they have in return for that, because they've already banned out the Galio, so they can't just immediately jump towards it, though they can get some priorities in the rest of those lanes.
And I say this all the time about Clearlove. His champion pool is actually quite small. He's been around the block, he's been through many metas, but ultimately he doesn't grab onto new champions very well. It takes him a long time, a lot of practice to nail them down. We can still see some growing pains in his Nidalee about how that combo works. I'm curious where his baseline is for Zac.
Well, that's one part of the Syndra Z lane that Rusty wanted. So Syndra locked in for Xie. And looking towards the next pick here for Condi, though doesn't necessarily have to pick a jungler right here. It's only been an Elise ban, so there's plenty open in the jungle for him.
I would think that you would actually pick up the Thresh here, the support, just because we should see high contention between the Braum and the Thresh, but Instead, it's going to go to the flex pick of the Jarvan. Can respect. Can either slot into Condi's hands or 957. We know that Condi has recently started to pick it up in the jungle, so WE can use it as an effective flex.
It's also great for WE just as part of their team fight later on into the game. Regardless, back over to EDG. They lock in their ADC, which is Ashe here for Zet. And a third pick now for, well, Scout's going to be picking it. We don't know who it's going to be for. They have a jungler and ADC so far.
So the question is, do you then pick up the support here? Maybe you grab the mid laner because you want to get a good matchup for Scout before it starts getting denied. I like the Tahm Kench because it would be easy for Team WE to grab that on their last pick to deny a lot of the power of the Ashe.
And there's the Tahm Kench, yeah, locked in alongside Ashe, so bottom lane confirmed now for EDG. While WE, cycling through a lot of different champions, but they might indeed go down to the bottom lane. Thresh is still open if they want it before it gets to the next phase of bans.
But already through 3 picks from EDG, we have a very semi-global composition. They're able to get around very quickly and impact different parts of the map. And this is the EDG that I like to see. You know, suddenly 3 people are flying out of the bushwork and you're not just fighting a tiny skirmish of a 2v2, you're fighting a full 5v2.
We finally start on the Bard pick though for WE, in for Ben, while they also ban out the Taliyah here against Scout. Now we've seen a couple Bard picks cropping up here and there in the LPL, but this time Ben will be taking it down there.
It just offers so much power and abuse in the lane phase. It is a melee versus range support as well as Bard's level 1 can never be underestimated. The cool thing though is the ganking paths and how Bard can quickly suss out a situation about where the enemy jungler is using his magical journey, and I actually really like that against Zac in particular. And it's going to be much safer for Ben to place deep wards to try to suss out where Clearlove is and deny a lot of his engagements.
I also feel it's really nice for WE who do like to scale up to around mid game, so they, even if EDG pick up the Rift Herald, they can mitigate the damage coming in from Herald, just hitting that Tempered Fate on their own tower. So it just allows them to bridge that gap just a little bit easier for themselves, while Kassadin also banned out against Scout and Xayah towards Mystic as we look towards the final ban from EDG.
Should continue to pinch the AD carry pool with Caitlyn and Xayah taken away. The other big ones left are going to be the Varus and the Jhin. Ooh, instead.
Yeah, Nidalee aims at Condi. Well, he's got the Jarvan if he wants it for the jungle. At the same time, 957 can flex it to the top lane. Sivir locked in for Mystic. It looks like we're just going all in for that mid game, man.
The Mystic special there. So, like Imp, Mystic is a known Sivir player. Ezreal and Sivir were kind of his 2 big champions. And yeah, I'm not going to say he has a tiny effective champion pool anymore. He's definitely expanded that, especially as they went internationally. But back to the wall, very important game. I like to see him go back to the Sivir, and I love the combo of Sivir and Bard in particular.
Yeah, as a game 1 as well, you know, I would fully expect this as a game 1 pick from an Imp, but from Mystic, when he's pretty much diversified his champion pool to the point of almost never picking Sivir anymore, is an interesting one. EDG lock in Renekton, of course, against the presumption that it will be Jarvan top lane. Still, just a strong pick. Absolutely blind pickable, while EDG final pick. It's going to be Echo on the board there for mid lane for Scout. So everything now locked in for EDG, while WE look for their final pick, which will be top or jungle.
Yeah, just trying to prioritize winning matchups there and push priority as well. So Clearlove has already gotten a scenario where Scout's going to have a lot of safety in the mid lane across from the Syndra. Renekton, if that is a Jarvan top, although we see the Shin being flexed currently, would have push priority against him. Although now things definitely change up a little bit. But just trying to create space for Clearlove to be that disruptive jungler.
That's the beauty of flexing the Jarvan so early on into the draft, that you can bring the Shen into the top lane against Mouse. And Clearlove, yeah, still Zac to be feared, but WE did feel like they still had control over their own draft and their own fate in this one.
But so far now, taking a step back and looking at Team WE's composition, this is a very old school comp that they should be incredibly comfortable with. I mean, you would just sub out Condi on Jarvan for something like his Graves, and they've played this a million times before. And again, I like Sivir, how she interacts with Bard, but I also love Sivir and how she interacts with Jarvan. It's a very binary, run-at-you type of composition. Does have some pick potential with Bard Q as well as Syndra, but this is more so about that big 5v5 team fight.
On the opposite side, EDG got the Zac in their hands. I believe this is the first time we're getting to see Clearlove play the pick as well. Though Clearlove has been going kind of all over the shop with his different picks in the jungle right now. Some Evelynns, some Nidalees, was one of the first to actually bring Nidalee out. But yeah, it does seem like he's going back to the meta and can play Zac, which is nice. It almost looked like W were throwing down the gauntlet saying, hey, you even play this pick? We've seen it multiple times where teams just leave it open. It's like, I don't think your jungler plays this, and then they pick it themselves.
But I'm a little bit scared. I don't know if Clearlove can actually play it. Again, historically, he's really slow to pick up new picks. Zach gets banned a ton, so he wouldn't have that much practice in solo queue with it. We'll keep our eyes on it. But the other curious thing is then that Jarvan was picked into it. So we know that when EDG gives Zach away, they pick a very heavy, fast farming jungler like the Nidalee to try to keep pace with Zach and keep tabs on him. Jarvan, although his jungle pace has cleaned up, it's gotten faster, he's healthier, he's not going to jungle anywhere near the speed of someone like a Graves, like a Nidalee.
Yeah. Still, Zach has received some nerfs in 7.12, so he slowed down a little. And by a little, I mean almost nothing. He still tears through the jungle. Though Jarvan, depending on the runes that we see Connie picking here, what I really like from Ning that we saw the other day was the high AD, so he can actually start those Raptors. So we'll see what the start will be out from Condi in this one as we get onto the Rift for EDG and WE. Match of the week, best of 3, coming in for our first game here. And WE, even if they win here, they'll still come in second against Dan. And if it's a 2-1 for EDG, they come in second against Dan. But if they 2-0, they'll tie with Dan Gaming.
That's the true goal. Can we tie with Dan Gaming? Or can we take down the betrayers of the LPL?
Oh, yeah.
Re-cement our legacy, Foles.
And honestly, Rusty was talking to me earlier and said, I just want to see EDG face Dan Gaming again, because when they do, they're probably going to destroy them. Because it was the first game, and they were like, oh, look at these guys coming out from the LSPL, and they get 2-0. And it's like, okay, we're actually going to put the pedal to the metal now and actually just play like EDG can and start winning these games. Very cool fan vote, but you can see fans edging towards our side here for us, Kieran.
I'm actually super surprised about that. I thought the Team WE fans would come out in throws ever since their IPL 5 victory. It seems like the Chinese audience has never lost their love for this team. And with their recent performance at MSI, this speaks volumes about EDG reviving the confidence in their fan base, the return of Clearlove.
I mean, to be fair, they have been smashing everybody, and Clearlove has a lot of fans.
Not
so.
Dan Gaming.
Apart from Dan Gaming. But that was the first series. Every single win after that, they've been absolutely fine. It's weird how our positions have now swapped where I'm defending EDG.
No,
so I'm a big proponent of Dan Gaming.
Now I'm just on the hype train. Thank you, Pulse.
Yeah.
You've corrected me.
No worries. Bot lane, talking about that level 1 in from Ben and Mystic, specifically on the Bard. Something to be feared as we take a look at the Keystones. Thunderlords all over the place for WE.
I mean,
pretty standard for the ADCs.
He may have the level 1 Bard power there that Krepo likes to talk about, but ultimately he's still facing across from Mako, and he's probably the most terrifying support to ever lane across from.
True, but some of those, well, I was going to say some of those teeth have been dulled just a little since he is on this Tahm Kench early, so it's hard for him to have much of an aggressive impact there, as Zet takes a bunch of damage out from Mystic and Ben. Shoots out the drone. Looks like it's going over to the red just to spot out. Actually, no, it stopped early, looking towards the blue, so don't know where Connie is currently. There is a ping there, so they can speculate.
Yeah, and Clearlove's actually making his way very quickly over there. So he went from red to blue, immediately did his buffs, is now level 3, and has vision on Connie trying to do his red. Has push priority in both top and mid. He could disrupt this.
He's going to as well. Connie is about half health, so he can't duel. Clearlove, he actually tries to go in here. Connie can't clear out the ward, doesn't have the attack speed just yet. Patience about to run out here, and the smite, it's going to be a smite war. It's Clearlove fighting off against Connie. The reset comes in, and he's going to chase him down from here on out. He needs to move away from these Krugs, otherwise he's going to straight up die. And Clearlove shoved him out of the jungle. He's got Scout pushing in the mid lane, so Xie couldn't react immediately. And now he's actually counter-jungling Condi.
And learn your place, Condi. The king returns to the throne. Xie is going to try to help him out, but Scout, like you said, inside track.
Not the place that Xie wants to be, particularly Scout cutting off the escape route as well. Gonna have to flash this one. Xie returns to the middle lane, and Scout secures the red buff alongside Clearlove.
And this has been crafted from draft phase. We talked about it. You know, they demanded that they get winning matchups, that Scout feel comfortable going into the Syndra, got the counter matchup there because it was picked early, that they get the Renekton for high push pressure, and Clearlove, from red to blue to invade. He wanted the space and he executed on it.
That was frankly impressive. I have not seen a Zach in the LPL be that aggressive, especially into a Jarvan. And it looked like Connie was starting to outpace him as well as he headed onto that red buff going for the full clear, but just got completely demolished by Zach.
And it's Clearlove really turning over a new leaf. He said in interviews that he was no longer going to be that light Clearlove, that he wanted to return to the LPL as Dark Clearlove, as that carnivore jungler. We've seen him do it on the Nidalee, but we thought it was just indicative of that jungler's style. You know, Nidalee is always going to be aggressive, but now he's transferring that into every single jungle pick.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Mako still just getting blasted by Mystic and Ben. Constant push coming in from the Sivir. And that's actually resulted in a pretty sizable gold lead. I mean, there is going to be this minion wave resolving shortly, so Zach should be okay on this one.
Also does leave them overextended for Clearlove, and here he comes.
And set up for this.
Oh,
Mystic
no.
absorbing all of this, and Zet's taking so much damage with Mystic being pushed away. Flash over the wall, but Clearlove's there waiting for you. What a cosmic binding coming in from Ben. It's not going to save his ADC's life, though. His first blood comes in for Zet.
And frankly, that's just a little bit of poor communication cross-map from Team WE. There's no reason for Mystic and Ben to be that far forward, knowing that Clearlove was going to be on the bottom side of the map. On the other side, though, fantastic job from Mako in particular. They saw that the spell shield went down early, made sure that he got the gobble, and secured the kill on Sivir.
Well, meanwhile, in the Noodle fight top lane, 957 is getting the health advantage, getting some nice auto-attack trades, but apart from that, it's going to be pretty much equal farm for a long time. Maybe until the first backs come out. It's pretty much one item power spike from Mouse before he starts doing damage to Shen. At that point, he's probably got items himself, so Mouse just has to sit here and farm.
Ben also gets the advantage that he's able to push as well as lifesteal on a single ability, doesn't have to deal. I mean, Shen's energy, so it's not as punishing because Renekton's a Fury champion.
AoE.
Yeah. But it's still good times for the Big Croc.
Yep, it's not like he's going to be pushed out. He'll still have the advantage in those skirmishes. Even going for the Tiamat as well, the strength that he has from that lane. Just going to be exacerbated on that one.
And it's going to put Shin underneath the tower, which opens up the possibility of diving him. And that's something that EDG should look to do, because naturally they want to make sure that the Shin is down and weak before they start playing towards the bottom side again, now that Stand United is available.
Still a little bit scary though, because ultimately it is a Shen. Though they do have a lot of abilities to cut through his Spirit's Refuge.
Just means that they need to be that heads up about where Condi is. So hopefully they can start eking some aggressive vision into Condi's top side jungle, make sure that Jarvan isn't able to respond, and then start setting up that dive with the pushing power of the Tiamat, with the diving power of the Dominus.
In the bottom lane, first back came out from Mystic kind of forcibly from Zet. Though he is still ahead in farm, so it's about equal farm. It's going to be the Absol as well. Picked up for Mystic. Clearlove moving on to a second buff here. Conti doing the same, getting a donation out. And so far, it's just that one kill over to EDG. Pretty much to be expected. WE, once you poke them in the eye, they'll retreat into their shell. They'll re-emerge at around 35 minutes. As Ben looks for the escape route just in case, but it's a lot of damage coming in from Mystic, getting some really good bounces there onto Zet.
Here comes Condi. Mako.
Way
Way too far.
Yeah, he's going to be exhausted immediately. Slowed down. Condi.
No flash.
Needs the flag and drag, but only gets him behind Mako. Great help comes up, and the double TP in from EDG. One cancelled. Mouse now into this bottom lane, but that's going to be stopped. And Condi dies in this one. Mouse following after Mystic, but the fact he didn't get that stuff may mean the end of this gank. Flash comes in as Clearlove is also aggressing here. Mystic. Not in a great position, but Clearlove looking for the Let's Bounce and will catch Ben. Down goes Mystic. Down goes the third kill. 3 more kills to EDG.
And it's a reactionary play on Condi, wonderfully timed with the teleports. Mako, he sidesteps the knockup, he holds onto his gray health, and even though he doesn't have flash, it doesn't matter. EDG clean up both the kills and get massive damage on bot tower.
That's a bit of an awkward play right there. It was just like, okay, TP being cancelled. Thought that the play was going to fizzle and maybe they'd just lose Condi, but Clearlove somehow managed to secure the extra 2.
And there's also the great immediate response. Check out where Renekton's standing. As soon as he sees that the play is starting, he's already disengaged from the Shin, so the teleport will be completed. I believe Scout might have had his cancelled by a Scatter the Weak.
It was.
But either way, doesn't create enough space. They make sure that Renekton gets there, he cleans up one set of kills, and then Clearlove, knowing that he can just walk through here, procs the red buff, gets the ultimate on Ben, says, you guys, you got the Sivir, have one more.
And Ben's got to be feeling pretty salty about that one. He was literally on the tip of the radius in there from Clearlove, gets dragged in, and that was his death confirmed on top of that. And it was just really fantastic from Clearlove. Did not even think that he had the ability to score 2 more kills from that play.
I feel like Zach is like bubblegum when you're in 1st grade. You know, when it gets stuck in your hair, and normally your parents are like, we're going to have to cut it out. Next thing you know, you're just bald.
Right.
Because it just gets everywhere. Ben just got his head shaved.
Okay. I was like, where are you going
I
with
know,
this?
it was a long ride.
It's like, still doesn't make sense, and then All right. Punchline. 4-0 and 2,000 gold ahead. And EDG just so strong right now. And I don't know, WE, I mean, we see a lot of games from them which open up like this, but it means they just stall and stall and stall. But with a composition like this, when they have the Sivir, it only just helps that fact. So maybe they knew the early game wasn't going to go their way.
No, that's a great point to bring up, because we have constantly seen Team WE backed into this corner, and on the other side, we've constantly seen EDG have great early games that just stall out in mid-game. It wasn't until the re-addition of Clearlove and Mouse back to the roster that EDG's mid-game started to clean up, to go a little bit faster. So we've seen the start of EDG's strong mid-game, but they really need to put the pedal to the metal if they want to close out against WE, who are just so good at stalling games.
Because that's the key word, isn't it? It's actually being able to break them open and actually push forwards and execute the finish on this one. Though they do have an Ashe, so it will help them.
But it's so hard to do still against Team WE's composition. I mean, Shen, Sivir, and Syndra trying to crack into those inner towers. They may get the outer ones for free, but diving is going to be scary. Wave clear is going to be a massive problem.
Yeah, inner turrets are going to be a pain to try and crack, though. If you just sit in bushes and wait for a Ben who... Wouldn't it be nice to get vision around Dragon about now?
Wouldn't
11 minutes into the game.
Nice if we could see?
Wouldn't that be great? 957 moving into the top lane. Connie's behind him. I don't know if he purposely missed that one because Connie's looking for the counter gank now. This is still a dive, but it's taken so long to kill him. Scout comes into the top lane, but Connie with counter gank. Let's Bounce doesn't do anything other than get Clearlove out of this play. Here comes Condi. He's got a Cataclysm. That's going to be go time for him as he jumps onto the Zac. He splits apart, but Mouse now caught underneath this one. Finds that one kill into 957, but trades his life for it. Scout now against Condi. Flashes the chrono break. Nice sidestep coming in from Scout, and he's getting the outplay on this one as the shield comes up. He'll flash away from the flag and drag, and still in this 1v2, he should be falling to Condi, who walks up and slaps him in the face for another one. 3-1 over to WE.
That was way too close for comfort, but in the end, expertly played from Xie and Condi. Meanwhile, though, Zet and Mako will break first brick.
Not quite. Just put the Tempered Fate down onto those minions. Zet has to turn around, and Mystic instantly jumps out of that one. Doesn't look for the turnaround, so he takes a volley right to the face, but they save the bottom tower.
Which means that Team WE have stabilized the entirety of the map. So the top lane dive, that's the play that we were expecting before EDG decided to make that counter play bottom with the teleports. It makes sense. Again, they don't want the Shin to impact bottom, so they are going to start setting up those dives. Diving with Dominus, diving with Zac passive, it seems so easy, but fantastic heads-up play from Condi and Xie. EDG don't have deep enough vision to make sure that they're not interrupted. The 3v3 goes so sideways once the tower aggro is poorly juggled.
And Scout, I mean, he tried his heart out. He tried so hard.
And again, check where Xie and Condi were standing. Expertly just outside of the vision from EDG. They show up. Suddenly, this is a terrible idea, guys. We got to get out of here. Clearlove survives for so long, but great use of the shield to allow Condi to go in initially. It then positions 957. Not to the greatest. I mean, he gets a shield and then he dies, but you could see the idea he wanted the taunt. And no matter how fancy Scout's footwork, he actually flashes on the radius to keep the stun on Xie. Not able to make it happen.
He did so many nice things and almost got a return kill onto Condi, though the bottom tower will now crack, which means after all of that, it's still, in a weird way, a net gain over to EDG, as they are still ahead in terms of gold. Now they'll probably look towards the top tower, the mid tower, and break that. Maybe they can accelerate the game, but WE, they're not out of this game just yet.
And it's about what the breaking of the towers means. When you have an AD carry like Ashe, it means that there's immediate threat on the mid tower as well as just the 2v2 matching with the top lane. In Team WE's instance, the breaking of the tower is just the ability to play the top lane. They don't have that Ashe arrow, they just have the Sivir. So Mystic, rightfully where he belongs, he's just going to be trading waves back and forth. But Zet has the option. Am I going to absorb the farm bottom? Am I going to go mid and throw an arrow from Fog of War? Or am I going to match Mystic top?
And they have the tools, you know, when you see a team with a Zac and an Ashe, you feel like they should be able to accelerate a game. They should at the very least be able to dive if they do get ahead. So WE do have to think about that. But that being said, Connie's just in EDG's jungle taking away their Gromp, so it doesn't look like he's too concerned. The early game, Clearlove did get the better of him. That initial invade onto the red buff felt like he was trying to prove a point more than anything else. Which he did, but Connie is still waiting in his flush. He's going to get a flank drag onto Mako. Not really killed just yet unless he chooses to burn the ultimate, because Xie's turning the corner, the flash out of the Cosmic Binding. And we'll have to take that Blast Cone to safety, back to his ADC.
Yep, held his gray health there, just checking what Xie was going to burn in terms of cooldowns, but Team WE have planted their flag on the top side and have asserted their dominance.
957 moving to the bottom side of the map now, has that Sunfire Cave up and running. And Scout's actually going to meet him with that TP, so he's pretty much the only person who I mean, they could also send Renekton down there, but it looks like they want him to wave clear against Mystic. And that does leave the mid tower completely exposed for a good 5 to 6 seconds. That's about half health on that one.
And the important thing to look for there is actually the positioning of Mako. He doesn't have his flash, but most importantly, he's trying to counteract the Bard ultimate. So Bin could obviously, if they're overextended trying to siege mid, grab someone with the Bard ultimate, let Syndra walk up to them. So it's so important that Mako is enough space away that he wouldn't be included in that, and then quickly reposition someone to safety.
I like all the vision coming down from WE around this Rift Herald, because they also see this as another means for EDG to accelerate the game. That being said, they still have the Bard, who's going to be able to temper to fate the tower if they really get put in that 5-man siege. But if the Herald put in the side lane, not going to help too much. There's an engage coming in from Clearlove. Slaps them both together, and Xie just pinned in place. Defensive Cataclysm coming in from Condi. He'll jump away. This trade not going well for WE. EDG on the hunt, but 957 actually equalizes those numbers. There's a bit of hesitation as Mako is coming in here alongside his mid laner, and this is a complete pincer movement as Zed comes in with the first kill. The instant Chrono Break out from Scout finds one, but it's Mystic who's being aggressed on from Mouse on the top side. He gets pinned down by Ben. Overall, it's a 2 for 2, but Scout keeping up the chase. Mystic doing what he can, the Boomerang Blade, and Ben saying, take the portal, get to safety. And after all of that, it's still the 2-2, but leaving top lane exposed.
Excellent maneuver from EDG again. They find Team WE overextended, Bin in particular, possibly looking for that Tempered Fate, trying to keep that vision live on Rift Herald, puts them in a sticky situation where they're caught between a rock and a giant crocodile.
We'll see that one more time as Clearlove comes in for the engage, and it looked good.
Yeah, and then chain CC'd into the arrow. Now the nice thing is that the Tempered Fate will catch out Zet to at least delay a little bit of damage. It does allow Shin to get into the fight because Xie doesn't initially die. But here's what's interesting. EDG could actually just rotate into the mid lane and take the mid lane tower, but they realize that Mouse is zoning off both Bin and Mystic, and they decide to rotate up towards their top laner to group back and help defend him.
957 also landed the Taunt of the Century onto 3 members, which, to be fair, they did line up in a conga line in front of him saying, please taunt us. But still, he clicked the button, he got the taunt, and it did also serve to help turn that one around against EDG. So that was nice. Top tower did break after that, so again, still an advantage to EDG. They also have the positioning on the Mountain Dragon, which will then go over to them. Mystic is getting murdered by Mouse in the top lane, but should be able to kite away. He has his passive, of course, gives him a bit of extra movement speed, so he's good.
It's also where EDG have allocated all of their gold with all of these kills, and it's all on Zet, 4, 0, and 2. We talked about how, you know, in our last series, Snake and Aimee are really playing around the top side of the map, whereas teams like EDG are still fundamentally around the bottom side of their map, and you can see that reflected in Zet's scoreline.
It's almost very refreshing to watch WE and EDG go to head, but I might hold off on that thought for a second.
No, it feels good. It just feels good on the eyes.
It does. I wanted to talk about mid lane, but there was actually no contest. However, bot lane, 3 people closing in around 957. He's got Spirit's Refuge, but not really going to help him against all those abilities. Zack's coming into play as well, and the 4-man collapse. That's how you kill a Shen.
And this is how the semi-global composition work. We said that EDG are so heavily mobile between Zack's Slingshot, between the Global Arrow, between the double teleport and the Tahm Kench ultimate. Like, 20 members of EDG coming out of the woodwork. Just like that.
But it's just this. It's not only like the guts to go for the instant execution, but it's often done well by these teams. And why we enjoy watching Dan Gaming is because they just click the go button every single time, regardless of whether it's a good idea. But when EDG and WE do it, you know it's probably going to go well because they're executing it on top of that. So it's just really nice to see both these two teams come together, and it does... some of my fears for WE have been alleviated somewhat because WE have not been at the top of their game, though against EDG it does seem like they've brought the best out of them so far.
They're certainly being pushed, and they are pushing back slightly against EDG, but the gold deficit is actually starting to balloon really heavily in favor of EDG. And again, it's about where that gold is being allocated. Right now, Condi's the big benefactor of a lot of these skirmishes, and it's not going to mean much on a jungle Jarvan when you have the likes of a Sivir who really needs that 35-minute, you know, breaking point, or a Syndra who needs to have the 1v1 kill pressure on someone to be relevant.
And even though he's gotten all of those kills, he's still 300 gold behind Clearlove. So he may be ahead of the clock, but he's not ahead of EDG. And this mid lane, for the most part, equal. Top lane, of course, still an advantage to EDG. So the gold, not maybe in the best places for WE. And on top of that, just have less overall. Zet, however, has been getting a lot of this gold, almost 2,000 ahead of his counterpart Mystic. And Zet is just starting to hurt quite a lot. We're about to see his items in a second, but for now, EDG pretty much in a power position on top of that dragon. Baron's about to spawn. I don't believe we had a... Oh, we did have a Herald. So the Clearlove. He just hasn't used it for, like, forever.
Classic EDG. Now, the thing about Zet being so far ahead is it means that the Ashe actually has shred potential on 957 at this point in the game. He does have an armor item completed in the Sunfire Cape, but the front line for WE is susceptible for EDG if this is a 5v5, draw your line of scrimmage and just run at each other. So Team WE need to be much more creative about how they're starting these fights with their pick options. So the Bard ultimate as well as Xie Syndra. They need to delete that Ashe, because if this is just, you know, even footing go, EDG will naturally win.
And EDG also have great options for those flanks themselves, so it's not even like WE have to be creative. They're going up against a team who are naturally very difficult to play against. You know that Clearlove is probably going to be around the side looking for a flank himself, so if Connie will meet him there, then you've got that 1v1, and he's not going to win it, because Clearlove just takes half a century to kill, so very difficult right now for WE, but they will find a way, I know, in around 15 minutes from now, WE will find a way.
The way will be through Mystic, which is still very slow going. So has the Essence Reaver has just picked up his Zeal, but you're still looking at the completed Zeal as well as the Infinity Edge. Like, Sivir, yeah, she's kind of been pushed out of the meta or more towards the fringe just because of the changes in itemization. I feel like some power was given back to her a little bit as Infinity Edge got a bit more cost efficient in particular, but still not as mainstream as the Varuses, as the Jins, as the Caitlyn's. But will still hurt. 35, 40 minutes, she's still going to hit like a truck.
Yeah, the problem is, like, because Static Shiv just crits waves and instant clears them, it's just like, why
She
do we use a
loses-
Sivir?
yeah.
She loses her niche, right? Because it's just like, well, everyone can just do my job, so she's become a bit redundant, which feels bad.
Yeah, but then you have some of those players that are like, I have Ricochet and Static Shiv.
So I can clear it, what, like 0.2 seconds faster?
I'll give you 6 Barons, you'll never go anywhere.
Yeah. Her niche has definitely fallen off. However, her ultimate is still a massive part of her kit. Was that blind? That must have been blind, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
He was just checking it, because
I
they have
the
a feeling.
accidental double cosmic binding, as you do. Clearlove wants to slap someone. You think Zac is just like
broken?
Well, A, broken, but also like writes a lot of fan fiction.
Okay, I'm trying to follow on this one.
So you know his stretching strike, he drags 2 people and makes them kiss, right?
Oh,
yeah.
now
he's
kiss.
Just like trying to, yeah, he's just trying to like force them together, right, in his own fantasy.
I would actually pay for that set.
Yeah, I'd buy like Otaku Zac, 100%.
He'd have to have his voice lines changed. And literally when he forces them together, now kiss.
I would love it every single time. It would be amazing. Also, Clearlove setting up the Herald. Theoretically, you could make the Herald kiss someone as well, but big siege in the mid lane, a lot of damage. If they hit the tower, they should be able to take this. Connie and Mystic and Ben. A little surprised Ben didn't hold the tower, though. It was creative pathing, but they saw the Herald charge. So, yeah, a little curious on why Ben didn't, you know, hit the R button.
I think the scary thing, though, would be if he ults, then that gives Clearlove the go-ahead to just
Jump on
slingshot into the backline, especially without kind of that key pick ultimate gone.
But still, like, he's going to have to, A, charge in front of them, and then B, the tower's going to come back at some point. Like, they're suddenly trapped in between 2 towers, so I feel like could have been a play, but Ben didn't go for it.
Just being respectful, because that's the other thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of high risk versus high reward.
Well, Connie just got pinned down by an arrow, and I don't think he's going to be able to make it out of this one. The flag, the drag, the flash, and the ultimate, and somehow... yeah, just kidding. A Scout comes in and assassinates him back to his team with the Chrono Break. And a little bit too easy for Scout to make that play happen.
And then the immediate pings onto the Baron. And this is what I was talking about. It's high risk, high reward. Why did Ben not try to protect that tower? Because of the engagement might come down from EDG. Because if they lose there, they'll immediately run towards the Baron.
Yep.
And now that Jarvan's dead, EDG are going to collapse onto it anyway.
Oh, I can see it now. As Ben, coming around, needs to get these wards down. Briefly gets vision of them. Nice stun there by Xie, but they have no real way into this pit, and they do so much damage. They're actually just fully peeling off. It's just going to come down to this force of will, but smited away from Clearlove. Pretty much no contest coming in from WE. And they'll move to the mid lane to get the consolation prize of the minion wave. They don't even get the dragon off that, so EDG in a massive power position.
And it's just looked too easy from EDG. Pretty much from minute one, Clearlove making sure that the draft was set up to open up space so he can invade Condi, executes on that invade, contests for the red buff, starts bleeding over into empowering the bottom lane. Mystic and Bin too far forward, starts impacting the top lane, and slowly but surely, Clearlove has just overwhelmed this map.
EDG just really giving it to WE. And they haven't let up either. Like, we pretty much expect this now from EDG. Every single team they've gone up against. I'm actually very interested about cross-conference now next week to see if EDG can do the same against the likes of an OMG. Oh, the rest of the group is actually all tied up. I think they're all 2-2, apart from JT. So EDG, yeah, the next challenger of the OMG. But for now, WE, I'm still waiting. There's still like 10 minutes until the classic WE turn on, the Elder Dragon that we call them, but we're a ways off, and I'm not even sure if we'll make 10 minutes at this pace.
So you're looking for one more item, and it's from Mystic. So he's got his Phantom Dancer, he has his Essence Reaver, and Team WE fans are just praying for that Eye Edge to come in, because once it does, Sivir will actually be doing damage, and they should feel pretty confident going toe-to-toe in a 5v5. The scary thing is that Clearlove is now starting to focus on his armor. He's already got his MR set up. Makes sense. Syndra's going to spike earlier than Sivir will. But Mystic is racing the clock on whether EDG get their armor stacked up and whether his power breakpoint is on an Eye Edge or on a Last Whisper.
Scout's now in the top lane, and his tower pretty much just seems like his right now. Since he has the Lich Bane, that's going to be going down pretty quickly. 957, so much respect paid towards Mouse. The fact that he isn't just instantly taunting him under the tower. He knows that Clearlove could be around the corner, or around 2 corners from here, which means he can still gank him.
He also knows that Crocodile is huge with a massive creep wave that's baroned up behind him. This gold lead is ballooned close to 10k, even with the tower behind 957. I don't think there's anything he can do to Mouse, which means that both lane assignments, Scout and Mouse, are beating Team WE. They can't do anything. They can't 1v1 in a side lane, and they can't 5v5.
I don't think I've seen Dominos fall over this quickly. EDG have taken a top tower, a mid tower, an inhib, a bottom tower, all in the course of 30 seconds. It looks like the plan is maybe to try and collapse on top lane, but as Echo, you can't do anything there. The 3-man in the mid lane, too good. And the bottom, Mouse is just gigantic. He's got 2.5 items. 957 literally can't do anything against him. Looks for the taunt, but he's half health already, as Condi was thinking about going in. That's why Mouse hits the Dominus button. That puts, again, another no to that one as the 3 moves to the top side. Xie wants to get out this mini wave, but the Baron is still up. Mystic is going to try his best to clear out that one. In the bottom lane, Mouse and Scout rotate. They take that tower. They jump onto the inhib. 957's here. His backup's Ben and Condi. This might be able to do something, but the inhib's dead. Even if they get these 2 kills, EDG is still happy. Abyssal Void comes down. Arrow just flies off the rip, but it doesn't matter right now as Condi jumps onto Clearlove. He flashes away. Rest of the team caught in a tempered fate. Buying time for 957 to not get away as the damage comes in from Zed. He finds one. Jumping onto the spawn pad now. Mouse zoning him all away. Xie nowhere to run. Another kill goes down. Condi, Misty, the 2 last bastions of hope to try and save this game against the relentless EDG. They jump back to the spawn pad. Down goes Tower 1 and Tower 2 soon to follow. Clearlove looking for the engage. He jumps into his passive. A Scout finds one. Looking for the second now, and Condi, his best bet is to save his KDA as EDG take game 1.
And it's too easy at that point. The Kings, they strike back in game number 1. Now, it's not the series, so I can't say that EDG have returned and reclaimed their legacy. But if they close out like that in game 2, Team WE are in trouble.
I think we're close. That was a power performance from EDG. Looks like another day in the office as well. No one's smiling. That's just like, all right. After that, you wouldn't even know who won, because Xie on the opposite side, of course not looking great after that one, because that was a demolishing of a WE.
It's because EDG recognized that while that game 1 was very easy, it's still not an easy series to close out. We said that this was going to come down to draft and to execution, that this could wildly swing one way or the other. So I don't want the audience to look at that and be like, wow, EDG are just going to blow Team WE out of the water, because that could very quickly change depending on how the champions change.
I actually love the mentalities, though, coming in from EDG. It's not just like, hey, we won game 1. It's, all right, this next game has to be just as surgically precise as game 1 was against WE, because they're not going to go down without a fight. Regardless, game 1 was very clean from them, and it was really nice to see. going toe-to-toe. So, yeah, well played straight up to EDG on that one. It was pretty good. Welcome back, Zach.
What up? No, it was actually a very impressive game from EDG. I think, in particular, the draft is the one place that I really wanted to hit for them because it's not your conventional 1-3-1 composition that we saw out of them.
Yeah.
The Echo pick, like the Echo pick, pretty happy with the Echo pick. We got an Assassin versus Syndra in mid lane, literally what I wanted. The only difference was it wasn't Zed. But in saying that, they've got an Echo that can split. They've got a Renekton that will control the top lane. What changes about this comp, what I really like about this comp is that they can pivot and rotate so quickly. You've got a Tahm Kench that brings the Ashe around, and you've got a Zac that engages from 1,800 units away. It's not a traditional 1-3-1 in that your 3 holds on. It's a 1-3-1 in that you have 2 split pushes and the 3 rotates to one of the lanes and dives it. And that's actually really cool to watch them play it and watch that actually unfold for them in a positive light.
And one of our problems with the early game, or lesser problem or questions that we had for EDG, is whether they could actually close out once they had the advantage in the early game, because it was clear they had the advantage. Clearlove just jumps into the jungle, murders Condi, pushes him away from red. They take bot, they take top, but can actually break mid. And they actually just had no problem. They just completely destroyed WE. And it seemed like there was never, they never stalled out at any point in time. It was just like, maybe they'll stall out around inner turrets. Nope. Maybe they'll stall out around the inner parts of the base on the inhibs. Nope. It was literally just, they drove it in, and there was no chance for WE to have any type of breathing room.
And the biggest issue is actually between the top and the support specifically to that. So while Team WE's composition had plenty of wave clear to stall out, if EDG started ever funneling waves into the Sivir and the Syndra's waiting arms, what they also had was a Shin who was prioritized often to a side lane, which was also behind, and a Bard who can't just face check and ward by himself. We saw that he was checking brushes with his Cosmic Binding, and why that's important is that EDG obviously wanted to move towards the Rift Herald, towards the Baron, to help speed up and crack those structures, and it's impossible for Team WE to contest that vision when EDG are ahead, when you have a squishy support instead of a tank support that can't freely check, and a Shin that's not there to do it for you.
Yeah, and whilst the committal is necessary from WE to check and EDG can then use the Heralds to break destructions, they can get all of these big plays going in their favor just because of having the objectives in the first place. It's just really simple for EDG to dive WE because of the Zac, because of the composition they've got for themselves. It's really hard to kill the Echo, and they have the Tahm Kench to disengage the person who gets attacked by WE, right? At the end of the day, I still think the draft comes back to the biggest win from EDG and sets them up to do exactly what you're mentioning, which is 4 Go turrets or take them down with no hesitation, because what's WE's counterplay to that, right? They've got the Syndra, strong champion. Tahm Kench diffuses whoever the Syndra ultimates. If they've got the Bard to actually engage on people, Tahm Kench still works in a very funny way with that interaction to actually diffuse what Bard does. If you eat someone, they get spit out before you come out of being golden. Yeah. Really hard to counterplay that. At the same time, you know, the Zac literally just wins the game because it's a Zac. So, like, a lot of this still does come to draft to me as to why there was a winner here at being EDG.
Yeah, the draft was very strong for them. It just made it very difficult after a certain point when they got the advantages in those lanes. And it meant at the very end, you could actually see it in the 1-3-1, there was literally nothing they could do. Every single lane was losing, and there was no way out of that hole that they kind of found themselves in at that point in time. So going into the next game for WE, is it now go into alternate form as we quickly take a look at the MVP, which, to be honest, you could probably just say the whole team of EDG and you know, be the end of the day for that one, because Zed did play very well in the 5-0-7. But moving to the next game for WE, is it alternate form? Is it like, all right, give Condi an aggressive jungler, go pushing lanes now instead of looking towards the mid game? Because there was so much pressure coming in from EDG, they could never get to the point in time where they can start contesting things with their team fights.
They will be on blue side, and I agree with you. I think it's a priority to something like an Elise for Condi. And what's interesting to me is that they banned it last instead of the Zac. So again, they threw down the gauntlet, they tried to test Clearlove. Can you actually play Zac, and will you pick it? The answer was yes, and he did wonderfully on it, and I don't think WE will make that same mistake. There was no other reason to ban Elise there. That could very easily be Zac.
Yeah, you don't even need to ban the Caitlyn, honestly, as well. Mystic's a strong Caitlyn player. Yes, it's on blue side, but if you're leaving open all of these other champions, like, you can still get one of the strong ones yourself. Yeah. I do agree with you. The priority of not banning Zac, banning the Elise instead of it is a big miss. WE will know that coming into the second game, and the question, I guess, is like, will they come into their true form? I think at the same time, they need to cut EDG's form down a peg whilst increasing themselves.
Yeah, it definitely looked like they were trying to play their own game in Champions Select, going for the early Jarvan pick, you know, controlling the pace of that one, but didn't work out on the Rift. We're going to see if they can do it in game 2 as we take a quick break and look towards that second game in our match of the week.
Yeah. Woo. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Nah, I'm not new in this biz. I shine bright in the dark like Illuminous is. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip-hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed, fam. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Killer with a sound, yeah, killer with a sound. Made the beats go bang when you see me in the town. Made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed. People moving around like they're rushing. Yeah. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up.
Welcome back to the LPL. And our match of the week, EDG and WE going toe-to-toe once more. EDG taking a landslide victory in Game 1, while WE going to see if they can fire back in this one. And I think they can definitely do it. They had some good moments in that game, though ultimately it was just dominoes falling very, very quickly for EDG once they got their dominoes set up, once they had the Baron, once they had everything that they needed. There was no breathing room for WE to do anything.
Yeah, and a lot of this actually starts from like level 3 when Clearlove invades Condi. Plain and simple. We mentioned at the start of this it was going to be a battle of the junglers, and we said that maybe lanes get involved. Well, all the lanes had to do was be pushing, and then the junglers can 1v1, the Zac actually beating a Jarvan. And suddenly EDG did not look like slowing down, and whilst the compositions were fine, EDG, if they get a slight lead with the comp that they had, were going to run away with it.
Yeah.
This is also classic EDG. It's what they used to do when Clearlove was originally on the roster, which is just prioritize winning lane matchups and create time for Clearlove to 1v1 the enemy jungler. They felt that they had the strongest jungler at the time, and they would just naturally win the map that way.
Yeah, which is curious, because Clearlove's kind of changed his jungling identity, but it's nice to see him doing something with the team like that now, where he plays champions like Evelynn, and Evelyn's not the kind of person that will just walk up to you in 1v1 for the most part. The weaker of the junglers usually in any kind of duels, but is very good at ganking, very hard to detect. So now Clearlove, even with his elastic slingshot over the wall dodging the Scuttlecrab vision, is super attuned to what Condi is doing and trying to beat him out.
So step 1, ban the Zac. All right, got that one. What's step 2?
Well,
Get Condi on a lease.
That's not step 1 for WE, though, because they're potentially on blue side now. So that's EDG's step to actually contend with, which means that WE's bans might stay the same.
Maybe, yeah, because they could potentially get the Zac for Condi. Because they banned Galio and just didn't pick up the Galio in that one, so they actually just got nothing. But I definitely think the point still stands that don't let EDG take Galio. Maybe not ban the Galio, but don't let them have it, because that was a major problem for them.
Condi may also change up his jungle pathing this time around. He was going for the full clear, which is why Clearlove spotted him. He might actually do something a little bit more creative and different. I do think the Elise is a good example of what he should pick. Maybe just go buff to buff and look for a gank instead. Try and catch Clearlove being the invader and actually kill him.
Yeah, at the very least, make sure that the jungle has a good matchup. Is there anywhere else we're looking towards in those solo lanes? Because it did kind of cascade out from the jungle, though solo lanes also didn't go that well for Oscarin.
I mean, it's hard to say just because the game's not snowballed so far out of control, like you said, before the solo lanes could even be a factor. I'd like to see Mystic not on something like Sivir. Even the Jhin right now, because he has so many flexible build paths, Mystic has shown that he's a fine Jhin. Just something else than Sivir.
All right, let's take a look at this one. So, yeah, EDG against WE. Going for round 2 in this one. Galio and Tahm Kench will be the first bans. So, EDG take the first shot, maybe also banning away the Zac alongside that, considering the first ban was Galio.
I feel like EDG would ban Galio, Zac, and Elise. I'd hate to see Condi get his hands on that one, but we've seen different priority picks rise over the LPL. Jarvan, Thresh come to mind. Maybe I'm absolutely correct though, as Elise gets banned.
Yeah, could be the case. Taliyah towards Scout. Again, to be expected. And EDG final ban should be Zac, but WE, I guess they have more of a free ban right here.
I mean, EDG left Zac open, I believe it was against IMA, and showcased the power of Nidalee into the pick. I'd hate to see that. Wow.
WE banned Zac on blue side. Oh, misspoke earlier, but I guess they just did it anyway. So I should have stuck to my guns, maybe, question mark. Kog'Maw will then be the final ban from EDG as they just get a free ban against Mystic.
But that's priority pick for Caitlyn.
Yeah.
So, okay, interesting. I would have actually preferred the ban on Caitlyn, but I mean, Mystic plays either one. Kog'Maw has overtaken games at 35 minutes in the LPL, so might as well take that weapon away.
Yeah, it just seems like in this case, it's like went up against the wall, put your faith in Mystic to win you the game. With this first pick of Caitlyn. The ban of Kog'Maw, I actually feel now is like pretty smart from EDG, as that was their read on it from WE. Just mean they'll lock in the Thresh and the Gragas we were looking for from last game, that being the Thresh, while Gragas does serve as a flex pick for EDG here.
So at this point for Team WE, I'd like to see them pick up their own flex in the Jarvan. I'd also like to see a Braum grabbed here. Maybe they look towards grabbing the Syndra before it's taken away in second rotation and get Xie another strong pick. But I think Jarvan and Braum would be great. You'd have the flex pick between jungle and top lane, so you'd hide your information just like EDG did with the Gragas.
1 out of 1, 1 out of 2.
Man.
As LeBlanc comes in as Xie's pick. Over to Scout. It's both also a deny from Scout as he hasn't picked up his mid laner just yet as we head into the next phase of bans. Though EDG may very well prioritize their ADC as that pool is getting smaller and smaller. They would like some form of engage onto the map. I believe that has been locked as well as it goes back up to EDG and their bans. So yeah, Kled towards 957.
And now it's up to Team WE to see if they can sculpt the mid lane matchup that they want. Hopefully get some pushing priority there. You'd think that Syndra and Orianna would probably be the bans. Syndra, Kassadin also makes sense.
Yeah. Kassadin is the first one. And over to EDG. Already mid laner being picked up, so jungle and top lane. But it's top lane again. Another Shen ban against 957. Felt like Mouse was having problems early, just pushing into him, but late game it didn't really matter because Renekton was so far ahead.
That's a lot of denial away from 957. Galio, Kled, Gragas, and Shen. He's going to have to reach really deep into his pool. Does he play the Jarvan top? Will he go towards the Renekton? These aren't things that we typically think of when we think of 957. He's always been that bruiser, tank type of player.
There's still the chance for EDG to take away the Jarvan now, if they wanted to really put up against 957, but they may just put the Gragas into the top lane. Pretty solid blind pick, honestly, as they do indeed confirm that as Kha'Zix picked up for Clearlove.
Going back to the tried and true, he is the Kha'Zix OG player before Kha'Zix even came back into the meta. Should mean that, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
That WE will go towards the Jarvan. They could use it in the jungle and pick up the Renekton here still.
Still a possibility. Yeah, I guess from EDG's side, even if they picked up the Jarvan, there's still Renekton for the top lane against either Gragas or Jarvan, so it's not the worst. And WE, they have a bit of freedom.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, Condi could just do this as well. Going for that game 2 swing, so this very much seems like a game of Mystic and Condi, at least for the early game, to get them the win here. I mean, Condi gets the Lee Sin.
We said that we wanted Condi on a high-impact early game jungler.
Works for me.
Made his namesake on Lee Sin, and this is the thing about Condi, why we say he's kind of quietly assumed the role of best jungler in the LPL. It's his ability to make high-pressure plays in big scenarios. So if it comes down to the 45-minute, you need to find the inset kick on the perfect target, the mid laner or the AD carry. He will almost always make it. If he needs to make that massive steal, the Son of Baron will always find the connecting Sonic Wave and then execute down for the smite.
So full compositions locked in. Yep, WE. Have that LeBlanc in the mid lane, but despite when you have a LeBlanc in the mid lane, you're always just like, okay, yeah, Assassin going to be there, going to be very pivotal, but I still feel like Condi and Mystic are going to be the pivotal points of WE in this game, just because of where the picks came in and how Condi is Condi and he is Lee Sin.
It's also just Xie in general, you know, he is very rarely kind of that centerpiece of Team WE. Not that he can't be it, but you are correct. It's usually about Condi and Mystic and everyone else just kind of facilitating around them. Xie can certainly throw a wrench in a lot of plans. I didn't see, did he take Teleport on the LeBlanc or did he take Ignite?
I didn't see in the end there, but we'll find out in a second.
Also might have taken the Cleanse just to respect Ashe.
Yeah.
But the thing that I wanted to point out on EDG's composition is their ability to threaten Baron. They've got a Cassiopeia and a Kha'Zix. Ashe can build into the Blade of the Ruined King, so if Team WE ever leave them alone with that objective, it's so easy to steal that one right out from underneath them.
EDG still not in a bad situation themselves. Got the Gragas going into that top lane there against the Jarvan. And yeah, this could actually just be another win here to EDG, but we'll see. Let's just take a look at the compositions, and yeah, Scout also on Cassiopeia, so could be a lot coming in from there as well. Zep also with the Ashe once more was not taken away from him, so they will be able to accelerate if they have a good start to the early game.
And that Ashe arrow is so important because the differences between last comp and this one is that EDG really don't have the ability to play those side lanes again. You know, even if Cassiopeia gets massively ahead, she's not going to have the same mobility as the likes of LeBlanc. So EDG need to be very heads up on their 5v5, and they need to hit these key arrows because otherwise nothing will happen on their comp.
Well, we're on to the Rift for Game 2, WE and EDG. First game was very quick. I'm hoping for maybe a little bit of a long game this time from WE, or whether they can even get the advantage early game. Because actually, there's very few times where Condi gets a kill in the early game, as fans have just jumped ship, but where Condi gets a very good early game and he doesn't just run away with the game.
See, that's the thing. I'm actually on the other side. I really want a quick game because I feel like that's indicative of Condi going off in the early game.
Yeah.
That Team WE, if Condi is on his stuff, that it's like 20 minutes,
yeah,
25
sure. Let
minutes.
me reiterate. I want to see a longer game of WE, not just losing, more of a time in which they're doing okay.
You want the back and forth.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to say. I don't want to just see like a 50-minute slugfest because they've had so many of those recently, but I'm looking for WE to put up a fight, which I know they will. Connie starts up on his blue side of the jungle to get some help from 957 as well. Same thing coming in from Clearlove, so both junglers will find themselves on the bottom side of the map to start the game. When we take a look at the keystones again.
And this does give priority to Mystic and Bin, who are down here first. Looks like they actually prepped the creep wave, maybe grabbed the aggro because it is higher up during the lane, or higher up on the lane.
Scout just blasted Xie in the middle lane, just ran him down up to tower. That's level 1 as well. He didn't even have the Noxious Blast on him, so that was pretty painful.
Now he does, so it's about to get worse, level 2. See if he'll step forward.
Should be fine. We'll probably just push in this wave against Xie. He's paying respects. But yeah, that was not great. Not a great start to the mid lane.
He wants to bounce it really quick so he can get the wave reset, grab a cheeky ward, but more importantly, he wants to get a good back for that tier. Doesn't want to be overextended and let the wave freeze.
Yeah. That'd be a bit annoying. She's probably only going to lose, well, I'll probably lose this one as well. So a little bit down against Scal, who is at perfect CS currently. So is 957 in the top lane. Connie will make his way towards its red. Clearlove, where's he pathing to? Because that looks like he's going river first.
He's definitely gone from buff to buff and is trying to find Condi on his red, while Scout is continuing to blast Xie in the mid lane.
Oh, it's perfect for him if he wants to jump over that wall, though it is looking like, yeah, he's going to take away the Rift Scuttler now. Connie's taken his red. He's going to go back to the top side, maybe take the other Scuttler.
It's because Xie spotted Scout making the rotation to place the ward on Raptors, so he's also playing with information here.
Nice little combo there from Mako onto Ben, but he's going to tank this one up. Mystic getting a bit of chunk damage down onto Zet as well, so this time not in in a bad situation whatsoever.
But check out how Team WE are actually playing with information. So again, they spotted out when Scout went toward Raptor Camp, so Condi smartly avoided the area, prioritized Scuttle Crab, and at the same time, 957 ducked down in between his waves and planted a ward on Krug Camp. So Team WE are doing everything they can to keep Condi's pathing hidden and try to circumvent around Clearlove and find him in his jungle. And look, Clearlove can't find him. He's using the blue orb. He's poking his head into the river like, is Scuttle gone? Where is this guy?
You know what I want to see for Oscurin? And I know you can probably guess, but we're looking at mid lane for now as Clearlove is looking to get... He's playing on bottom side, so it's going to be very difficult to gank Xie.
And Condi's like hunting Clearlove still. He's taking his Krug camp, but he sat there for a very long time before starting it. So Condi expected Kha'Zix to be top.
Oh, maybe if he baits Scout. Scout was trying to bait him, but I didn't see in any world where that works. Bot lane, there's still a Flay there from Mako. He's going to be locked up by the concussive blows. Good Piltover as well. But Clearlove, yeah, I mean, he tried. Scout will have to go back to base now. Xie did also use his TP, so he may have just been looking to buy some time for Scout to go back, though. It looked like his recall got disrupted because now Clearlove's going back and he has to stay. This is very messy now from EDG from what looked like a really good early game. In from Scout, he's going to have to burn the barrier on top of that.
And that's one of the problems. Clearlove was also pulled over because Scout let the wave get really big. He pushed in hard, but that meant that the minions collected on the tower and pushed back really hard against him. He doesn't have a TP, just quickly get in and out of his lane for the tier, wants to make the back for it, but in his greed, he has to burn his barrier just to stay alive.
I also questioned what Xie was going to take to the mid lane, and that was the TP, so that also allowed him to make that play in the first place in the mid lane. We do get my wish, get to see the top lane. I wanted to see what was happening because somehow 957 has creates a massive CS lead. So I don't know what happened in that lane, but he managed to do it against Mouse, who was 15 CS down at 5 minutes into the Gragas Jarvan. Seemed pretty crazy.
I think the nice thing about Jarvan and Gragas, though, and you're the top lane main, so correct me if I'm wrong, but Jarvan can just, he doesn't have to commit to wave clear, whereas like Gragas can kind of do the same thing on his Q, like the two Qs versus each other, but Gragas also wants to use his belly bop, but that puts him in harm's way, whereas Jarvan really never has to do that. Yeah.
I mean, even in those auto-attack trades, it will mount up, but his passive has a fairly long cooldown, so I'm just wondering how he was, how he was contesting every single CS. I know he has a slightly longer melee attack range than Mouse on Gragas, but still, it's curious. I would have liked to see the first couple levels, but still, nice advantage to 957. This kind of shows how he's very much grown as a player. There was a while when they just kind of stuck him back on tanks, and it's just like, go on. 957's proven he's a pretty good player now on those carries. Like, Fizz is gone, yeah, okay, but still plays Declared, which is banned this time. But, you know, give him something that has a bit more bite. There's the mid lane. She is going to have to, you know, not take all that to the face. He had a decision, he had a moral dilemma where it's like, do I go forwards?
Or do I go backwards?
Or do I just kill Mouse in the top lane? I've kind of run out of mana now, so it's going to take a while for 957 to actually kill him. He's probably waiting on the passive to look for the flash, but still Corrupting Potion was back up, so... yeah, bit awkward. Though in the mid lane, Scout is just aggressing once more, has the Miasma down, I'm going to force him back. Poison's still ticking, but he's got the Corrupting Potion.
Ooh, so close there. So while EDG is really suffering up in the top lane with 957, Scout has complete control of this mid lane, punishing the distortion with the Miasma grounded.
That's just a complete lockup. Mako's going to turn around, land the death sentence, but Ben is still putting up the pressure alongside Mystic, and they cannot get any damage down to Mystic's bottom lane. But WE's bottom lane is Scout. Zet rather trades back on towards him. 7 minutes in now, still in the first blood, though Condi has located the Clearlove, and they both see the red buff, they both see each other.
Difference is that Clearlove's mid laner is going to get there first.
Yeah.
As you actually see the ping on blue buff where she is like, don't even think about it. Uh-oh.
He's going back in, but
here comes Jarvan.
He has 957.
Clearlove's taking it for a walk.
I don't know what is going on.
Look at Mako. He's trying to get over there as well.
Everyone's just dogpiling it. Mouse probably going to come down, yeah.
Okay, Scout, you need to back up. You know that there's like 20 people behind you. There he goes.
All right. Now what's happening? Is that the recall now from 957? It is. Connie's backed up. All right, he's finally gone back. See, it's just like, just give me my blue buff. Like, you're making me wait like a whole minute for my blue buff while you're just doing nothing.
Pretty much what it was. Like, come on, man. I don't have time for your games.
Yeah. There we go. And Connie goes back to base. Still level 5. Clearlove also gets to level 6 off of his buff. And on the way pinged was own red, so... Xie back into this one. Again, taking more damage. I don't know what that was about from Scout. He knew he was edging to the to the side of Miasma, but still burns the ultimate. Pretty nice from Xie.
He's just asserting his dominance there. Like, Scout is out of control.
Oh,
in
this
lane.
ultimate, don't even need it. Just throw it into the garbage can.
51 to 65 CS. I don't need this to kill you.
Yeah, but now Xie has the advantage in lane. He has pressure over Scout.
Does it feel like he has pressure and the advantage?
No, but we haven't seen him go back to lane yet, Frosk. Like, this happens in the future, not like the immediate 2 seconds after he just gets blasted
We'll
from
pay
Scout.
attention for it. The ping did go down on Scout, so maybe she is like, huh, the ultimate's down. Now's my time to strike.
I mean, if Condi wanted to go for a gank, there's no pressure of him being ulted now, so... he can very cleanly get off like a flash kick, but again, that would probably just burn Scout's own flash. Yeah, farming up the mid lane. Scout's going to go back to base. Big minion wave building up as well, so it's probably going to meet that. A little bit surprised that Xie hasn't just like nuked the minion wave to bounce it.
He wants to try to freeze it, hold it there. He wants to sit in the lane for a long period. I'm curious how much gold he's sitting on. I think he recently made his back because Scout actually just got his back in.
Well, I agree. It's like 2 waves of caster minions. That's not a freeze.
I didn't get to count it.
Big minion wave. He's now jumping into Sky. He's gone back to base. He has TP even if he needs it.
Speaking of freezing lanes.
Well, this is fun, isn't it? Ashe just goes to the bottom lane.
That's actually my favorite part about playing bot lane. Is just getting the wave right there.
Yep.
And the only way to punish it is to pull your mid laner and your jungler and just be like, if they're going to build up a big wave, we could just dive them.
Yeah, and if you're not Sivir, then you can't bounce it. So you just kind of have to sit here. All right, there's like a lot of pings in the bot lane from both teams.
They can't
I'm trying to decipher what it means.
Quite decide what they want to do. I mean, they've moved up a lot of their vision, but no one's pulled the trigger yet. This has been like the most tense 10 minutes, just like a standoff, eye contact.
It's not even just like one person's going to die either. It's like 3 people are going to die as soon as we see first blood. Because we're going to get into a skirmish.
But the question is, where is it going to happen? I feel like it's going to be the mid lane just because Scout is absorbing so much attention.
Yeah. Just you wait. It's going to be bot lane. It's 2v2 for some reason. Zet turning it around. All the ultimates being used. And Maker's taking a lot of damage. You have to jump away as Zet putting back some damage on towards Mystic.
Here comes Condi, though. Warding, making sure that Clearlove's not... he's going to swing around. Be brave, Condi. He's not brave.
No, he's definitely not brave.
He's definitely very scared.
Got a lot of farm compared to Clearlove, but
he's literally just
on this pick.
He's hovering.
He's just not doing anything. Go on, Condi.
Okay, they've spotted out Scout. Oh, he's going around.
We're ready for the play. He's got the ultimate back, though, so a little bit scary. Miasma's down. And Teleport coming out as well. Condi kicks him over the wall. He flashes back over.
He
misses the ultimate. The blind monk manages to escape as Ben comes in from the bottom lane, punches him in the face. Right hook, and that's the first blood over to WE.
Wonderfully played from Condi. Eventually, all of that vision pays off. They catch the snake trying to slither out of the mid lane, get around behind him, play a little bit of musical chairs. But in the end, it's first blood to Condi.
That was definitely very awkward. Scout jumps over, misses the ultimate. Always looked like a hit as well, but I guess if you're not looking at the Medusa because you can't, then you can't get stunned. So good job, Condi. Drafting the blind monk, goes towards the dragon. It's a cloud dragon, so could be better, but still, not gonna sniff at that one.
I don't know, with all the running around we're doing on this map
That's
to get
true,
into position.
They can do that like 0.5 seconds faster.
I mean, he was dancing in the mid lane. He's like, am I going bottom? Am I going mid?
No. I think they were just pings coming from every lane as well, just dragging him all over the place, so. As you don't know on that one. Clearlove goes back to base, probably completing his Warriors enchant on that one. But still, first blood's Condi. That's typically good things for WE.
And it's really good because Scout doesn't have either Summoner Barrier and flashes down, so this could very well turn into second blood for Condi, or preferably second blood for Xie. I'd like to see Lee Sin make a repeat visit, because Cassiopeia is only really strong when she's guarding those creeps, when she's very forward, aggressively positioned. And if Scout's brave enough to do that, you can punish him.
Just excited for Condi. When he gets first blood, usually makes things happen. Bot side being pushed in again, but by pushed in, I mean Mystic's probably just frozen the wave again against Zet and Mako because he is gradually falling behind on farm. Top lane Mouse's equalized just a little, so 957 is still ahead. Again, just trying to chunk down Scout before a possible second gank from Condi.
Suddenly, the tables have turned, Scout. You can no longer be a massive bully in the lane.
Yeah, he's got his ultimate back though, so he might be okay. We'll have to see as this mid lane progresses. Where's Condi now? He's in river.
He's in river, swinging wildly behind Scout.
Oh, he
so
wants this red.
He's gonna check the red, but yeah, that That's delicious looking. That is a delicacy.
Yeah, but Clearlove knows he's here. Scout, this is a bit of a weird situation. Again, the whiffed ultimate in from Scout. Probably just going to mean nothing happens. Connects the ultimate, or connects the Q.
Doesn't have ult. He's not that brave.
Oh, man. Could at least, like, faked it out. Used the safeguard to a minion. Jump in there. But again, this is like, what, 3 ultimates in a row that Scout's... Okay, we've just won mid lane now.
It's twice.
The first one didn't hit either in lane.
Yeah, I know. It's twice. He's missed 2 ults.
3.
3?
Yeah, because he missed the 1v1 against Xie.
I want the footage.
All right. Mouse knocks him away. No, do you remember? There was the 1v1 in mid lane where he missed it as LeBlanc was running away from the miasma.
Oh, well,
there was
he
the
tagged.
gank.
He
no,
tagged
he didn't. No,
he was
definitely
a nice,
didn't get the
nice
damage.
little butt pat just to see him out of the lane,
did
just to
not pat
close
him. It was
the
definitely
door.
an air pat. Like, the butt was already away from him, and he just swung at air. Xie is out of mana. Cool. Got that resolved. 14 minutes in. 1 kill over to WE. Looks like WE have taken this to heart when I accidentally said I wanted a longer game. What I wanted was them to be
So
ahead.
this is your fault.
I mean, they've technically done that. They are ahead and not out of this game. And they've actually built up a sizable gold lead just from that dragon and the 1 kill.
And
But
we're starting to eat closer to core itemization, particularly Xie getting ever so closer to that Gunblade. You can't get him out of the lane at this point. Once he has the Gunblade, it's pretty much going to be free chains all day long, which means that Scout has to be even more cautious.
Okay, this is scary.
He's definitely playing with fire.
I mean, disruption or distortion's up in a couple seconds.
Oh, here comes
All right.
Condi. Come on, Condi. He keeps waffling back and
I
forth.
know.
He can't
I'm
decide.
just watching Condi because I was so excited. I was like, he's got first blood, Condi. I feel like I've lied to everybody, everyone who's tuned in for the match of the week, WE against EDG, and it's just like, oh, Condi goes off. He has these amazing plays. Yes, he usually does, but right now he's just kind of wandering everywhere. Has resources in the mid lane tower, which is actually really, really good for WE. It just took a long time to get there.
And the nice thing is that 957 got involved with it. So again, the pushing power of Jarvan with his flag, able to give them 15% bonus attack speed. He can just show up and you just shred through towers.
Pretty great. Scout comes back and he's actually down to farm now against Xie. Remember that time when he had a lot of CS over Xie?
That's what you get for being a bully. You get punished.
Yep.
He got Ender's gamed.
He did get Ender's gamed, yeah. Scout doesn't even have his flashback, so still got to be a little bit defensive for another maybe 15 seconds. Xie, Honest LeBlanc, probably waiting for Gunblade before he makes some more big plays. Bot lane, to be farming it out. How's that Infinity Edge?
I mean, Mystic has his battle stats. You still really want your attack speed before you feel powerful on Caitlyn. Okay,
That's
now he's
4.
missed 4.
All right, we need a sticker as Condi comes in. It's 2 versus 2, and I don't really like the chance for Scout. That's a bit of a weird combo from Condi. That actually doesn't get a kill just yet. Dangerous game finds the kill, and it's a 1-for-1 in total in this game now. But Xie wants to even it up, coming after clear of Mako Horizons in the mid lane, right on time as we have a 1v1. With between the ADCs, finds the headshot, Zed turning around, already used the ultimate, heal comes out, flash to the wall, what is Clearlove, comes into the fight, gets the kill, takes their fear, someone teleported away, and it's 2 kills to 1 now, EDG advantage.
He didn't even need the ult. See, Pulse, totally worth. It was the long con, the plan, I'm going to throw my ult away, they're going to get overzealous, think that they could take me on. Do they know who I am? I'm Scout. I'm dead. I'm
he's
definitely
very
dead.
much dead in the mid lane. As Ben is punching him to death, and Clearlove now with concussive blows. He's going to get punched to death by 957, who sticks a spear in him. And that's another kill over to WE. All right, these engages are a little bit clowny.
Okay, take back everything that I said. Nope, it's fine. We're going to see the replay. This is all we need to see. Scout's like, ultimate? What ultimate? I'm going to sit here. I'm going to walk you down right into the queue. I'm going to give the dangerous game, and I'm going to fly away. And then Zet's going to get into this 1v1 80 carry combat here, where Mystic is actually going to flash to the wrong side of the map.
So Zet's already used his ultimate because he used it mid lane.
Yep.
And triple flashes. Clearlove's going to win. Teleport cancelled. So it wasn't someone coming in and then jumping away. Well, very confused by that. I also take back my statement, Condi. That was a very nice combo. He actually flashed over Clearlove so he could land the Q on the target he wanted to, as he was in the way. That's why he flashed before the Q. So take it back. Good combo, Condi.
And Team WE did win in the end. They cleaned up those other kills and then got the Rift Herald, and then just made Mako look like a fool there. So Don't often get to do that.
Yeah, it's nice. Clearlove, stay away from mid lane. And Xie, what actually happened? Who got the kills after that? Because it was like a lot happened. So 1-0-1 on Xie. Connie already had a kill from earlier.
Yep.
957 picked up a kill somewhere. Clearlove got the kill onto Mystic. And Scout got a kill somewhere as well.
He killed Condi.
He killed Condi.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. This game is very different from game 1.
It's a bit more loose.
Yeah. It's all just down to these like individual outplays, which is not what I expected from EDG and WE.
It's kind of weird that Scout keeps trying to force that type of gameplay, though. Whereas I feel like EDG looks so strong when they're working together and moving as a unit.
Oh, that's not good for Ben. He gets dragged into the box. She is coming down.
Good
Arrow
flash.
right between the goalposts. And we're giving up. So that was nice disengage there from WE. Have the first 2 dragons of the game, which unfortunately both Cloud Dragons. There is a fight just happening in River for no particular reason. The Condi dropped. Ultimate. Didn't stun everybody, but I think it hit someone. So there we go. We can reset the counter on that one. Mystic being chased down. Clearlove. Last little auto attack there finds the kill. 2 more kills to EDG.
And what is going on?
Mako
Mako!
flash, Flay. Getting past this minion line. Clearlove should be able to catch up as Scout. Looking for the assassinate over the wall. And Scout's still alive. I believe he just survived from the dangerous game and the corrupting potion. Xie goes home with nothing as 3 people die from WE.
But Team WE got what they came for. They went and got the Cloud Dragon,
Yep.
and then it looked like they were walking back into the mid lane, and
They
suddenly
disengaged.
they just turned back around. Who's the bait? Oh, it's Condi.
Condi.
The dirty Lee Sin player thinks that he has the assassination, overreaches, and then baits his team. And yes, Scout did tack Bin right on the butt, just
Yep.
patted him softly.
Tap 2 people on the butt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Got them to slow down, and EDG walk over 2 more kills.
There you go. Yeah, I wish we'd seen that replay like a couple seconds earlier just to see why Condi was there. Maybe he like had found someone he thought by themselves and jumped in, but WE, there was literally no reason to go on that one.
And it loses them a lot of their momentum. So they still hold the gold lead, but the composition from EDG is only going to continue to scale up. Scout's getting stronger and stronger by the minute. We saw how much of a bully he was in mid lane, and now Mystic caught.
Well, this is a little bit unfortunate. There was no way he was ever going to get out of that. Though 957 is still looking for the engage here. Cataclysm run away from. What a dark passage in from Mako. And the whole engage gets dissipated.
Team WE are just not using their lead to the same way that EDG did in game number 1. It is slowly just like water in cupped hands, falling away from them. And what's scary now is that Baron is live. Next Dragon's Mountain, it's going to spawn around 25, 26 minutes in the game. Again, Cassiopeia Kha'Zix. If EDG also get that Mountain Dragon, and Team WE continue to recklessly give away these picks, this game is going to turn on its head.
Though what they do need is, well, as I'm talking about EDG, is to pick up towers, and they do finally crack open the mid lane tower. Man, I can't even speak today. EDG take the mid lane tower, and then do go some way into accelerating their advances they are getting from these kills. Because all of them have actually gone on Clearlove. Scout has 1, Clearlove has 5. So also a little bit awkward, but if he can snowball, great. It just really is down for EDG to start taking objectives.
It's also helpful that the Kha'Zix has the kills. You know, we talked about last game, Condi had all the kills as the Jarvan, and it wasn't where you want your gold to be.
Yeah.
In this game, all he has to do...
Well, not face check.
Oh,
that's definitely step 1 or step 3.
That's bad. All he has to do is kill the Caitlyn. So if Kha'Zix is super fed and he forces Mystic to play defensively, and every single time Caitlyn just has to burn the flash or reposition or just die to Kha'Zix, that's well worth for Clearlove.
Oh, there's a trap brewing. Back drag misses there. He jumps in. Death sentence onto 957. No Flay just yet. Clearlove comes into the fight, but he's out of mana. There's the Flay onto 957 and Ben. Big lockup in from the Braum. Xie jumps into the fight, looks for the assassinate, but the perfect timing on the exhaust in from Mako saves the entire play. And again, I find myself saying Mako was the MVP of the fight.
Yeah, but this 3k gold lead that Team WE had is now shrunk to about 1k barely, if that. And it's because of these overzealous plays, you know, 957 overreaching there. And they're continuing to pressure for this tower. They're going to get it, but at what cost?
This whole game is thinking face emoji, pretty much. 3-7. 3 towers over to WE, so while some engages have not gone their way, they've still cracked open every single outer turret. Next dragon's going to be Mountain, so you'd have to feel there's going to be a contest over that buff.
Okay. Mountain's done. Like you said, they should 5v5 over it. But what I want to see Team WE do is use their double teleport. It's not up right now, but they still have incredible mobility with the LeBlanc. Kick Xie out into a side lane. Have him look for these assassinations. Start denying a lot of EDG's vision and try to make the picks. I feel like it's been Team WE that have been walking around blind corners into pick opportunities when Team WE's composition does it just as well.
Scout's been moved to the top lane now, though he will have to go down at some point.
Is anyone going to stop this?
No, but will this turn into anything for WE on the opposite side of the map? It looks like just vision from Ben. Top tower should be falling here to Scout, and Scout alone. It's actually just really good positioning now for WE, moving towards the Dragon as it is spawning in 45.
They've also got full Baron control.
Okay. Condi is going to take away this camp. And it looks like everything just resolves and nothing really comes from that play for WE. EDG just get the tower up top lane.
It does mean that Team WE can now confidently commit down towards the Dragon because they have their vision on Baron, so EDG aren't in a situation where they can try to burn Baron when Team WE look towards Mountain, which again, with a Cassiopeia Kha'Zix comp, is very possible.
Let's go. Xie jumps onto Zet looking for the kill, and everyone else dog piles in as well. The ultimate used by Java, but he just dies because there's no one else really to help him outside of the Cataclysm. Panning around the side, no. Zet was able to pick that one up, but Mystic goes down for it. Massive cask out from Mouse. It was actually the assassinate onto Zet. As I misspoke, 2 more kills over to EDG with only Zet's life to trade.
And it's Team WE again starting a fight, but EDG finishing it. Phenomenal teleport and cast from Mouse. Catches Mystic when he's literally mid-caliber net to get back to safety. Dies with his flash up.
Yeah, pushing on this tower now. EDG probably get their cake and eat it too. I think they're going to take this mid tower and the Dragon on top of that. Unless Condi has anything to say about it, because he's looking for the steal over the wall. Not going to happen. Kick clear of the way before he jumps back to safety. It was worth the attempt, Condi, but he didn't go full Mission Impossible on that one, unfortunately.
So looking back at this, so much is invested to try to kill Zet, and yes, he goes down in the very end, but look at how long he survives for. Outputting damage, orb walking as he goes back. Now Mystic, again, mid-net, caught by the cask. That feels bad.
Yeah, that's very much a feels bad man moment. Yeah, gets caught out on that one. EDG find 2 kills from that. The Dragon and the mid lane tower. Red Buff goes down to Mystic, and he's pretty much the last bastion of hope for WE now. As he is 0-4-2, however, he has a large amount of farm. It's 2.5 items. If anyone can save them, it is Caitlyn. But EDG are really just accelerating this game now, have found a groove in this game. And if anything, it was really nice that these skirmishes were just giving them gold regardless of which way it was going. It was still getting more in the end. It was like a 2-for-1 trade in almost everything.
And again, it's where that gold went, which was on Clear Love. Not bad if Caitlyn is your last bastion of hope. A fed Kha'Zix is always going to counteract that. Yeah. But now we have to reframe kind of the win conditions for both of these teams. So EDG, it's now all about the Baron. We've said this over and over. Their comp loves to take it. Now they need to start cracking these towers, especially because Caitlyn has static Shiv at this point and can free clear those waves. Whereas WE want picks like this.
Onto Mouse. He's going to get rooted up. Cataclysm comes down. No escape. Probably didn't need to flash there. WE just get a buy one, get one free on that one.
And this is what I've wanted from Team WE for the last 10 minutes. They have the double teleport. Again, it's not up at this moment, but use Xie's assassination potential and the mobility of that double TP to create picks for yourself like this. Bam, they pick up a kill, they get a pivotal tower.
EDG are looking for something, seeing if they can find 957 as he returns from this bottom lane, but he's still able to push up because Ben and Mystic are still in mid lane and top lane, so there's nothing he can do in this one, though there are many on the way pings towards that Baron. But it seems like it was just the tower and the kill on that one for WE. So that was very good and actually puts them in gold lead again.
And all they have to do is continue to kind of stall out until they feel confident for the 5v5 for Mystic. So this is a waiting game. He's actually backing right now. We'll see if he completes his rapid fire cannon.
He stopped his recall.
Yeah.
So no. But it just means if a fight is to open up now, he doesn't have that third item power spike, which is the quintessential spike for Caitlyn. And with that gold, 10,500, you'd have to expect that he will have it. Or have the gold for it, rather. EDG, the fact that they are posturing around this mid lane means that he can't recall right now. Connie actually disrupts his recall. It feels like the communication was there saying that Mystic, I need to recall, and if Connie also goes back, EDG are just going to take the Baron.
Here comes the pick.
Mako's here, pops the ult, knocks up Mako, but he's just completely caught out. There's nowhere for Ben to run to. Really nice pick from EDG. Mystic is coming back with item in hand, but it's a 4 versus 5 now. EDG have pulled the trigger onto this Baron. Mako is back in the same position once more. They're completely blind.
Okay, Son of Baron, can he do it?
He just needs to get there, but it's too late. EDG find a hook onto LeBlanc of all the players, the perfect person. Down goes Ben, assassination onto Mystic. And Mystic's doing what he can, but he just nothing in that one. Not enough. 957 retreating, but he's flashed after. The fact that Zed had to flash after the entire engagement, could flash after the Jarvan, really speaks to the tail of that team fight. And Scout pushing in the mid lane. This looks to be serious damage against the WE base.
We said what EDG's win conditions were. It was going to look towards that Baron. They execute perfectly, have 2 control wards, 1 for Mako, 1 for them. They make sure that Condi doesn't get anywhere near the pit, secure the Baron, and then pick up the death sentence on the back end of it.
EDG now pushing up this mid lane. Xie wants to find that assassination onto somebody, but sends the clone in first. Connie is also looking for the flank, but EDG, no doubt they'll just take this inhibitor back away now. As they did lose Mako, he rejoins the team. With their pockets lined with gold, they're only going to get stronger from here on out. Let's take a look at that one more time, but W could not see anything.
And again, the big thing is Mako's positioning. He throws the lantern to allow Scout to close distance on a very immobile Cassiopeia, hits the hook, and then puts Scout in perfect position to chase down Mystic and deny any of the power of Caitlyn in that fight. At this point, you can see Condi and Xie in the back, and they're like, it's over, boys. We're going home.
Just a big win for EDG. 12-6 now. I was going to pose the question before the Baron even happened, but despite WE having the gold advantage, it just felt like EDG were ahead. It just felt like they had control over the game.
Tempo advantage.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask why, but now they firmly are ahead. And it was down to tempo, you know, even though they didn't have the tower advantages, they have now evened it up against WE.
And they have tempo advantage because they knew that they were stronger and they could fight right then and there. Yes, the gold leads were fairly similar. In fact, Team WE had a slight lead, I believe, right before the Baron. But ultimately, that doesn't mean anything if you don't have the right gold in the right places, which again is on Mystic. Team WE will constantly slow down games because they don't feel confident enough to fight with their 80 carries itemization.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's on Mystic, if that's on the team, but either way, it punished them really hard in this game.
It just feels like Mako is also in the right position at the right time. And when we were comparing bot lanes earlier, it was definitely that Mako had the advantage, and he's shown it in this game over Ben and Mystic pretty much by himself. Zed has been where he's needed to be, but it's really been the Mako show. As Clearlove, he gets engaged on by 957. The Gargoyles has been popped up. Great kick onto the Cassiopeia. Remove the mid lane threat. Connie, 957 being pushed away as he re-engages. In comes Xie, looking for that assassinate onto Clear, but can't find it. 957 dragged back in by Mako. And they'll trade 1 for 1.
And that's just the goal disparity really speaking for itself right there. Condi did the best with what he could. He goes in after the Flay has been burned, so he knows that he won't be interrupted. Finds a great kick on Scout, but it's almost too little too late at this point.
A lot of damage coming in there. Clearlove has the jump away. They took the inhib, and WE basically just trying to find out cleanup kills, but EDG are retreating altogether, and they'll be recalling as a unit, so probably not going to happen on this one. Next dragon has spawned, so EDG, and we're certainly going to take that one away. Xie, the only thing he can do now is pick up his blue buff.
And at this point, it's a very easy call for EDG, not only just to pick up all of the available buffs, red, blue, and dragon, but also then to just 5-man down into the bottom lane and let the super creeps overwhelm the top and mid lane for WE.
Mystic, the item he went back for was...
his Dominic's Regard.
Yeah, actually not his Rapid-Fire Cannon.
Well, I mean, EDG are now ahead of the clock, particularly with their defensive stats on Gragas. So I can kind of understand why he took the left turn needing the armor penetration, because he wasn't on clock, because unfortunately he's 2-5-2.
He actually went for QSS on top of that. It feels like the front line is dying still first from WE. So maybe he could have just gone for the rapid fire cannon and just said, screw it. Like, at this point in time, we just need damage. We're going to cut through Mouse, Clearlove, and Scout.
I mean, you can understand the line of thinking either way. I do agree with you. But at the end of the day, the problem still exists that Team WE are looking for a 35-45 minute game, and they're not going to get it.
Yeah. They still haven't hit that fabled 35-minute mark for them. Hook lands, and Master's looking for the engage as well. Arrow actually lands onto Xie as well, buying so much time for EDG as they jump back in as well. Once more, Zet drops right here. This could be the fight that WWE were looking for. Scout has to be forced back. Mouse also dies, and he's locked up. Mako trying to retreat from this one. Connie's very low, but a heal comes in for the ADC, and he should also be falling as he goes for the 1v5. Not going to happen as Thresh and Clear the only one to remain. Top and mid pushing in, but WWE defend.
The god himself, Bin. He actually caught the Gragas cask with the Bromwell, so they weren't displaced. And as soon as that big cooldown was down, they turned it on. And Team WE, we said it wasn't 35 minutes yet. Maybe we spoke too soon. Look at this. Okay, Mouse is going to come forward. There's the wall. The arrow hits Xie in the back, but he doesn't displace the two carries in the LeBlanc and the Caitlyn, and they are there to free fire. We criticize, maybe go for the double attack speed item, but he's going to shred through them with the armor penetration at this point.
Also, Zet was playing frontline ADC, which didn't help. But WE now pushing in this bottom side, and we'll be able to take an inhibitor turret, which we pretty much unheard of a couple seconds ago. But after winning that team fight, they are able to. And it definitely looked like we saw some EDG fans in that pit because they were not going wild over that play from WE. EDG losing out on that one will stall them a little bit.
But this is big. The inhibs are going to respawn for Team WE, which opens up this window that when Baron spawns in 1 minute and 10 seconds, there is the opportunity. Condi can redeem himself, and if they get that Baron, they can very well win the game.
I could definitely turn this series around right here, bring us to game 3. I could definitely see it in my mind's eye from WE.
I mean, it comes down to your two late-game carry options. You have Cassiopeia in one court, and then you have Caitlyn in the other. And unfortunately, Caitlyn outranges Cass. She's never going to be in a position, unless she flashes on top of you, to be able to walk Kate down.
Yeah. At the same time, the front line, or the back line from EDG got obliterated by the front line from WE in that last fight. So, the stars did align for them, but there's a possibility it happens again as Mouse is caught split pushing in the mid lane. He's down to half health, but that was actually just the full combo. So they don't really have anything more in the tank to kill him from here on out. Bot lane now being shoved in again, and this is where it all went wrong last time from EDG. So going back to the scene of the crime is a little bit scary. Someone has been locked up. It's Mako getting locked down, but they drag in Ben, his counterpart. Mako's already dead. Zed trading off with Misty. He's never going to win that fight. Jumps over the wall, tries to hide with the Krugs for some reason. As the knockup comes in onto Scout, he's chain CC'd. Cannot do anything in that one. Mouse has to back away. And the slowdown comes in from Clearlove, but 2 members remaining. Baron's up, and W are beelining.
And now it is 35 minutes, 36 exactly. Team WE win 2 back-to-back 5v5s. They now have the priority on Baron. Clearlove's alive, but it is only a smite steal between Team WE getting their foot back in this game.
There's a blast cone. He's being zoned right now. That being Clearlove by Ben. Ram, Xie, and Ben are just take out the blast cone, but they could just kill him as well. That also helps to push him so far away. No contest. WE have to go back to base, but they would be quite happy with their haul, taking a Baron, another team fight. It's just down to the initial kill onto Mako.
Also, a great reaction from Mystic here. He uses the QSS, Zet's got nothing, and he tried to flash over the wall back into safety. Unfortunately, ends up in the back of the Krug camp, and Mystic's just like, another day in the office. Meanwhile, 957 and Xie are enough to push back EDG's front line.
It looked like he was just trying to hide behind a Krug. It's like maybe he can't see me.
If I just stand really still.
There's 2 of my Krug friends. Not going to happen. And Mystic, 2 back-to-back team fights for a Caitlyn means he's now 4 items plus a QSS. And Caitlyn is now gigantic. He's even potted up, it looks like, on top of that with the Elixir of Wrath. Now this is EDG firmly on the back foot.
Which means this is now kind of up to Clearlove. Someone has to deal with Mystic, and it has to be the Kha'Zix. He's the Fed Kha'Zix. What? 1 defensive item, the rest of them are offensive. If Caitlyn does find him, though, she'll shred him.
Yeah, Clearlove has to find that perfect flank, and with the amount of vision right now down for WE, it's just very, very difficult. That's a big crit. He definitely just 2-shotted Red Buff. Mystic is...
Aw, and Xie took the big Raptor?
Give it to Caitlyn, man. Like, he's now 4 items. And he will just kill anyone who's in front of him. So, there we go. Well, what's that? We're past the 35-minute mark, and WE are playing well. Not seen that one before.
Weird how that happens. Again, though, I think the reason why is because they rely on their AD carry so much, and they always want to put him in a position of power, and Mystic just historically plays these 35-minute champions, the Sivir, the Caitlyn, the Kog'Maw, things like that.
Yeah. If anything, I'm just glad we get to see what WE are made of. A lot of people will be watching this game, and EDG are just walking all over them. It's like, where did WE go? The WE we saw from MSI, but, well, they're back. And looking so much better.
This is the real WE, the one that we've been dealing with for 2 splits. Patient, methodical, precise.
I was ready to talk about the jungle, and it's like, who is the king of the jungle now? Because it looks like Clearlove has made his mark, but there's a potential engage in the mid lane as Zet is getting blasted, but the assassin becomes the assassinated.
Here comes Condi.
Mouse with the re-engage, and Condi he does actually onto the mouse right there, but Clearlove into the backside. He's looking to jump on top of Mystic, but he's got so many shields, so much damage. He tears up the front line. 957 eventually drops, but he loses scout for it. Clearlove can't find his sense. Now he jumps on the Mystic, but the point blank headshot finds the kill. 5 kills over to WE, and just like that, the quadra kill to Mystic, and they look for the game.
And Mystic just destroyed EDG. There is no one left to defend them. The death timers are too high. At 35 minutes exactly, Team WE turned the tides of the series, and we're going to game 3.
WE turning it on when it counts. They move on to the Nexus turrets, and this game, we're actually going to a game 3. Cannot believe my eyes, but team fight after team fight. And when you have a Caitlyn and Mystic manning that champion, it's going to happen in the end. Just under 40 minutes, they find the game.
Woo!
That was a roller coaster.
Yeah, Zet's feeling that one. He's still on the drop.
Yeah. And late game, he just didn't have the damage to compare with Caitlyn. And Scout couldn't get through that front line, and the front to back just wasn't going to happen. You saw Clearlove posturing for the longest time, trying to find his way in, and when he did, he just got insta-killed.
Indecisive, but again, we said this series was going to come down to draft, that you can't just take EDG blowing WE out in game number 1 as indicative for the rest of these games, because it just flips as quickly as that. I feel like issue will be Scout unable to reach the Caitlyn. They didn't really have an answer for her. Like you said, Clearlove in that last fight, just kind of waffling back and forth, couldn't decide when he was going to go in, if he was going to be able to burn down Caitlyn. And just beautiful positioning from Mystic, showcasing why he is probably the best AD carry in the league right now.
Well, I thought this was going to be a good day for my tipping, but it's about to get a whole lot worse. Welcome back, Rusty. Feeling good about that WE tip now?
Hell yeah. That was pretty good. That was actually the kind of game you don't expect them to win in the first place, but here we are, WE on the back of Mystic. I'm going to call it the lose an inhibitor on purpose approach so that you can funnel me minions and I'll be 120 ahead of Zet.
All of the
And then I will win the game single-handedly because EDG actually couldn't finish the game, and that was the problem. At the moment where WE won that single team fight, from that moment, WE had already had all the minions funneled in towards them, and it's not like, in a joking way, that's definitely how they won, but in all seriousness, because EDG couldn't win, WE won by that.
It was just, they just needed one fight, because once they had that, it was the threshold that EDG needed to catch back up just seemed insurmountable. It was like they just couldn't do anything from there on out. And every single fight, it was just Caitlyn killing everybody, and there was no answer to that late game. You'd think with a Cassiopeia and an Ashe to be able to sort match that, but front to back, it just wasn't happening.
Yeah, that's the big difference, though, when you bring this to draft, right? So Cassiopeia, and I can't speak for every other region in the world, I can only speak for the LPL, is not working because you need a champion that can go forwards or your team seems to lose these late game team fights. There's too much reliance on your AD carry doing work, and only teams like WE seem to be able to execute on that.
Yeah.
The Cassiopeia is good, it gets you to late game, but you need the AD carry to carry that late game, and they never really do.
I think the only supplement that you make to that is that you can't have an Ashe standing next to her. If you're going to have a Cassiopeia, you need to have the Caitlyn, you need to have the Kog'Maw, you need to have something that can take it over. But the thing is while I understand and agree with you that Caitlyn's just going to outright beat the Cassie at that point, you still have Gragas, you still have a super fed Kha'Zix. We saw what Clearlove was trying to do. We know that there's a cask to disrupt it. Why weren't these tools utilized as well as they could be to stop Mystic? Like, EDG still had answers.
I mean, to me, a lot of this just comes down to the fact that W were engaging. You had Xie that was commanding attention in the backline, and when he's in the backline, no one can actually get to Mystic, and that lets them set up the Jarvan combo. Lee Sin has the kick as well to disengage. So whilst they have these options to go forwards and to be able to find Mystic, you'll see the perfect example of it here, because Braum is able to stand in front. Jarvan's able to stand in front, and so is Lee Sin. This barrier where you know Clearlove can't get in there. Like, there's just nothing that anyone's going to be able to do in this situation. They're all locked in 957's Cataclysm. And just plain and simple with the extra range that a Caitlyn has, that was a robbed Penta from 957 that was going to go to Mystic with the game. I just feel like that's how the name of the team fighting is going to go for these guys as you hit that stage and the items. And to be fair, should never have got there, should never have happened, but it did.
And it's almost become a bit of a meme in our league that WE, when they hit the 35-minute mark, turn on. But it is just very indicative of how they play, right? They have these champions which do turn online around the mid to late game. And then when they do, they just play those team fights exceptionally well, no matter who they are against. And that was, again, another game where EDG kind of let it go for just one team fight. But if you do against WE, it has to be clean. It has to be surgically precise, like we saw in that game one. That's why I was so impressed by EDG. It was just like, damn, they got the advantage and they closed it. That's exactly what you need to do against WE. And then you have a WE, you're saying like, oh, what happened to them? You know, they're just like sitting on the laurels, not doing anything. Well, that's what happens to them if there is that constant aggression.
That's why they've been so consistent in the LPL for the longest time, because these teams don't have the cleanliness to consistently clean out games. What? He got a quadra kill. This animal stole it from him, and he steals the MVP.
Maybe that's why he got the MVP.
Just to steal your girl.
That 957, everyone.
Oh, man.
It's not like he played poorly.
He definitely played really well, and his Cataclysms were fundamental to a lot of these team fights, but I just feel like there's maybe another name, maybe a bit more valuable
maybe
here.
beginning with M, ending with Istic, that was better deserving of that.
Perhaps. In saying that, we say this with WE, we'll say it with Dan Gaming here and there as well. The whole team gets an MVP when they get a victory because Mystic is the carry. Yes, he gets a quadra kill, but without all of the tools in front of Mystic, he's never going to get them. And in that quadra, it was still a 4-man Cataclysm locking them down in the first place. So there are the first steps to be taken by the top laner of WE.
Sure, it was still good, and he also controlled the laning phase as well, though we didn't get to see much of it. He was doing a great job up there, which did set them up for the win. Regardless, we are going to take a quick break while we set up for Game 3 against WE and EDG for our match of the week. Welcome back to the LPL on our third game of the match of the week will be EDG and WE, now tied 1-1. WE with a miracle comeback. I don't think any of us expected that to happen, but that's what happens. You lose one team fight against WE late game and they have a Caitlyn, and that was first pick, by the way, coming out of WE. That's what's going to happen. So EDG back to the drawing board.
I don't know if it was so much of a miracle. Like, I agree it kind of came out of, I don't know if it came out of left field, because we were like there in the cast.
Definitely a miracle. Yeah, definitely going to lose that game if they lost that team fight.
35 minutes for like, oh, you can never discount them. Caitlyn's getting closer to those items, and there we go.
I think it was a case of EDG. You know, they played it extremely well. They set themselves up slowly. They got 2 inhibitors. And they're, all right, we just break the third one. It's an inner turret. No one's going to contest this. And then suddenly there was a 5v5 that happens before the turret even gets connected to, by the Braum being able to intercept all of the combos. And I think that's just a case of EDG taking the fight, not actually playing it slowly, letting the minions win the game in the other lanes. And just getting a bit too overexcited, perhaps a little bit too hyphy, which is very easily remedied coming into a game 3.
I also think there is a lot of EDG fans in the audience right now. Like, not only are we just looking at EDG fans, but like the crowd only cheers when EDG do something good. So the fact that WE are able to fight back not only against EDG, but their audience full of fans is also nice to see.
Clearlove's fans are called piggies, by the way, and you can see
Why
that.
Why is that?
Because he's called a pig farmer.
Why is that?
Because he comes from a small... He's called a pig farmer, and they're called piggies, and so what you'll see in the crowd is they wear the little pig ears, and they have little pig nose. It's also why...
he abuses people within solo queue.
Yeah, and it's also why in his pictures he pushes his nose up. Oh. Just fun fact.
Today I learned.
Well, there was a girl with the ears on.
Okay.
And people would be like, why is she dressed like a pig?
Well, well, that could be taken out of context. But yeah, Clearlove, the pig farmer himself, I think he's definitely shown that he has dominated Condi in the first 2 games, yes or no?
Yeah.
Not in the second.
What?
Absolutely not.
Hello?
Nope. He took the kills. I don't count it.
Get off my desk.
I refuse. I'm going to stay now.
All right, let's get into this picks and bans for us. You're welcome to stay if you want for Champion Selects. But yeah, WE taking away Tahm Kench, and it will be Galio from EDG here as we move on to the second ban. Renekton. Rusty's also just left, so turned down my request.
I had to chase him.
Yep.
It was fine. Renekton being banned tells me that there's probably a higher priority on the Jarvan pickup here. We'll see if it's first priority picked after 957 stole the Penta and the MVP with it.
Yeah. I don't know if they just gave him that for the meme value, but it definitely feels like it.
We always think it's like an automated system. We're like, I wonder who's going to get MVP. Possibly the guy with all the kills.
Yep.
And this time they're like, nope.
Yep. It's got to be a person behind it.
Long and hard about it. We voted.
Zac as the final ban for WE. Again on blue side. WE on blue side banning Zac. An EDG final ban. Caitlyn against Mystic. No surprise. But also leaves out Kog'Maw, which was banned out last time from EDG.
But I feel like this means Jarvan, and then EDG can quickly grab Kog'Maw Lulu.
Yeah, if they want to give that to Zet and Mako. If they first pick Kog'Maw, WE, I mean, EDG, the response is to take Lulu, I assume.
You'd have to be like Lulu Jarvan.
Yeah.
See, this is what we're between. If you ban Renekton, it tells you that you want the Jarvan priority pick, preferably for the top lane at this point. But they can't decide.
Oh yeah, it's Lulu Jarvan, surely, from EDG. They need to deny those picks.
But that means that you need to pick up the Lulu here.
Yeah.
So I would say you don't want to give away the Jarvan, so it would be Jarvan Lulu.
You'd have to, and if you wanted to go for your ADC, you could do it third.
There is no reason to grab Ashe here unless they're trying to hide information and they feel that they have other options available to stall out the Kog'Maw and the Jarvan.
Maybe. I mean, I don't think Ashe is a bad pick here. I just think if you third pick it and you prioritize those 2 picks, the Jarvan and the Lulu, you take it away. But right now, if I'm WE, I pick up Jarvan and Lulu too, as the Kha'Zix is locked in for Clearlove.
They're just giving everything away from Team WE. Everything that WE want, they're going to get.
All right, what did Rusty give them? He really wants to
Who
win
did
this
he
tip
pay
today.
off?
Clear big priority on Kha'Zix here. I mean, I think Ashe is absolutely fine if the enemy team is setting up for a Kog'Maw composition, or at least a Kog'Maw in the bottom lane. You want to be able to engage on top of him.
It's absolutely not a bad pick. My big issue is, again, that we saw that they were, do we take the Kog'Maw? Do we take the Jarvan? So obviously they're waiting that they want these two things, but they don't know which one they're willing to give up. They were willing to give up the Jarvan, and you were like, buy one, get one free. You can have it too. And eat your cake, because here's a Thresh.
Yeah. Thresh or anything. Yeah, that's also fine. So why would you pick Thresh over Lulu here?
Because Thresh has kill pressure on Lulu, so Mako was the first support in the LPL that when Lulu was running around and terrorizing everyone with the days of Karma and Lulu, he would just grab the Thresh and he'd be like, this is fine, and he'd go all in. Now that Lulu's base health has been hit, and poke in general has been down-tuned in the lane, and all in is stronger, Thresh becomes that much more of a priority. So now we're playing the counter game where Mako's like, I see you, Thresh, and I have two options. I can either take the, I don't know why this is Mako's voice,
Yep.
I can either take the Braum and survive
Maybe he
it.
speaks like that, maybe.
And empower our 3v3 in the bottom side, or I can take Zyra and deny a lot of
Yeah.
Thresh's engage with my plants.
And that moves EDG away from the Lulu and then puts them toward the Braum, force into the Thresh, and then back over to their bans. If you're EDG, well, that's already been answered, but I was going to say where do they target? They take away 957 to Kled. Does one of these teams want to take away Lulu now? Because theoretically, you just put it into the mid lane if you're WE. That being said, with the LPL, so we put high pressure mid lane as mid lane, but it's still a possibility.
I think it's absolutely going to be a flex mid lane Lulu, or technically not a flex at this point.
Yeah.
I would be really surprised if CA went for a high demanding mid laner.
It's one of those questions where if I was in like LCK or EU, I would be very happy to ask that question. But because I'm in LPL, I know fundamentally the team played differently around Kog'Maw, so it's a bit of a moot point. But Taliyah banned out against Scout, Lee Sin against Condi. Yeah, makes sense. Big target pick right there.
Condi could also just take the Jarvan and be totally confident, and then you could throw something like a Shen, which was banned last time, has made it through this time around in draft phase. Or even the Gragas. There are so many options for 957 in the top lane. I feel like Condi's going to stick with the Jarvan jungle.
And Cassiopeia towards Scout. If I'm being honest, I would have just let Scout pick the Cassiopeia, because I think late game he was just unable to scratch the front line.
Or that's the other option, because Kassadin's still available. You would let Scout take the Kassadin pick and then take the Cassiopeia, because then it also offers protection to your Kog'Maw.
Well, there's the lock-in of Gragas. I was, for a split second, excited because he definitely flicks through Alawi, but it will be the Gragas in the end.
Did your heart stutter?
It did flutter for a second for Escuin. I have claimed that it will come back on 7-12, but not yet, unfortunately, as Gragas is still extremely good. Now looking towards a potential jungle pick, potential top lane pick. Jarvan is the flex there, and a mid lane.
Oh, Condi!
Ooh, what? Okay. Rengar comes in.
So 957 feeling confident taking the Jarvan into the Gragas matchup. We saw how well it went for him last time around. Built a very sizable CS lead for him. I just don't like Rengar in the current meta. I feel like he's not impactful enough in the early game to mean anything. And we have so many more objectives now that we're skirmishing over earlier, like the Rift Herald. Now look at Team WE's composition. You have Kog'Maw and Rengar. They both need time to ramp, both need time to scale, so there's now this massive window for EDG where they can completely dictate and dominate this game.
Okay, I was so on board with the WE composition up until the Rengar pick. I thought the Thresh, the Jarvan, the Kog'Maw is such a strong trio right there. And then if you were to pick like a Karma or a Lulu mid lane, I still feel like Lulu was the superior Karma right now into that mid lane, which is now being locked in. And it's just going to be Scout or Orianna, so very box standard, back into pretty much just a teamfight composition from EDG, but WE, they have some clear weaknesses that can be exploited now.
And it's going to start in that jungle, so all eyes need to be on clear love on this Kha'Zix. Now, normally he's taken the route where he's just going to hard farm, sit back and let his laners do things for him. I feel at this point, you can't do that. Hunt is on, you need to go toe-to-toe with that Rengar and throw a wrench in Condi's plans.
30 seconds on the clock, so in terms of full compositions, because we were very much focusing in on the draft, what do you actually think about the full composition from WE?
I mean, it's something that they've run time and time again. The only change-up would be 957 on the Jarvan and Jarvan's reemergence into this type of meta, but otherwise, this is a protect the Kog'Maw with Condi on Rengar. This is the same 35-minute late game scaling powerhouse that we know Team WE for. On the other side, EDG really don't have a lot of options for that. Yes, if an Orianna Shockwave finds Kog'Maw late game, she'll be able to delete him, but it's that same problem of he can outrange you.
Yeah.
And at some point, he will just take over a game and there's no scaling option.
And WE do have a great front line. That being said, EDG, what do you think about specifically the early game in terms of being able to just kind of remove WE from the map? Because we want to see a game like Game 1. I feel like Game 1 is the blueprint if you want to beat WE. You take them out before they ramp.
So it's about where they have push priority for EDG. In your bot lane, you have Ashe Braum versus Kog'Maw Thresh. I'm going to give push priority to Zed and Mako. I think that's how that should work for them, although we'll see how the supports played out in particular. And then you have Orianna versus Karma. Ori, early levels, will be able to step forward. Scout has already shown that he's pretty aggressive with Xie, so I feel like it's up to Clearlove to exploit between mid and bot lane in particular.
Try and get them ahead. And Scout, it's on this LeBlanc last time, which Xie actually had on his side. He should be able to neutralize him somewhat with the Karma. There's all questions for the early laning phase between WE and EDG as we get into Game 3 of our match of the week. And the winner here could potentially come in second in their group. But it's still very much a battle over the first in our hearts as we head towards Rift Rivals in this one, though. W and EDG, that actually does mean that Dan keep their first place regardless of who wins.
The true heroes, Dan Gaming.
Feels so weird to say it, but they have just rocketed out of the LSPL.
But the two titans here, especially right before Rift Heralds, we're getting a great look at these teams before we send them internationally, before we send them into cross-conference. And more importantly for me, we're seeing the return of EDG. Even if they lose this series here, I'm just happy to see them back in form and no longer just second best or stepping stone to the elite gate of the LPL.
Here's a follow-up question. So Clearlove, is he now just the definitive starting jungler now for EDG?
I mean, you heard Rusty and I. We had some disagreements there. I feel like Clearlove rocketed into the series and just shoved Conti back off his throne.
Sure, but what about Ice Lolly? What about good old Fire Lolly?
Hello.
Are we just going to ignore him? Does he not exist anymore?
It's on the bench.
Yeah.
I mean, EDG's taken their bench to Worlds last split.
Sure. I'm just looking for reasons why you'd ever put him back in now, where it seems like Clearlove seems to be... It's like he took a hiatus, came back, and now he's just performing so incredibly well.
I mean, EDG have shown through their organization that they're all about development. You know, they had that massive tournament where the team that won would become their junior team into the LSPL. Yep. They're constantly bringing up new players, new faces. I mean, that bench joke was actually directed at Aimee in particular because every single one of those players has at one point played on EDG's roster or on their bench. Yeah. They're now their own identity and went to Worlds themselves. So EDG makes and creates champions.
Yep, they use everything that they can to make stronger rosters.
It might not just be Ice Lolly's time now. I hear that he suffers from stage fright quite heavily, so could just be some growing pains before he really matures into the champion that EDG as an org want him to be.
That's true. And when we visited them in China as well, they are very much about that development. So, like, interested in the future as Clearlove and Connie will meet each other. Though Clearlove does get the drop on him, and now it's pretty much just like an auto battle while Connie is demolishing Clearlove in the jungle.
Hello?
Well, Gragas comes down for no particular reason. He'll flash the wall, and Connie wants blood. Pops the E, but Connie is still going for you. Gets the lockdown. 957 comes up here as well for a quick slap to the face. Connie had so much breathing room, he just stood there and allowed the Jarvan to get the kill.
Disaster for EDG, but huge success for Team WE. Okay, so Condi's the one who goes aggressive. We said, Clearlove, you're probably going to have push priority between mid and bottom. Check out what mid and bottom are doing. So you have the option to invade Condi on second rotation on the bottom side of the map. Instead, Condi mixes things up. He decides he's going for the invade, forces the flash out of Clearlove, and Mouse just randomly rocks up and dies for no reason.
Definitely wants to just defend his brother-in-arms, Clearlove.
He was like 5 minutes too late to do that.
Yeah, he definitely was. But Clearlove, I also... A couple question marks on to why he thought he would win the 1v1 against Rengar this early. That's just because it was literally an auto battle. You just hit both of you just hit the auto battle button, and when you do that, Rengar wins. He just has a lot of damage this early when he has that ferocity meter built up. Whereas Clearlove, yes, he has the element of the surprise, but if you don't burst him out with passive and Q, you're not going to win.
And already Team WE are on the right foot for an early game, which is never what you want when you're across from a Rengar and a Kog'Maw. Fortunately, though, it is just a 957's pocket in that Jarvan, so we'll see how that translates in terms of lane pressure and lane dominance. So far, 6 CS up.
Well, hold on for us. There's an asterisk there because Condi definitely donated that to 957. So this was clearly given to him. So what was the reasoning behind that?
Behind just giving away the kill?
Yeah, because Condi is a scaling jungler, right? And like he's Rengar, he wants to get these kills early, surely to start snowballing. But he definitely donated that.
I mean, 957 walked his way over there. You want to make sure that your Jarvan is successful and is tanky to be able to jump in. I mean, Zet now has to think about if he'll be able to kill Jarvan at any point, or if Jarvan's just going to land on the Ashe and pop her like a balloon. That was one of the big reasons why Jarvan first rotated back into the meta.
That's true. Flash comes in, and Clearlove. This does not look like a happy time for Clearlove as he just gets nuked in the river.
There we go, and it's because Condi knew that he would have another kill on the way. He's like, this one's yours. See mine in 5 minutes.
Yes, saw it down the line. I definitely saw some EDG fans clapping right there as their glorious leader, Clearlove, just fell. I don't know what this is about. Some turncoats, I have to feel, in the audience.
It's really the history between WE and EDG. Everyone's just a turncoat.
In the end, yep. None of these fans are loyal. I don't think we've seen the fan vote just yet, but they definitely swung very heavily to EDG last game after their win. Would like to see it that has just flipped back towards WE right now as Clearlove. Yeah, looks like Condi, not the end of his chapter. He's showing that he will be the king of the jungle in this one.
Yeah, things just got a whole lot easier for Team WE. Mystic and Ben can actually just sit back, collect all this CS, no pressure on any part of this lane, and just let Condi and 957 continue to do work for them.
One of the things where you literally talk like 5 to 6 minutes in Champion Select saying, this is going to be so difficult for WE, like there's this massive window where EDG can exploit them. And then WE just randomly get 2 kills in the early game. So, well,
literally, like
EDG
were climbing through WE's window, and WE just walked over and closed it right on their fingers. It was like second story too, and now they're just free fall.
Yeah, it's not a great position. So, what do EDG do now? Do they just wait? Do they just scale?
Well, they can't just scale, but they need to wait on big cooldowns so they can actually make plays around them. Yeah. So Clearlove's going to sit, and he's probably going to power farm until a couple of things. A, his laners are level 6 and have their ultimates, or B, he is level 6 and doesn't have any big objectives. Until then, though, it's going to be fairly quiet. He does have the options where he can gank the mid lane, because he can rely on Shockwave, but most importantly, he wants to be ganking from the bottom lane.
That's what I'm scared about for us, because you get to 35 minutes, WE win. So the EDG are definitely on the timer here.
And they're definitely scared of Condi still. So look at how cautious Clearlove is being. So many pings. They don't know where the Rengar is. He was actually on his red buff, and now he's going to take that and invade the blue anyway.
He's also got the level 6. Zet, did that spot him? Yeah, he definitely did as 2 pings go down. And he's also pathing into the jungle, so they would be able to collapse on him.
He needs to be really careful, though. Condi in particular. 957 doesn't have teleport, and Mouse's TP is just about to come back up. And if there's any way that EDG get back into this game, it's off the back of that teleport discrepancy.
This just really sucks for Clearlove. He can't even step into his own jungle.
This is dangerous to fight. It's a 4v5 at best.
Condi locked down onto Mako. Gonna take the Lantern. Give this one over. So Scout does get his blue buff in the end, but Clearlove's still level 5. Should be level 6 after this Grump, hopefully. Top lane, 957 still get the advantage over Mouse. A little bit scary, yeah, he's definitely going to pop the ultimate here. Slight disengage, but it keeps him inside of the Cataclysm. That just straight up sucks for Mouse. He gets the slowdown, but again, Flag and Drag forces the flash out from Mouse.
Again, this is 7.12, so the triple Doran's build no longer as viable as it once was. You can see that Mouse branching out from it, has the cloth armor, has the boots, whereas the early kill gave 957 the Tiamat. He's got so much pushing power and so much bowling potential. Top is completely lost for EDG at this point.
Yeah. I know there's a few top laners still going for triple Dorans even on 7.12, but it's just simply not as good anymore. It's approximately 50 less mana every 30 seconds, which turns out to be quite a lot. That's like a full 2 spells every minute, which is absolutely huge for your laning phase. So, yeah, Mouse, a little bit harder from now, has to go towards that Corrupting Potion. And 957 is just able to exploit that. Has the Tiamat on top of that, more of a damage build, damage-orientated build, so It's only going to get worse from here on out, and that first build just accelerated how badly that lane's going.
And because 957 did bully him back, it also forced the teleport for Mouse to get back and try to clean up a lot of the CS that was being shoved into his tower. So again, there was a window where EDG technically had numbers advantage cross-map that they no longer have, and 957 will. So if Team W want to continue to ramp the pace of this game, if I'm Condi, I'm invading deep into EDG's blue side jungle, placing a ward behind their tower, and I'm looking for a dive.
Mako stepping up, taking away these wards. And poor Ben. Just this Ben's ward. We'll never know. But it's definitely gone now. EDG invade. I'm going to take away these raptors as well. Gonna run out of patience. Go back over to Condi, though. Also, it's small raptors. Connie, so far, though, has really been doing well in this early game. Compared to how the first 2 games have gone for him, specifically in the jungle. It would have been pretty embarrassing for him to have lost 3 games in a row to Clearlove.
Game number 3, he certainly gave it to Clearlove. Clearlove face-checking into the Rengar twice.
Though technically, 2 games to 1. Clearlove still wins the 1v1, but if W win the game, then I don't think he's going to be too bothered. It was just like all the promos were about Condi and Clearlove, so you know there's not a lot on the line for them in terms of pride.
King of the jungle versus his replacement, really.
Replacement doesn't sound as cool as just like, you know, the prince. Yeah, the person who's trying to work his way up. Oh yeah, he's just like the replacement, you know, substitute jungler coming in. TP coming out, EDG, arrow is loose, completely misses WE, and Zed takes a one-way trip to Dunktown as Mako will follow him there as well. Free admission.
So just as I was saying, they wanted to make the play bottom. They had the TP discrepancy. 957 is already ahead of Mouse, so feels no pressure going down there. And boom, it's that easy. Great deep ward placed by WE and great execution on it.
And now 4-0, WE have a 3,000 gold advantage. Mystic is 20 CS up on an Ashe. Mid lane is ahead on Karma. Top lane has 2 kills now to that 1 death of Mouse. And Condi's also ahead as well. He's got his kills, he's got his assists, feeling pretty good, 100% kill participation. And this early game could not be going any better for WE.
It doesn't get any easier than this, and Condi has his pick of the litter about where he wants to strike next. Looks like it's going to try to be mid lane. So what Shia was trying to do, obviously, is get the lockdown, find the slow, and that would be enough for Condi to gap close and just hit massive damage.
Yeah, jump over the wall. Find another kill into the mid lane. Scout is the only person who's not died yet on EDG, so he'd like to keep it that way. Because he is the scaling component of the team that will be able to deal with the Mystic. He is the answer, essentially. So, need Scout to do well. Need him to not die.
He's also the option that's going to be able to stall out this game long enough to build himself to be that answer, to find that late game shockwave. Things still getting really scary as now Zet and Mako are pretty much ducked underneath their tower. Scumbag Mystic.
There's so much zoning coming in, and I was definitely questioning why would you go Thresh here instead of the Lulu when it was clearly open for you. Well, they finished it off with a common pick in the mid lane, and they have Ben on Thresh, who is completely zoning away Zet and Mako. So I can see it now.
I mean, Thresh is just so strong right now in the 2v2s. A lot of that lane dominance. Also, he offers the protection for Kog'Maw with Dark Passage. So much flexibility with this composition. I understand what you're saying. Like, you can go all in with the Karma Lulu, but I feel like it's almost one step too many when you can offer more versatility for your composition by taking the Thresh.
This is also the LPL, so if they're going to take a Karma or a Lulu mid lane, you better know they're going to carry support.
Engage options, always a good thing to having in the LPL.
Do you think that the fact that we've just seen Thresh always now over Blitz, because Blitzcrank came back for a little bit, but it seems like people just remembered that Thresh exists and he's like better Blitzcrank.
Hold on though. Where are they gonna go?
I'm holding.
Holding? What are you holding on to?
I know, I just assumed I was on hold right now.
You're perfect.
I was calling into the hotline.
Hello?
Yep.
So Blitzcrank was really empowered by the coin, and as I say this, we're gonna have to go back on hold.
Oh, there's a hook onto Mako. He's dragged in, and Zed would like to get away, but he's caught in the box as well, and he's caught underneath Mystic's fire. He'll find another kill, 2-0-1, 6-0 total. And this game is just too easy for Condi. He turns up, everything turns to gold, and this bottom tower surely looking to fall here. It'll be first tower of the game. Man, if they get all this gold as well to Mystic.
And there's absolutely no response from EDG. They can't do anything. This is going to be the free tower, the free dragon if they want. There's a wealth of options. They're like, You can even have the dragon if you want. We don't need it. We're just going to go back, spend all of our gold, and start rotating Mystic around.
I'm honestly struggling for answers for EDG now. They're 6 kills behind. They
fell
almost
behind
6,000 gold behind.
A composition that's going to outscale them. The only answers for them at this point is actually outplaying.
Yeah. And it's such a like an ambiguous answer because it's not just like, yes, they play around this single pick. It's like, no, you just need to outplay in a skirmish or a team fight or catch W with their pants down.
Yep, you need to hit the shockwave or hit the arrow on a key target like the Kog'Maw. But even if you do at this point and how early it is in the game because you don't have the tankiness, you don't have the resistances, even if you just straight up kill Mystic, Condi's still a massive problem. 957's still a massive problem. Hell, Xie on Karma's still going to hit really hard. So this is not only making the correct pick on a perfect target, but then also having it late game enough that no one else is a viable option.
It's just a straight up bad situation for EDG.
Blitzcrank. So the Doran Shield meta
forgot about that.
empowered the all-in potential.
Yeah.
Now that Doran Shield has been weakened and we can kind of have this more mixture of all-in as well as some of the poke lanes kind of returning, Blitzcrank loses his effectiveness comparatively to Thresh there. And it's also the fact that Blitzcrank got a lot out of the coin. The fact that it dropped mana was huge because of how much mana it cost him to look for his all-in with his Power Fist. And frankly, the coin level up competitively is not nearly as good as any other support itemization option. So that's why he's just kind of subpar Thresh.
That's sad. I really very much enjoyed the the Blitzcrank coming back in. But Thresh was fun too. Herald having at it, jumping onto this tower. And yeah, taking up the top tower. So WE, 2 towers to 0 now against WE. Just only getting bigger and bigger on their gold lead. It just seems like everything that you have to say about this game is just EDG are losing, and it's difficult to say anything. So I'm glad you brought up the Blitzcrank point, so it gave them a couple minutes of us not saying that EDG are not in a good position.
But it's about to go from bad to worse for EDG. So Karma has the Ardent Censer as well as the Athenes completed, and now Kog'Maw has his Blade of the Rune King, and he's on his Zeal, so he's that much closer to his Hurricane. Yeah. As soon as that is plugged in, that is the go button. That is the holy grail. Like, Kog'Maw no longer needs to be late game because of Karma buffing up his stats.
Okay. So is it still Scout? If you can land the Shockwave of the Sentry, you can win the game?
I don't know if he's able to do enough damage with just the Morellos at this point.
I know, I'm searching, Rosk. I'm trying my best.
While Scout is actually on clock, like 163 CS at 16 minutes in the game, Team WE, like you said, he's on clock, but he's not ahead of Team WE.
Yeah. He's probably ahead of clock, honestly. That being said, she is still ahead in farm somehow against Scout. So
he's been farming multiple lanes.
Okay, he's been stealing other people's farm. That being said, top and bot still ahead of their own counterparts. So I guess they're just severely behind clock. But if you were like 130 farm at like 16, 17 minutes, that's not bad. It's just WE apparently just killing every minion in the game.
And this is something that they've always been known for. Again, you know, why do we call them the 35-minute team? Why do they only come on at 35 minutes? Historically, they have a tendency to play scaling compositions. The double tier is the big joke. They used to play Ryze, Ezreal almost every single game. And then there's also their fact that they're able to stall out and allocate resources so well. Particularly, it's bouncing waves back and forth to Mystic's, you know, open mouth.
All right. Frosk is doing some charades right now. Charades?
Charades.
Oh, charades. Well, Clearlove is very much dead. That was a good shockwave, but it just doesn't do any damage. They're throwing every ultimate, and it's hitting W right on the head. But it's not doing anything right now. It's Clearlove sidesteps the living artillery and will escape from this one.
Oh,
very close.
He had to suck in there. That was pull your gut in and
breathe in.
Make yourself as small as possible. Mystic's mad about that.
That was like best case scenario, right? EDG land a triple shockwave.
They hit the
Ash Arrow.
All the core CC.
Yep.
Clearlove managed to get out and absorb a lot of the key cooldowns and then go over the wall. Nothing happened.
EDG go even at best, even when they probably played that fight as perfectly as they could do. Mid lane being sieged in, Scout low health, low mana. So everyone from EDG has turned up for the party and is able to clear away this mid lane wave. By our powers combined, we can take away these 3 minions sieging our tower. Unfortunately, now there's another one. So we kind of used everything. Well, Mouse has ultimate, and there's still threat from that ultimate. Just allow Condi to head into this jungle alongside Jarvan, plays down some aggressive vision. Top lane is lit up like a Christmas tree. Bot side looking to do the same as Blue Buff was also up. Interesting point Rusty had during the break was seeing like what the numbers are for wards in this game, because it seems like there is just so many wards being placed.
Wards in this series has been absolutely nuts. Last game in particular, just because it was so skirmish heavy, and Bin and Mako are being involved in so many of the skirmishes. Samsung White was probably the first team that really broke all of the warding records.
Yeah.
And it was indicative of their style that they were constantly moving around, constantly skirmishing like this, so they're picking up their wards and placing them all the time.
Okay, this is the part in the horror film where you walk down the dark corridor and you know there's something at the end, so just don't go in. Just don't. There's a shockwave onto Condi. He backs away, and
right on
he's all
Kog'Maw.
by himself. Mystic completely caught out. I mean, only one of them was getting out, and Condi scumbag took the lantern. Unfortunately, sentenced Mystic to death.
Your sacrifice was worth it. Thank you. As the Rengar waddles back to his own jungle.
It's
Red.
just like, look, if you die, you might be able to do something passive. If I die, nothing happens. So. Maybe I could have clicked ultimate and stealthed away.
He's like, I'm the jungler. The Baron's about to come up. We can't.
Yeah. You can't lose me with the ADC. That's absolutely fine. He goes back to base. He's on an item and a half. He's still big. And ultimately, that was a drop in the ocean. Though EDG picking up that 1 kill, I'm going to be unhappy with that.
But it did demonstrate how EDG are actually able to win some of these skirmishes and these fights. And again, it's their key pieces of CC on the Shockwave and the Arrow hitting that little Kog'Maw. They managed to find Mystic that time around. He's now got his Hurricane. Hurricane. What was that?
I don't know. What did I say earlier?
Charades.
Charades, yeah.
Want to play some charades balls? I would assume that QSS is probably going to come very quickly next.
Oh, wow, that was so funny. Zed's getting there. He's on an item and a half himself. He got that 1 kill as well. He was also the benefactor of the kill onto Mystic, so it's not too bad. Next dragon is also Infernal in 15 seconds, so EDG, they would like to contest it. Mouse has his TP.
And they're moving down and placing the vision, so EDG are actually on decent power spikes for themselves. But again, the terrifying thing is you've got 2 Black Cleavers, you've Ardent Censer and Athenes, as well as Bork and Hurricane.
Shh, just don't look.
Team WE are so much stronger right now.
Just don't look at the item build. 957's found Mouse, being chased after. A lot of CC. He'll jump away, rides the wave.
Disengage, run away.
He gets out. No, Ben wants back in. 4-man Flay coming in as Mystic completely untouched. Massive Cataclysm as well from 957. And everybody is in the mosh pit. Clearlove jumps out. Mouse disengages. 3 kills over to WE.
And EDG just got slaughtered right in front of the Baron as well. The only reason, yep, they're doing it. I was going to say the only reason they might not run towards the Baron is because Clearlove is left standing.
But he's just getting pummeled by Xie 1 versus 2. Mouse is now a non-factor. Clearlove, he wants to go in, has no flash. It'll be a one-way trip. He's going to trade the dragon for it. Maybe. He's half health. This is actually still risky from Clearlove. But this will be the Baron going down for WE. They have Kog'Maw ready to go.
Woo, okay.
And that fight was just, that was a slaughter. As you said, it was literally a whitewash.
You look at the items, there's no feasible way that EDG actually win that fight, which is why they, that's close, which is why they tried to collapse to one side, because their only mentality is make a pick, grab one, run away. Speaking of running away.
Okay. No, that's fine. Xie lets him live. The rest of the team was coming down just in case he chased, but we'll see that one again in a second, but yeah, here we go. So Arrow comes in, completely goes wide, expecting Xie to retreat. 957, really nice flash here.
And the thing is they have to kill 957. At this point, EDG understand that the team fight is lost, but they choose the wrong way around. To be fair, stuck between a rock and a hard place. If they decided to cut upwards, 957 would have just hit that Cataclysm up in the top choke point. Either way, they can't get away. They've got the support behind them, the Jarvan collapse, setting up the dominoes, having them fall over.
Like 4-man Flay into a 4-man Cataclysm, and then Mouse just like felt left out, so he jumped in as well. And it just meant that Mystic was just sat outside of the circle, gunning people down. It's just really, this game is getting out of control for WE, and what a stark contrast from Game 1 and Game 2.
But this game has been out of control for EDG for what?
Since the 2 kills at the start of the game.
Yeah, 5 minutes in. Scaling composition, got the head start.
Zed just came back from base and lost all of his health to 1 Q from Xie and a living artillery.
Oh no.
Ben was thinking about that. Xie is going to take a lot of damage, but he'll jump away using the Dark Passage. And bottom tower, I think, just died to Jarvan. 957 is just on his own expedition. I wish he wouldn't do that, because it's quite creepy. 957 jumps away, mouse back onto these minions, and it just seems too easy. 23 minutes in. And Condi starts off the game, and it's just like, this is honestly a Condi game where he just set up the dominoes.
And Mystic is literally taunting them in the most demonic voice I've ever heard.
Yeah, I really don't like it. Oh, Cataclysm used onto Zen. He instantly disappears out of this fight. Condi jumps in there as well to find the kill. Chimes in for that one. As Clearlove and Scout, I mean, they try to get away, but the hook from Ben. Double flare as well. How do you even land that? 5 kills, a clean ace to WE, 24 minutes in, and a knocking on the front door, and nobody's home.
It's over, it's done. Their death timers are way too long. Yes, Zet will be up in 18 seconds, but you can already see how bloodthirsty Team WE are. They've got the late game Kog'Maw at 24 minutes in the game, and they're going to rocket over EDG.
They're expecting 35 minutes to be the time to turn on, but the hourglass has been shattered. 24 minutes in, not even 25 minutes on the clock. EDG lose the game, and WE take the series.
And that's the smile on the face, and the guy who set everything up, Condi, from minute 1, invades Clearlove, sets up 957 for the first blood, then kills Clearlove when he decides to try his hand at the invade.
While it was 2 games definitely definitively over to Clearlove in the 1v1 in the jungle, the third game is what matters and what will give them the win. WE take it in our match of the week and the Clash of the Titans. Extremely well played to WE in the end, the resilience of the team. And that was one of those games. It's not just a 35-minute team. We've said time and time again in the series, sound like a broken record. They also have another facet to them. Where in games where Condi gets ahead in the early game, he has the ability to just donate a kill to his top laner. Games like this will happen where they just go off.
But what kills me is that was also a composition that was so classic Team WE. They were completely fine looking for that 35, 45 minute finish line with what they drafted. It was just kind of through Condi's ingenuity that they were able to speed it up by 20 minutes.
Still, very well played to WE. And now is the time that they can actually celebrate. It was a tough game 1, but it turned it all around. I see that smile, Rusty. Welcome back to the desk.
It's not going to go away.
No, I know.
It's so tell me, Frosco, where did it all go wrong?
My tips just got rocked here.
Condi is the king of the jungle this time. I think it's safe to say for game 3. And the only reason I say that is because Clearlove took him on. Yeah. And Clearlove lost the trade. They actually had a 1v1 at the red buff. And the winner of that 1v1, it felt like actually just snowballed the entire game. And from that point, the Rengar was actually too big. No one could do anything. If Clearlove ganked, there was too much of a risk that Condi was going to counter gank because the wards were still very prevalent between both of these guys. And the slow, patient game was never going to work for EDG. They were against a Kog'Maw. They had to do something, and every time they tried, they got out-teamed for it.
It was just a... It was honestly, the only way to describe this was a whitewash, like a landslide victory coming in for WE. Game 3 did not look... It looked like game 1 from EDG, actually, is what it looked like, but with a scaling comp. So there's actually just no win. We actually said it during the game, like the only way you win now as EDG is if you come in with just like a straight-up outplay. Like outside of that, what do you do, Frosk?
This, I have to go back to draft from EDG. While I thought that EDG had great drafts for the first 2 games of the series, I thought Game 3's draft was pretty atrocious. The fact that they allowed Team WE to get the priority pick of, okay, you're either taking the Jarvan or you're taking the Kog'Maw. They decided on the Kog'Maw. We saw that they were heavily going back and forth. Jarvan has been a huge pick in the LPL, and EDG didn't even touch it. They either didn't have the confidence to play it or they thought that they could counter it out. It destroyed them in game number 2. 957 took the MVP on it, and they just, you want the Kog'Maw, you can also have this.
I think one step further as well, the Thresh should have been taken away. When I mean, you mentioned this, but after it was picked for the opposition team, Thresh is a good way to deal with Kog'Maw because you have pick. So early game, you should be fine. You should be able to handle it. Naturally, Kog'Maw gets a QSS and 3 items. Nothing stops him. But instead, they go for an Ashe and a Braum, which has decent pick, has decent setup. But then you're almost a little bit bottlenecked and reliant on having the Kha'Zix nearby. And given how the pace of the game went in the jungle role for the game number 3, he was never going to be there. And then they just started getting ganked by Rengar instead and losing.
But there were still question marks over the Rengar pick when that was locked in Champion Select, and it was very much like, why do you pick Rengar right here? And it worked out, so why?
A couple of good things about Rengar in this comp is that you're working with a Jarvan. And the one thing that is really good about this is Cataclysm locks you in. Rengar now has AoE, so naturally you jump in after the Cataclysm. You don't have to engage as Rengar here. And the Orianna, you know, something that might take you apart. Orianna's Shockwave's probably already going to be down. So there's actually this really cool, I guess, nuance with Rengar in this comp that all he had to do was apply damage. And that's where Rengar wants to be right now. He didn't have to do anything else. And he did get snowballed early, so that damage was going to come out. I guess like a little bit past that point, he also had the Karma to keep him alive, and Kog'Maw is going to be too big of a threat in the backline. And if they're dealing with him, you know the Kog'Maw is going to win. So it does kind of work. But in the same vein, you'd expect more from the Kha'Zix. I actually thought Kha'Zix wins that 1v1 early when he gets the jump with his Unseen.
Well, it looked like it, but he definitely just insta-died. He lost all his health to like 2 Q combo, and he just died Frost.
The other thing I was just going to point out is that Condi is so confident on Rengar. So while I do have my issues with Rengar in the LPL, I'm never going to be too hard on Condi picking Rengar in the LPL. In fact, he's probably the only jungler that I'll give a pass on taking that champion.
Yeah.
And conveniently puts us into the MVP, which is Condi, 4-0-9, and just imagine that as a smug look on his face because he definitely won the King of the Jungle award, which everyone was hyped about coming into this one. All the fans were looking at it, and he won.
And I think Game 2 is something that you should probably watch back again, Pulse, because whilst Clearlove may have won the jungle, I still think that the way Condi was pathing around was actually very impressive because they were avoiding and trying to find each other throughout the game. But again, another good example. This is exactly the kind of team fight that you want to see from them, and this is where Rengar is actually important. Notice the combo was sick, but who's going to stop Condi from doing that much damage in the backline after a Cataclysm locks them all in place? That's the reason that I think Rengar is good in situations like this. But remember everything else that happens before that. You know, a 4-man flay coming out of the Thresh.
Sure.
Really good performance out of the Thresh from Ben there. And something that may have been taken away from him could have been a bit better for EDG.
And they were also in a power position heading into that team fight anyway, so you knew if all of those ultimates were going to align and the stars align and you pick up that team fight, you're just going to completely blast them. And we saw that from EDG, even if they hit all the ultimates, it was the perfect shockwave, just not enough damage. You can get the outplay, but it doesn't matter if you're that far behind.
But in that team fight in particular, we talked about this on the cast, I understood what EDG were trying to do. If they managed to find the pick, it's like grab one and get the hell out of dodge. But why even fight there? Like, your only option at that point in the game is to get late game, to get Orianna to 3 items and just try to blast the Kog'Maw with the lucky shockwave or one of those arrows. If you take the fight there and you lose, that's game over because it immediately rotates into Baron.
And that's definitely true, and that was obviously the case in this game, but for what it's worth, and we mentioned this just as the game ended, you're against the Kog'Maw composition. That's always going to play on your mind. You know, you've got an Orianna that spikes at 2 items, can get to 3, have a Void Staff and blow everyone up, but you could just say we've got 2, and that's enough to kill the carries, so let's engage on a carry, try and get a single pick, and accelerate my mid laner, or at least slow down the pace of the game for the Kog'Maw, because ultimately they felt like they were going to get outscaled. If they didn't hit the combos, then they were just going to get outscaled slowly instead.
So with the win to WE actually over EDG, because it looked like EDG were just on a rampage. They were like taking it to every team after their first loss against Dan Gaming. It was actually just 2-0s from here on out. This is the first series they've actually lost since then. Is WE now definitively first or second? Let's pose it like that, because Dan Gaming are still technically there in the standings, even though you said you feel that standings don't matter in the regular season. Regardless of that fact, who is actually first now in this group?
I want to say WE, but at the same time, I think what we saw from EDG in games 1 and 2 would still put me slightly above them. But it feels weird to say that after a series
loss, right?
just went the other way.
I mean, it's like you make them play 100 games, and I think most people will come down that it's still a 50-50 between W. Like, it's not going to sway one way or the other if you're on EDG side or WE side. And I think that's what's really exciting about both these teams, and what's really exciting about the fact that we are heading into an international event with both of them representing that it's still that close.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably still say WE slightly if I had to pick one. And, I mean, this set's obviously going to be a big influencer of that. The thing that I guess everybody didn't really consider with WE is that they were just sleeping on the fact that they can play a lot better than they have been. So they come into a set like this and they actually turn it up a little bit to, you know, the 10 out of 10 level you expect from them.
And also in this series, it was also great to see. I feel this was like just higher level League of Legends that we've seen in the LPL recently. It seems like we've had a lot of games that have just been literally 50-50s. It's very difficult to predict. I think just the fact that at the last 3 days, no one's tipping has been 100% right. So it just proves that the LPL right now is so turbulent that when we see a series like this, and yes, even this was very much a 50-50, the level of play was that much higher. So going into cross-conference coming up very shortly, we have one more day of intergroup play. Going into OMG, right? who are at the top of the group, like definitively haven't even dropped a series yet. Are they actually better than the teams that we've seen out of WE and EDG? Because those two teams have looked exceptional, and I don't think we've actually seen OMG look particularly challenged yet within their own group.
And that's the key point. It's that OMG haven't been challenged. No one is even close in their group to the caliber of play that we saw from WE and EDG, so it's going to be a gut check of where are OMG? How far have they actually grown?
Yeah, and that's actually super exciting for cross-conference. A lot of the crazy things that will happen will be X against OMG, whether it happens to be Dan upsetting them or whether it is WE and EDG taking them, and really forcing OMG to play like the best team that they need to be and to be the #1 team in that group, because they are going to Rift Rivals. Like, there's actually a super exciting, I guess, contentious point to be seen in the future.
And just judging from the schedule tomorrow, it looks like EDG, or rather OMG, are set to pick up pretty much the 5-0, just going up against Newbie within their own group. So it's actually very unlikely that they even drop a single series going into cross groups. So
if
they're in a
you
great position.
If you want to have confidence of OMG, Newbie just need to be a speed bump in the rearview mirror, because WE and EDG are on a completely different level than any other team.
And unfortunately, we send 4 teams to Rift Rivals. RNG are playing then as well tomorrow. That'll be a nice gut check on have they found anything before that tournament starts, because they need something.
So what do we think about RNG? Because they're 2-2 right now, and they're playing against JD tomorrow, and JD have not won a single series. So surely there should be a win, but RNG just, they don't even look like they're not the same RNG that we saw in spring finals, but they don't even look remotely close to it.
I think it all has to do with MLXG in particular, and I hate to call him out because I'm a big fan of the spicy hot pot, but that guy's jungle pathing right now is just falling apart at the seams. When it comes to high-pressure situations, he's missing his smites, he's not making good calls, he's getting caught out at inopportune times, so then RNG don't have their jungler to contest big, epic monster objectives, and he's flanked by Koro, who's playing phenomenally, and Xiaohu, who's playing phenomenally, and he's still messing up.
To me, RNG just feels like Xiaohu and friends, though. Even if Koro's playing phenomenally, it's just Xiaohu and 4 other dudes that have to run around with him.
Does that change if you add Uzi back in? Like, is that an addition to the team? We just haven't seen him.
I don't think it changes in a good way, unfortunately, when you add Uzi back. I think that then suddenly the resources have to shift down to Uzi when Xiaohu should be actually getting supported throughout this, but definitely is not.
Well, that's all we have time for, so thank you very much for the analysis today, guys. We're going to close the show there, so thank you very much for watching. We'll catch you again tomorrow for the remainder of Week 3.